The Fixer-Upper Fiasco, Juniper Springs, Book 1, by Erin Hartwell. Copyright 2026, by Erin Hartwell. Chapter 1, The Raccoon in the Room. Molly. The real estate listing for the Everhart Estate in Juniper Springs boasted historic charm and endless potential. That was a polite way of saying the roof sagged and the front porch actively wanted me dead. The heavy rusted brass key dug a permanent trench into my palm. I stood alone on the overgrown lawn and stared up at the crumbling Victorian facade. Mid-July heat baked the waist-high weeds. The air smelled of dry pine needles, damp wood, and impending financial ruin. I needed this to work. The alternative was my childhood bedroom in Florida and a filing job at my father's dental practice. Tire tracks crunched on the gravel behind me. A dented green Subaru station wagon rolled to a stop next to my compact rental car. The doors swung open. My 4 best friends spilled out into the morning humidity. They carried plastic buckets of cleaning supplies, rolled up architectural blueprints, and a large pink bakery box. Chloe Evans emerged first. She wore a flowing floral skirt that swept the dirt, and a stack of silver bracelets that clattered together with every movement. Our resident bohemian florist possessed a wild, untamed energy. Sadie Miller followed, balancing the pink bakery box on one hip. White flour dusted the knees of her denim jeans. She owned Sugar and Tide, the small bakery on Main Street, and operated as the mother hen of our group. Paige Reynolds stepped out of the driver's side. She wore a crisp navy blazer and tailored slacks, despite the summer heat. She clutched a massive red binder to her chest. Paige served as our operations brain and a hyper-organized wedding planner. Tess Harper slipped out of the backseat last. Our petite photographer stood at 5'2" and immediately lifted the oversized camera strapped around her neck. We pooled our entire life savings to buy this property at a foreclosure auction. We planned to transform the ruin into Juniper Springs' premier boutique wedding venue. "Welcome to the vow," I announced, my voice pitched up an entire octave. I flashed a bright manic smile to cover the rising panic in my chest. "It looks even better than the photos." Paige tapped her clipboard and stared at a missing chunk of the roof. "A family of birds is currently living in the east turret." "Built-in wildlife aesthetic," I countered. I marched up the rotting wooden steps of the front porch. The boards groaned under my weight. "It gives the place a rustic, organic vibe." I jammed the brass key into the ornate front door. The lock resisted. I jiggled the handle, put my shoulder against the heavy oak, and shoved. The door burst open with a screech of rusted hinges. A cloud of ancient dust rolled over us. We coughed and waved our hands as we stepped into the grand foyer. The interior was a breathtaking monument to 1920s architecture and absolute decay. A magnificent split staircase dominated the room, leading up to a wraparound balcony. Intricate woodwork lined the walls, though half the trim lay scattered on the scuffed hardwood floor. A massive crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, coated in a thick layer of gray grime. Tess raised her camera. The shutter clicked rapidly. "The light in here is actually incredible." "The floorboards are soft," Paige noted. She tapped her sensible flat against the wood. "We have a major rot issue near the baseboards." "It's an open concept opportunity," I said. I gestured broadly toward a massive parlor room where a section of drywall had completely collapsed, exposing the wooden studs. "We have a blank canvas. Let's check the kitchen. I want to see the caterer's prep space." We moved as a pack through the dark, echoing hallways. The air grew cooler and smelled strongly of mildew. We pushed through a swinging wooden door and entered the kitchen. Faded yellow linoleum curled at the edges of the massive room. Industrial-sized stainless steel counters lined the walls, covered in sticky residue and dead leaves. A rusted commercial oven sat in the corner. "I can work with this," Sadie said. She set the bakery box down on a relatively clean patch of counter. "It needs a deep scrub and new appliances, but the square footage is perfect for tiered cake assembly." "Let's check the storage capacity," I said. I walked over to a heavy wooden door tucked in the back corner. A good venue needs a massive walk-in pantry. I grabbed the brass knob and yanked the door open. 2 glowing yellow eyes stared back at me from the top shelf. A massive raccoon sat perched on a stack of rotting wooden crates. Its claws were buried deep inside a decades-old paper bag of flour. White powder coated its gray fur. The creature paused its chewing, locked eyes with me, and unleashed a guttural, demonic hiss. I screamed, The raccoon lunged forward. The flour bag tipped over. A blinding white cloud exploded into the air. "Run!" Chloe shrieked. Chaos erupted. I slammed the pantry door shut, just as something heavy slammed against the wood from the inside. The hinges rattled. I spun around, slipped on the dusty linoleum, and scrambled backward. Sadie grabbed her bakery box. Paige clutched her red binder like a shield. We sprinted out of the kitchen, pushed through the swinging door, and fled down the hallway. We did not stop running until we reached the grand foyer. I collapsed onto the bottom step of the split staircase. My chest heaved. White flour coated the front of my paint-splattered overalls. I caught my reflection in the tarnished mirror above the foyer's console table. Flour white face, brown curls gone a chalky gray. A hydrangea petal clung stubbornly to my shoulder. Chloe leaned against the newel post and gasped for air. Tess stood near the front door, her camera clutched tightly in both hands. "Did you capture the wildlife aesthetic on film?" Paige asked Tess. She aggressively smoothed a wrinkle out of her navy blazer. "I missed the shot," Tess admitted. She pulled out 5 enormous lemon poppy seed muffins and began passing them around. "Stress carbs, everyone take one. We need to regulate our blood sugar." I took a muffin and stared at the peeling floral wallpaper. The adrenaline from the raccoon encounter slowly drained away, leaving behind a cold, hard knot of dread. The Vanderhoven Diamond Jubilee surfaced the way it always did when things went sideways. My assistant forgot to file a noise variance for the most exclusive event in Chicago. The police raided the $1 million party in the middle of the champagne toast, flashing red and blue lights, the horrified faces of the city's elite. I took the full blame to protect her. The event planning industry blacklisted me before the sun came up. We owned a massive rotting mansion filled with hostile woodland creatures. Paige opened her red binder. The metal ring snapped loudly in the quiet foyer. She flipped past 3 color-coded dividers and pulled out a crisp sheet of paper. "Molly," Paige said. Her tone shifted from annoyed to completely serious. "We need to talk about the timeline. The real timeline." I swallowed a bite of dry muffin. It tasted like ash. "We have plenty of time. The grand opening isn't until next June." "The bank doesn't care about the grand opening," Paige countered. She tapped her pen against the paper. "I reviewed the escrow documents and the loan terms last night. The bank released the first half of the renovation funds for the purchase. They are holding the second half in reserve." "Right," I said. I forced another manic smile. "Standard procedure." "The stipulation requires the ground floor to be structurally safe and pass a preliminary town inspection," Paige continued. She looked up from the binder and met my eyes. "We have to hit that milestone by Labor Day. If we fail the inspection, the bank pulls the second half of the loan. We lose the house, the money, and the business." Silence fell over the foyer. The task ahead of us was monumental. Labor Day was only 6 weeks away. We had a sagging roof, a rotting porch, questionable floorboards, and a hostile raccoon. I looked at my 4 best friends. They had drained their savings accounts for this dream. Chloe gave up her apartment in Seattle to move into the cramped carriage house out back. Sadie was running her bakery on fumes to fund her share. Tess had pawned her backup lenses. Paige had staked her professional reputation on this venue. I could not fail them. The memory of the flashing police lights in Chicago burned in the back of my mind. "This house has good energy," Chloe said softly. She sat down on the step next to me and bumped her shoulder against mine. "It just needs a little love. Archibald Everhart built this place for his fiancée. It has romance in its bones." "It has termites in its bones," Paige corrected gently, but she closed the red binder and sat on my other side. Sadie offered me a second muffin. "We are in this together, Molly. We pooled our money. We share the risk. You don't have to fix everything by yourself." Their support felt like a heavy blanket, settling over my shoulders. I appreciated the warmth, but the weight threatened to crush me. I needed to prove I had this under control. I needed to take immediate physical action to combat the rising tide of panic. I stood up and brushed the flour off my overalls. I marched over to the pile of supplies we dumped by the door and dug through a pink floral canvas tote bag. My hand closed around the rubber grip of a small, woefully inadequate hammer. "Where are you going?" Tess asked. "I am going to start fixing the exterior," I declared. I gripped the hammer tightly. "We need to show progress. I am going to repair the front porch right now." I marched out the front door before anyone could stop me. The mid-morning sun beat down on the overgrown lawn. The humidity curled the stray brown hairs escaping my messy bun. I stood on the rotting wooden boards of the front porch and surveyed the damage. A thick, ornate wooden spindle dangled loosely from the porch railing. The bottom joint had completely separated from the base. I targeted the loose spindle. I just needed to fix one single thing to prove this wasn't a mistake. I raised the cheap hammer. I brought it down hard against the top of the wooden rail, aiming to force the spindle back into its designated slot. The wood splintered with a loud crack. The vibration shot up my arm. The entire section of the railing gave way. Gravity took over immediately. I pitched forward over the edge of the porch. The broken railing crashed into the dirt below. I followed it down, flailing my arms in a desperate attempt to catch myself on empty air. I landed squarely in the center of a massive, overgrown hydrangea bush. Thick branches snapped under my weight. Dry leaves and crushed petals exploded into my face. Dirt filled my mouth. I lay tangled in the scratchy foliage, staring up at the bright blue sky, the pink hammer still clutched in my right hand. A deep, gruff voice cut through the quiet morning air. "Do you usually do demolition with your face?" I spit a mouthful of dirt onto a green leaf. I untangled my left arm from a thorny branch and pushed myself up to a sitting position. I glared through the broken foliage toward the gravel driveway. A man stood next to the bumper of my rental car. He was at least 6'2", with broad shoulders that completely filled out a faded green flannel shirt. He had rolled the sleeves up past his elbows, exposing thick, tanned forearms. A dark scruff covered his jaw, looking like a deliberate 2 days of growth. He wore heavy, dust-covered work boots and dark denim jeans. He possessed a dark, intense gaze, and his current expression suggested I was the most annoying obstacle he had encountered all year. I slipped, I lied. I scrabbled out of the bush, frantically brushing crushed hydrangea petals off my flour-stained overalls. I pitched my voice up, slipping into my professional event planner tone. I am taking a hands-on approach to the property assessment, identifying structural weaknesses through kinetic testing. The man stared at me. He rubbed the back of his neck with a large, calloused hand. "You hit a rotted baluster with a picture-hanging hammer and fell in a bush," he stated flatly. "It was a calculated strike," I countered. I lifted my chin and gripped the hammer tighter. He ignored my defense entirely. He stepped forward, his boots crunching loudly on the gravel. He walked past me and approached the broken section of the porch. He moved with a deliberate, efficient economy. He kicked the base of the supporting column with the steel toe of his boot. A shower of dry, powdery wood rained down onto the dirt. "Termite damage," he said. His deep voice carried zero emotion. "The entire load-bearing structure of this porch is compromised. The roof line is sagging by 3 inches on the east side, indicating foundational settling. You have active water intrusion near the chimney flashing." He turned his head and locked his dark eyes on mine. "You have absolutely no business swinging a hammer on this property. You are a liability lawsuit waiting to happen." My defensive instincts flared. I hated being told what I could not do. I stepped out of the flower bed and marched onto the driveway to face him. "Excuse me." I put my hands on my hips. "I am the owner of this estate. I am managing the venue renovation. I understand we have a few cosmetic challenges, but my team and I are perfectly capable of executing a phased revitalization plan." "Cosmetic challenges," he repeated. A dry, humorless sound escaped his throat. "Lady, this house is a teardown. The only phased plan you need involves a bulldozer and a dumpster." "We are not tearing it down," I snapped. The panic over the Labor Day deadline spiked hard in my chest. "We are restoring it. I hired a local contractor to handle the heavy structural work. He should be arriving any minute. I suggest you leave before he gets here." The man reached into the front pocket of his jeans. He pulled out a folded piece of paper and held it up. I recognized the letterhead. It was the work order request I had emailed out 3 days ago. "I am the contractor," he said. "Jack Sullivan. Sullivan Restoration and Construction." I froze. I stared at his scruffy jaw and the broad expanse of his flannel-clad chest. This was the man I needed to save my venue. This was the man who held the fate of our Labor Day deadline in his calloused hands. "Oh," I managed to say. I quickly smoothed my chaotic curls behind my ears and offered my hand. "Molly Anderson, it is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Sullivan. I apologize for the misunderstanding. If you step inside, I can walk you through the preliminary scope of work." Jack Sullivan did not take my hand. He looked at the broken porch railing, then looked at the flour and dirt covering my clothes. "There is no scope of work," Jack said. He folded the paper and shoved it back into his pocket. "I drove out here as a courtesy because Marge down at the diner said a group of girls bought the Everhart place and needed help. But I don't take suicide missions." "It is not a suicide mission," I argued. "It is a historic preservation project, with a tight timeline. It's a money pit, Jack corrected. His tone remained infuriatingly calm and blunt. The structural rot alone will eat your entire budget. The wiring is probably a fire hazard. The plumbing is shot. You need a miracle, not a contractor. I have the capital. I lied smoothly. I could not tell him about the bank's ultimatum. I just need a professional to execute the stabilization phase. Find someone else to execute it, Jack said. He turned his back on me and walked toward a heavy-duty black pickup truck parked near the road. I build things that last. I don't waste my time patching up disasters for people who don't know the difference between a load-bearing beam and a decorative column. Wait, I called out. I took a step forward. I will pay double your standard rate for expedited service. Jack reached the driver's side door of his truck. He paused with his hand on the handle. He looked back over his shoulder. Keep your money, Ms. Anderson, Jack said. Buy a return ticket to wherever you came from before this house bankrupts you. He opened the door, climbed inside, and started the engine. The massive truck rumbled to life. He threw it into gear and drove down the long dirt road, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. I stood alone in the driveway. The mid-morning heat pressed down on my shoulders. A stray hydrangea leaf fluttered out of my hair and landed on the toe of my Converse sneaker. I gripped the pink hammer until my knuckles turned white. Jack Sullivan was the only certified structural contractor in Juniper Springs, with availability before Labor Day. I had spent 3 days calling every business within a 50-mile radius. Everyone else was booked solid until October. The cold fact remained: I needed him. The bank required the structural sign-off. If I failed to secure his services, the I Do crew lost everything. I stared down the empty road where his truck had disappeared. I was going to have to figure out how to force the grumpiest, most infuriatingly competent man in town to take this job. I refused to fail again. I would chase Jack Sullivan down, and I would make him build my dream.
Chapter 2. A man of few words and many codes. Jack. A grade 8 hex bolt never changed its mind. I stood in aisle 4 of Callaway Hardware, rolling a half-inch zinc-plated washer between my thumb and index finger. The metal offered a solid, cold reality against my calluses. Hardware possessed a beautiful predictability. A bolt held a specific shear strength. A joist spanned a specific distance. Wood and steel obeyed the laws of physics. Women with chaotic brown curls and pink hammers obeyed absolutely nothing. I tossed the washer back into its plastic bin. The clatter echoed down the quiet aisle. The shelves in Dan Calloway's store pitched a quarter-inch to the left. I pointed this out to Dan 3 years ago. He told me to stop measuring his livelihood with my eyeballs. The space smelled heavily of sawdust, machine oil, and the faint, earthy tang of fertilizer from the garden center out back. It was my favorite place in Juniper Springs. It made sense. You're making a mistake, boss. Big Mike Kowalski leaned against an end-cap display of PVC primer. At 54, my foreman existed as a solid wall of faded flannel, worn denim, and opinions he rarely kept to himself. He held a powdered donut in one massive hand. White sugar dusted his graying beard. I don't make mistakes about structural integrity, Mike. I picked up a box of decking screws and aligned it perfectly with the edge of the shelf. That house is a death trap. The foundation is weeping, the sill plates are powder, and the roof valleys are entirely shot. I am not tying my company to a sinking ship. Mike took a slow, deliberate bite of his donut. It's a paying job, a big one. It's a fantasy. I turned away from the hardware bins and strode toward the front counter. She wants a premier wedding venue by next spring. She has a budget that might cover a decent kitchen remodel, and she thinks enthusiasm is a valid substitute for load-bearing support. Dan Calloway stood behind the ancient cash register. He wore his usual uniform of a faded local softball t-shirt and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. Dan carried the perpetual exhaustion of a man trying to run a business while his brother played mayor. Heard you walked off the Everhart Estate, Dan remarked. He punched a few keys on the register to ring up a coil of copper wire for a customer. Town gossip moves fast. Marge over at the diner says the Chicago girl chased you off with a tape measure. Marge needs to stick to baking cherry pies. I planted my hands on the scratched glass of the counter. I gave her a professional assessment. The property requires a ground-up stabilization plan. She didn't want to hear it. I walked. But the lie tasted sour in my mouth. The structural issues were bad. I handled bad structures every day. The rot in the floorboards didn't send me walking down that long dirt driveway. The smell of the place did. The moment I stepped into that grand foyer, the heavy scent of damp lath and crumbling plaster hit my lungs. It dragged me backward 6 years, to a craftsman house full of drywall dust and a packed suitcase with the zipper gleaming under the harsh work lights. I grabbed a yellow legal pad and a pen from the cup next to Dan's register. "What are you doing?" Mike asked. He tossed his crumpled napkin into a nearby trash can. "I am providing a professional courtesy." I clicked the pen and wrote down the names of 3 heavy-duty commercial contractors based out of Seattle. These guys handle massive historic renovations. They have the crews and the capital to take on a disaster like the Everhart place. I'll drive back, hand her this list, and wash my hands of the entire circus. "She can't afford Seattle contractors," Mike pointed out. "That is an administrative problem." I tore the sheet of paper from the pad and folded it sharply. "I am a carpenter, not a miracle worker. Let's go." The dust from my earlier departure still coated the roadside weeds as my truck crawled back up the long, rutted driveway of the Everhart Estate. Mid-July heat baked the Pacific Northwest landscape, turning the air thick and heavy. The mansion loomed at the end of the drive. Archibald Everhart built the massive Victorian in 1924. It featured a sprawling wraparound porch, a complex slate roof, and 3 stories of intricate decaying woodwork. Locals called it jinxed. Archibald's fiancée left him a week before the wedding. He lived there alone for 40 years. Now the paint peeled in long gray strips like dead skin, and the overgrown hydrangeas choked the foundation. I put the truck in park near the overgrown rose garden. A collective shout echoed across the front lawn before I even killed the engine. I threw open my door. My boots hit the dirt. 5 women gathered around the sagging western corner of the wraparound porch. I categorized them in a split second. A tall woman in a flour-dusted apron over jeans stood on the left. Next to her, a petite woman with a camera strap peeking out from her jacket watched with wide eyes. A woman in a perfectly ironed blouse and an aggressive posture gripped a clipboard. A bohemian-looking woman in a long skirt kneeled in the dirt. And then there was Molly Anderson. Molly stood on the 3rd rung of a rusted, ancient aluminum ladder. She wore paint-splattered overalls and bright red Converse sneakers. Her chaotic brown curls were tied back in a messy knot, but several strands escaped to frame her face. She held a bright pink hammer in her right hand. She swung the hammer. The pink steel connected with a rotted, decorative corbel wedged beneath the main load-bearing porch column. "Hit it again," the woman with the clipboard yelled. "The rot is entirely isolated to the decorative trim. My binder says we can clear the aesthetic debris before the inspection." "I'm hitting it," Molly shouted back. Her voice pitched high with a mix of exertion and manic optimism. "It's wedged tight. Sadie, hold the ladder." Chloe moved back. The woman in the apron gripped the flimsy aluminum rails. The ladder sank an inch into the mud. Molly leaned back, shifting her center of gravity entirely outside the safe parameters of the ladder. She raised the pink hammer and drove the claw end directly into the seam between the corbel and the rotting column. She yanked sideways with all her body weight. The wood groaned. It sounded like a dying animal. The corbel snapped loose. Without the wedged wood to distribute the weight, the rotted base of the column compressed. The entire western corner of the porch roof shifted downward with a violent, terrifying crack. Dust plumed from the eaves. "Nobody move." The command ripped from my throat. I sprinted across the overgrown grass. My boots tore through the weeds. Blood pounded against my eardrums. The heavy slate tiles on the porch roof rattled against each other, threatening to slide off and crush every single person standing below. I reached the porch in 5 strides. I shoved past the woman with the clipboard and grabbed the aluminum rails of the ladder. I planted my boots wide, anchoring the flimsy metal with my entire body weight. The vibration of the shifting roof traveled down the column and buzzed against my palms. "Drop the hammer," I barked. Molly stared down at me. Her hazel eyes were wide. A smudge of brown dirt streaked across her stubborn chin. She clutched the pink hammer to her chest like a shield. "I have it under control," she lied. Her breathing came fast and shallow. "Drop the hammer, Molly." I kept my voice dead level. I stared directly into her eyes, refusing to let her look away. "Open your hand and let it fall into the grass." She drew a breath. Her fingers uncurled. The ridiculous pink tool tumbled down and landed in the weeds with a soft thud. "Now," I continued, adjusting my grip on the rails. You are going to step down, slowly. Do not shift your weight outward. Keep your center of gravity directly over the rungs. Molly nodded. She placed one red sneaker on the next rung down. The ladder wobbled. I tightened my grip until my knuckles turned white. She took another step, then another. Her feet hit the mud. I let go of the ladder, stepped forward, and grabbed her by the shoulders of her overalls. I hauled her backward, dragging her 3 feet away from the drop zone of the sagging roof. I stepped back, putting distance between us, before the adrenaline in my blood made me do something entirely unprofessional, like shake her. "Are you out of your mind?" I demanded. My voice echoed off the peeling siding. "Are you actively trying to put yourself in the hospital?" Molly straightened up. She brushed a stray curl behind her ear, a nervous tick that immediately set my teeth on edge. She lifted her chin, assembling her corporate manager mask with terrifying speed. "We were conducting exploratory demo," she stated. She pointed at the rotted piece of wood resting in the dirt. "We need to clear the non-structural debris so the Historical Society can evaluate the original millwork. It is completely safe." "Safe?" I stepped toward her, invading her space. I pointed up at the roof line. "Look at the pitch of that roof. That is a 2-ton load of original slate resting on a beam that is currently supported by a column with the structural integrity of wet cardboard. You remove the friction wedge holding the compression intact. One stiff breeze off the lake and that entire structure comes down on your head." The woman with the clipboard stepped forward. "Excuse me, I reviewed the original blueprints at Town Hall. The corbels are purely decorative." "The blueprints are 100 years old," I snapped, not taking my eyes off Molly. "Wood rots, loads shift. The decorative corbel became structural when the base of the column decayed. You don't know what you're looking at." "We have a schedule to keep," Molly said. Her voice wavered slightly, betraying the panic hiding behind her bravado. "Labor Day is our progress checkpoint. If we don't show the bank in the town that this venue is viable, they pull our financing. We can't wait for a contractor who refuses to work." "So your solution is suicide by architecture?" "My solution is forward momentum." Molly threw her hands in the air. "I understand you don't like this project, Jack. I understand you look at this house and see a disaster, but I look at it and see a future. My friends and I pooled every dime we have into this estate. We are not walking away. If you won't help us, we will do it ourselves." I stared at her. Her face was flushed. Her eyes flashed with absolute unyielding determination. She carried a frantic energy, a desperate need to prove something to the world. She terrified me. She was a walking, talking construction zone of a human being. "She's right, boss." I turned my head. Big Mike stood a few yards away, his arms crossed over his massive chest. He looked up at the sagging porch roof, then back at me. "They aren't going to stop," Mike said quietly. "You drive away right now. They go back into the shed, find a crowbar, and try to fix that column. Someone is going to get killed. Or worse, they hire Gary from 2 towns over, and he charges them triple to do it wrong." I ground my teeth together. The muscles in my jaw ached. I looked at the other 4 women. The baker looked terrified. The photographer was adjusting her lens cap. The bohemian was examining a crushed fern. The planner was aggressively tapping her pen against her clipboard. And Molly stood her ground, waiting for me to leave so she could get back to work. The architecture of my avoidance crumbled. I couldn't drive away and leave them to be crushed by their own ambition. The protective instinct I spent 6 years burying clawed its way back to the surface, heavy and demanding. I reached into the back pocket of my jeans. I pulled out the folded legal pad paper with the Seattle contractors' names. I crumpled it into a tight ball in my fist. "Fine," I growled. Molly blinked. "Fine? I am taking the job." I tossed the crumpled paper into the bed of my truck. "But we are doing this my way. I am laying down absolute rules, and if you violate a single one, I pack up my tools and I never come back. Are we clear?" A bright, chaotic smile broke across Molly's face. It transformed her entirely. The desperation vanished, replaced by a radiant, terrifying hope. "Crystal clear," she said, her voice breathy. "Name your terms." I stepped closer, forcing her to look up at me. "Rule number 1, I am the boss of this site. My word on safety is final. You do not argue with me about load-bearing walls, electrical wiring, or structural integrity." "Agreed," Molly said quickly. "Rule number 2, I pointed a finger at the offending tool lying in the grass. You do not touch a hammer, a saw, or a pry bar without my explicit clearance. You do not conduct exploratory demo. You do not breathe on a load-bearing structure unless I am standing right next to you. The planner with the clipboard frowned. That severely limits our operational efficiency. Your operational efficiency almost bought you a pine box, I told her bluntly. I looked back at Molly. Rule number 3. We operate on reality. No manic optimism about the timeline. If I tell you a fix takes 3 weeks, it takes 3 weeks. You do not try to hustle the physics of a building. Molly tucked that stray curl behind her ear again. Her fingers trembled slightly. We have deadlines, Jack. I will meet your deadlines. The promise left my mouth before I could weigh the consequences. I will stabilize this house. I will make it safe. But you have to trust me to do my job, and you have to stay out of my way. Molly studied my face. The manic energy faded, leaving something softer and far more dangerous in its wake. She looked at me like I was a foundation she could actually build on. Okay, she whispered. She held out her hand. We have a deal, Jack Sullivan. I looked at her small, calloused hand. I knew exactly what taking it meant. It meant tying myself to a disaster. It meant caring about the outcome. It meant risking the quiet, orderly life I built from the wreckage of my past. I reached out and wrapped my hand around hers. Her grip was surprisingly strong. Warmth radiated from her palm, shooting straight up my arm and settling somewhere deep in my chest. Don't make me regret this, Molly, I said softly. I won't, she promised. She squeezed my hand before letting go. Now, how do we fix the porch? I ran a hand over my jaw, feeling the rough stubble. I turned to look at the sagging roofline. Mike, get the hydraulic jacks and the 6x6 posts from the truck. We need to brace the beam before the wind picks up. Dan over at the hardware store owes me a favor. Call him and tell him to deliver 20 bags of concrete and a new set of anchor bolts. Mike grinned. You got it, boss. I looked down at the women standing in the grass. The rest of you, clear the area. Set up a perimeter 50 feet back. Nobody comes near this porch until I say it's secure. Moving with a synchronized efficiency that surprised me. Chloe and Sadie corralled Paige and Tess toward the rose garden. Molly lingered for a second. She bent down, picked up her pink hammer, and wiped the mud off the handle. She looked up at me, that bright smile returning to her lips. Welcome to the I Do crew, Jack. She turned and walked away before I could point out that I was an independent contractor, not a member of her crew. I walked back to the truck to help Mike unload the heavy equipment. I grabbed the cold steel handle of the hydraulic jack. The weight of it grounded me. I looked back at the crumbling mansion and the woman organizing her friends on the lawn. I just signed up to rebuild a cursed house for a woman who operated like a walking hurricane. I broke every rule I set for my own self-preservation. I allowed the chaos back in, and the worst part was the sudden unfamiliar anticipation humming in my blood. I hoisted the jack onto my shoulder. My quiet, orderly life was officially over.
Chapter 3. Color Swatches at Dawn. Molly. The Everhart Estate offers an unparalleled, bespoke aesthetic for the modern bride. We elevate the traditional lakeside experience by blending historic charm with a curated, high-end design profile. I pinned a strip of fabric to the massive corkboard propped on a wobbly sawhorse. The metallic click of the pushpin echoed in the cavernous, empty space. Imagine a color palette anchored in nature, I continued, sweeping my arm toward the grime-caked floor-to-ceiling windows. Dusty rose, sage, a whisper of blush. These tones harmonize with the natural landscape of Lake Lovelace while providing a sophisticated backdrop for your wedding photography. It is an immersive, luxury environment. I stepped back, crossing my arms over my bright yellow tank top. White plaster dust coated the front of my denim overalls, and my bright red Converse sneakers were rapidly turning a mottled gray. The contrast between my polished Chicago event planner vocabulary and the absolute squalor of the ruined ballroom was aggressive. The air smelled of decades-old dust, damp plaster, and the faint, sweet decay of abandoned wood. Above me, a crystal chandelier hung off-center, missing half its teardrops, looking less like a glamorous centerpiece and more like a hazard. I needed pre-bookings. If I didn't secure at least 3 deposits by the end of August, the bank would freeze the second phase of our renovation loan. The I Do crew would be bankrupt before the leaves changed color. I grabbed another pushpin, forcing a bright, manic smile onto my face, as if a wealthy Seattle bride were actually standing in front of me, instead of a pile of shattered crown molding. "We focus on synergy," I said aloud. "The transition from the grand foyer to the ballroom is seamless." Heavy rhythmic thuds interrupted my presentation. Jack Sullivan strode into the ballroom. His foreman, Big Mike, trailed a few paces behind him. Jack wore his standard uniform: heavy, scuff-marked work boots, faded denim jeans dusted with sawdust, a thick blue and black plaid flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing muscular forearms. A leather tool belt hung low on his hips, loaded with a terrifying array of metal implements. It looked like it weighed 40 pounds. He stopped 10 feet away. His dark, intense eyes swept over my mood board, then dragged slowly over my paint-splattered overalls. He possessed an expression of profound, soul-deep exhaustion. Big Mike offered a sympathetic wave and retreated toward the grand foyer, clearly unwilling to enter the blast zone. "What are you doing, Anderson?" Jack asked. His voice was a low, gravelly rumble that vibrated against the peeling beige wallpaper. "I am finalizing the visual pitch for our marketing materials. I have to lock in the colorways today so Tess can start building the digital mock-ups for the website. Do you prefer the dusty rose or the sage?" Jack did not answer. He turned his back on my meticulously curated fabric swatches. He walked over to the baseboard beneath the largest, most spectacular window overlooking the lake. He reached down to his heavy leather belt and extracted a long, flat metal pry bar. He jammed the curved end of the bar behind a section of the ornate, 100-year-old wooden trim. He yanked backward with a sharp, violent motion. The wood did not splinter. It crumbled. A massive chunk of the baseboard disintegrated into a powdery, sponge-like substance, raining down onto the ruined dance floor. Jack crouched, scooped up a handful of the debris, and walked back toward me. He stopped directly in front of my wobbly sawhorse. He opened his large, calloused hand and dropped the pile of disintegrating wood shavings right into the dead center of my pristine mood board table. The brown, crumbly mess scattered over my dusty rose velvet swatches. "I prefer structural integrity," Jack said. I stared at the ruined fabric. A sharp, familiar spike of panic pierced my stomach. It was the exact sensation I experienced the night the police raided the Vanderhoeven Diamond Jubilee back in Chicago. The terrifying realization that I had focused entirely on the beautiful surface details while a massive, catastrophic failure loomed underneath. "What is that?" I pointed at the mess. "Dry rot." Jack pointed the pry bar toward the east wall. "The entire section beneath those windows is compromised. Water has been seeping in through the cracked masonry outside for at least a decade. The wood is basically paper." "Okay." I pressed my lips together, forcing my voice to remain steady. "We replaced the baseboards. I can adjust the budget for some extra lumber." Jack let out a harsh, humorless exhale. "It is not the baseboards, Molly. The rot extends into the load-bearing studs inside the wall. If we do not tear out that entire 50-foot section by Friday and rebuild the framing, the second-floor bridal suite is going to collapse directly into your luxury, immersive environment." The words hit like physical weights. Tear out the entire wall. Rebuild the framing. The bank loan numbers flashed through my mind, flashing neon red. "We don't have the budget for a structural rebuild of that magnitude this week," I argued, my voice pitching up an octave. "We allocated this week's funds to stabilizing the grand staircase and updating the plumbing in the main floor restrooms. You agreed to that schedule." "The schedule changes when the building tells us it needs to change," Jack stated. He crossed his arms over his broad chest. The pry bar dangled from his right hand. "I am not letting you host a party under a ceiling that might cave in. The East Wing is now a hard hat-only zone." "I have a timeline, Jack. We have to pass the Labor Day progress checkpoint with the bank. We need visible, aesthetic progress to prove to the town and the lenders that this venue is viable." I grabbed my clipboard off the table, holding it to my chest like a shield. "We have to balance the structural fixes with the marketing. If we don't market the space, we get no bookings. If we get no bookings, we run out of money, and your structural fixes won't matter because the bank will repossess the property. Aesthetic progress is useless if the building is a death trap." Jack stepped closer. He towered over me, a solid wall of flannel and stubbornness. "You are living in a fantasy world. You want to pick out napkins and velvet ribbons while the foundation rots out from under you. I am dealing with reality. My reality is a spreadsheet that says we go broke in 6 weeks if I don't sell this vision, I countered, tilting my chin up to meet his glare. You lack vision. You only see what is broken. I see what needs to be fixed, he corrected bluntly. There is a difference. Jack turned on his heel and strode out of the ballroom, his heavy boots thudding against the compromised floorboards. I refused to let him have the last word. I tightened my grip on the clipboard and chased after him. We crossed the threshold into the dark, narrow corridor that connected the grand foyer to the industrial kitchen. The sunlight from the ballroom vanished, replaced by the dim, murky shadows of the hallway. You cannot unilaterally declare an entire wing of my building a hard hat zone, I told his broad back, my canvas sneakers slipping slightly on the grit-covered wood. I need access to that space. Tess is coming by this afternoon to photograph the windows for the brochure. Cancel the photo shoot. Jack did not slow his pace, or tell her to bring a hard hat. We are sticking to the Labor Day deadline, I insisted, flipping a page on my clipboard as I walked, trying to read my own frantic handwriting in the low light. If we shift the plumbing budget to the east wall, we have to delay the restroom tile. If we delay the restroom tile, we miss the health department preliminary inspection. The health department won't inspect a building with a collapsed roof. Stop predicting catastrophes to win the argument. Stop ignoring physics to make your spreadsheet look pretty. He spun around to face me. I was walking too fast, my eyes glued to the budget numbers on my clipboard. I didn't see him stop. More importantly, I didn't see the massive, warped floorboard jutting upward from the hallway floor. My canvas sneaker hooked under the thick edge of the oak plank. My forward momentum betrayed me. The clipboard flew out of my hands, papers scattering into the shadows. Gravity seized control, pulling me violently forward, toward the unforgiving hardwood. I threw my hands out, bracing for the inevitable, painful impact. A heavy metallic clatter echoed through the corridor as Jack dropped his pry bar. Large, calloused hands clamped around my upper arms like iron vices. The sudden, immense strength arrested my fall instantly, stopping my face mere inches from the floor. The jolt snapped through my shoulders. Jack hauled me upward in one fluid, powerful motion. The rapid-fire argument died instantly. The echoing hallway fell completely silent. I stood flat on my feet, but my knees trembled. Jack did not release my arms. We were standing inches apart in the gloom. The chaotic, frantic energy of my panic slammed into the sheer, immovable solidity of him. He was a grounding wire. I registered the specific, sharp scent of him. Fresh sawdust, worn leather, and the clean, salty tang of sweat. His fingers dug into my biceps, entirely uncompromising. I looked up. He wasn't looking at me with the corporate annoyance I was used to from my old bosses. He didn't look at me with the pity my parents offered when I lost my job. His jaw was clenched so tight, the muscle ticked near his ear. He looked genuinely, fiercely furious that I had almost injured myself. His dark eyes moved over my face, cataloging the damage. The intense focus stripped away my manic optimism, leaving me entirely exposed. I couldn't form a corporate buzzword. My throat felt tight. You need to buy proper work boots, Jack said. His voice was a low, rough scrape in the quiet hallway. He didn't yell. He didn't mock my canvas sneakers. The instruction carried a heavy, protective weight. He slowly uncurled his fingers from my arms. The absence of his grip left my skin buzzing with a strange, sudden chill. He crouched down, retrieving its heavy pry bar from the floor. He stood up, gave me one last unreadable look, and walked away toward the kitchen. I remained frozen in the dark corridor. My clipboard lay forgotten on the floorboards. The argument about the dry rot and the budget completely vanished from my mind. I pressed my hands against my denim overalls, trying to steady my breathing, entirely unnerved by how safe those rough, calloused hands had felt. The library served as my makeshift office. It was located on the west side of the mansion, far away from the active demolition zone. By mid-morning, the room was stifling. The July sun beat relentlessly against the glass, trapping the heat inside. The air smelled of decaying paper, old dust, and the stale ghost of cigar smoke from decades past. I sat behind a massive, claw-footed mahogany desk. My laptop sat open, displaying the terrifying color-coded spreadsheet of our dwindling funds. I stared at the numbers, but the data refused to compute. My brain was a chaotic mess of dry rot, bank deadlines, and the lingering phantom pressure of Jack's hands on my arms. I wiped a bead of sweat from my neck. The heat was suffocating. I needed air. I pushed my chair back, the wooden legs scraping loudly against the floor. I marched over to the massive sash window overlooking the lake. The glass was grimy, blurring the bright blue water of Lake Lovelace into a hazy smudge. I placed my palms flat against the bottom wooden frame and pushed upward. The window did not budge. I adjusted my stance, planting my feet shoulder-width apart. I pushed harder, grunting with the effort. My canvas sneakers slipped slightly on the dusty floor. The window remained entirely sealed. I leaned closer, inspecting the frame. A thick, uneven layer of white paint fused the window sash directly to the sill. Whoever had painted the room last had simply painted the window shut, sealing it tight against the world. Frustration boiled up in my chest, hot and sharp. I slammed the heel of my hand against the wooden frame. I grabbed the small metal handles and hauled upward, putting my entire body weight into the motion. Pain flared in my shoulders. The paint didn't even crack. I let go and slumped forward, pressing my hot forehead against the cool, dirty glass. The fight drained out of me, replaced by a sudden, overwhelming wave of defeat. It was a stupid, trivial obstacle, a stuck window, but in that stifling room, it magnified every single failure. The Chicago disaster, the plummeting bank account, the dry rot eating away at the foundation of my only chance at redemption. Nothing works, my brain whispered, echoing the darkest fears I tried so hard to hide from the crew. Everything is broken. I am not strong enough to fix this. Heavy footsteps crossed the threshold. I didn't turn around. I kept my forehead pressed against the glass, too exhausted to assemble my public mask of manic optimism. I knew it was Jack. He was doing his rounds, checking the load-bearing walls on the west side of the property. I braced myself for a sarcastic comment about my lack of upper body strength. I waited for him to tell me I was wasting time on a window when the east wall was collapsing. Jack stopped directly behind me. The scent of sawdust and leather invaded the stale air of the library. He didn't speak. He reached into the front pocket of his faded denim jeans and extracted a small, bright yellow utility knife. He pushed a button on the side, sliding a sharp, triangular razor blade out of the casing. He stepped up beside me. I pulled my head back from the glass, watching him. Jack pressed the tip of the razor blade directly into the thick layer of white paint, sealing the window sash to the frame. He dragged the blade down the vertical seam in one smooth, precise motion. He repeated the action on the opposite side, then sliced horizontally across the bottom sill. The dry paint flaked and separated under the sharp metal. He retracted the blade with a click and shoved the knife back into his pocket. He stepped directly in front of the window, invading my personal space. He placed his large, flat palms against the top wooden sash. The muscles in his forearms flexed, the thick veins standing out against his tan skin. He shoved upward. A loud, sharp crack echoed through the library as the decades-old paint seal shattered. The heavy, wooden window slid upward along its tracks. A cool, glorious rush of lake breeze poured into the stifling room. It swept over my face, carrying the scent of pine needles and fresh water, instantly cutting through the oppressive heat. Jack took a step back. He wiped a smudge of white paint dust from his thumb against his jeans. "Keep it propped open with a book," Jack instructed, his voice gruff and strictly professional. "If the humidity drops tonight, the wood frame will swell and it will stick again." He turned and walked out of the library before I could even open my mouth to say thank you. I stood in the breeze, the cool air drying the sweat on my neck. I looked down at the shattered flakes of white paint resting on the windowsill. I turned and looked out the freshly opened window. Below, on the sprawling, overgrown lawn leading down to the lake, Jack walked toward his truck. His broad shoulders moved with a steady, deliberate rhythm. I touched the rough wood of the window frame. A strange, terrifying realization settled into my chest. I was standing in a ruined mansion. My budget was bleeding out. The east wall was entirely compromised by dry rot. I was fighting a daily, exhausting battle against gravity, decay, and a contractor who communicated entirely in blunt force trauma. But as I stood in the cool breeze he had let into the room, I didn't feel crushed by the weight of the failure. I felt completely, undeniably awake. The friction with Jack wasn't breaking me down. It was sparking me back to life. He didn't placate me with corporate buzzwords. He didn't let me hide behind my manic optimism. He forced me to look at the rot. And then he stood right beside me in the mess, and handed me the reality. I watched his truck pull out of the driveway, the tires crunching over the gravel. I pulled a heavy leather-bound encyclopedia from the nearest shelf and wedged it under the open window sash. I walked back to my mahogany desk and sat down in front of the terrifying spreadsheet. I dragged my fingers through my chaotic curly hair. I wasn't just trying to survive this renovation anymore. I was actively looking forward to fighting with Jack Sullivan tomorrow.
Chapter 4. The Water Fight Protocol. Jack. A deafening crunch echoed off the high ceiling of the second-floor bridal suite bathroom as my pry bar bit into another slab of rotting lath. Century-old plaster rained down onto the floorboards, sending up a thick cloud of gray dust that coated my flannel shirt and settled into the grit of my teeth. I wiped the back of my work glove across my forehead, smearing sweat and chalky debris. The air in the Everhart Estate tasted like neglect and pulverized stone. Beside me, Big Mike let out a low grunt, tossing a shattered piece of hexagonal floor tile into the heavy-duty trash barrel. The thud resonated through the exposed floor joists. We were operating in a rhythm, dismantling the water-damaged disaster zone 1 square foot at a time. Physical labor offered a clean, straightforward equation. You apply force, you remove the rot, you build something solid in its place. It left no room for complicated variables. Unfortunately, the most complicated variable in Juniper Springs was currently marching straight into my hazard zone. The heavy oak door creaked open, swinging wide on rusted hinges. Molly Anderson strode through the swirling dust cloud, completely ignoring the bright yellow caution tape I had strung across the threshold that morning. She wore her signature denim overalls, currently splattered with 3 different shades of primer and oversized plastic safety goggles that dwarfed her face. Her wild, dark curly hair was shoved haphazardly into a messy knot at the top of her head. More concerning than the OSHA violations of her outfit was the item she dragged behind her. Her small hands maintained a white-knuckle grip on the handle of a 10-pound steel sledgehammer. I recognized the scuffed yellow fiberglass handle immediately. She had raided Big Mike's truck. I dropped my pry bar. It hit the subfloor with a sharp clang. Absolutely not. Molly stopped in the center of the debris field. She hoisted the heavy hammer, the steel head resting precariously against her worn canvas sneaker. I am ready to optimize our labor timeline. You are ready to break a toe, I countered, stepping over a pile of splintered baseboards to close the distance between us. Put Mike's hammer down and step behind the yellow tape. She lifted her chin, her hazel eyes magnified and defiant behind the scratched plastic lenses of the goggles. My budget is currently hemorrhaging cash, Jack. Every square foot of drywall I demolish saves us an hour of your billable rate. I am instituting a sweat equity protocol. You are a venue manager, not a demolition crew. I pointed a gloved finger at the floor beneath her boots. Half the joists under this room have dry rot. You swing that 10-pound block of steel the wrong way, you compromise the load-bearing integrity of the floor, and you end up in the first-floor grand foyer. I read the structural report, she argued, shifting her weight. The hammer wobbled. She caught it with both hands, her knuckles turning white. I know which walls are load-bearing. I can handle the cosmetic tear-out. It's synergistic cost reduction. I ground my teeth together. The corporate buzzwords grated against the raw reality of a construction site. This isn't a spreadsheet, Molly. It's a physical hazard. My insurance policy does not cover reckless event planners bludgeoning themselves with my equipment. Big Mike chuckled from the corner, leaning heavily against his push broom. She's got spirit, boss. Gotta give her that. I shot him a dark glare. Do not encourage her. Mike held up his thick, calloused hands in mock surrender. My knees are acting up anyway. I need to grab a water bottle from the cooler down in the kitchen. You two work out the synergistic protocols. He tossed the broom against the wall and lumbered out of the bathroom, abandoning me entirely. I turned my attention back to the liability in overalls. I reached out and wrapped my hand around the fiberglass handle of the sledgehammer, right below her grip. Let go of the tool, Molly. She planted her feet and held on tight. I am paying you to manage the renovation, not micromanage my participation in my own property. We stood there in the dust, engaged in a ridiculous, silent tug-of-war over a piece of construction equipment. Her jaw set in a stubborn line. The oversized goggles slipped down the bridge of her nose, and she blew a stray curl out of her face with a sharp puff of air. She refused to yield an inch. I studied the stubborn set of her shoulders. The Everhart Estate was a money pit, and the recent discovery of extensive structural rot had clearly pushed her into a corner. She needed to feel useful. She needed to exert control over a situation that was rapidly spiraling out of her financial grasp. I exhaled a rough breath and loosened my grip on the handle. Fine. Surprise flickered in her eyes. Fine? If you're going to swing that thing, you're going to do it right. I stepped around to her side. Your stance is entirely wrong. You look like you're preparing to hit a golf ball. She frowned down at her feet. What is wrong with my stance? I nudged her left boot with the toe of my work boot, pushing it a few inches wider. Shoulder width apart. You need a solid base of support. I moved behind her, keeping a careful distance, and tapped her right elbow. Slide your dominant hand up toward the steel head when you lift. You slide it down the handle as you swing. You let the weight of the hammer do the work, not your lower back. Molly adjusted her grip, sliding her small, paint-stained fingers up the yellow fiberglass. She lifted the heavy steel head off the floor, her shoulders strained with the effort. Do not twist your spine, I instructed, my voice dropping to a serious low cadence. You aim for the center of the drywall panels, between the studs. We are clearing the cosmetic layer, not destroying the framing. Am I clear? She nodded, her expression intensely focused. Let gravity do the work. And keep your goggles on. I took a step back, giving her clearance. Start on the east wall. The plaster is already crumbling there. Molly approached the designated wall with the solemn intensity of a soldier heading into battle. She raised the hammer, her form awkward but functional, and brought it down against the brittle drywall. A satisfying crack echoed through the room. A large chunk of plasterboard broke away, revealing the wooden lath beneath. A triumphant smile broke across her face. She turned to me, her cheeks flushed with exertion and victory. Synergistic cost reduction, Sullivan. I shook my head, fighting a small, traitorous smile of my own. Pace yourself, Anderson. You have the whole room to go. I left her happily chipping away at the non-load-bearing wall and stepped out into the shadowed hallway. The air out here was slightly clearer, smelling of aged mahogany rather than pulverized dust. I needed my reciprocating saw to cut through a stubborn section of metal lath near the shower drain. I walked over to my red toolkit resting on the landing of the grand staircase. I unlatched the metal clasps and reached for the heavy saw. The loud, sharp thwack of Molly's hammer echoed from the bathroom, followed by the clatter of falling debris. Then the hammering stopped. I paused, my hand resting on the rubber grip of the saw. The silence stretched for a few seconds. I turned my head toward the open bathroom door, ready to intervene if she had dropped the hammer on her foot. Instead of a cry of pain, her voice drifted out into the hallway. She had stepped into the adjacent bedroom, the future bridal dressing area, to take a phone call. "Hi, Mom," Molly said. Her tone caught my immediate attention. The pitch of her voice had jumped to full octave. It was the exact, high-strung frequency she used when the building inspector arrived unannounced, or when a vendor demanded an upfront deposit. It was her tell for severe, barely contained stress. "No, everything is wonderful," Molly continued, her voice bright and breathless. "The renovation is actually moving ahead of schedule. Jack is making incredible progress." I frowned, staring at the scarred wooden floorboards of the landing. We were not ahead of schedule. The dry rot discovery had pushed our timeline back by at least 3 weeks. "The investors are thrilled," she lied smoothly, the manic cheerfulness layering heavily over her words. "We are mostly dealing with minor cosmetic updates at this point. Just picking out paint swatches and finalizing the trim. Nothing to worry about." My grip tightened on the handle of the saw. The investors were her 4 best friends, and they were currently draining their life savings to keep the foundation from collapsing. There were no paint swatches. We were currently tearing out hazardous waste. "I know," Molly said, her voice dropping a fraction, the forced cheer wavering. "I know you were worried after the Chicago incident. I have everything completely under control. It's going to be a massive success. You don't need to send me those administrative assistant job postings anymore. I'm building something real here." A heavy silence followed her words. I imagined her parents on the other end of the line, sitting in some sunny Florida kitchen, expressing their well-meaning but suffocating doubts. "I promise, Mom, it's perfect." Molly's voice cracked slightly on the last word. I have to get back to the design meeting. I love you too. A soft beep signaled the end of the call. I stood motionless in the hallway. The heavy metal saw felt cold in my hand. My ex-wife, Elena, used to stand in the hallway of our craftsman bungalow and complain about the drywall dust on the hardwood floors. She hated the process of building. She only wanted the finished, perfect result. When she realized the mess of life was permanent, she packed her bags. Molly Anderson was standing in the middle of a literal ruin, surrounded by rotting wood and failing plumbing, and she was painting a picture of perfection for her family. She wasn't lying because she hated the mess. She was lying because she was terrified of being a failure. The Chicago disaster had clearly left a deep, unhealed wound. She carried the heavy, lonely burden of proving her worth to everyone around her, using manic optimism as a shield. The irritation I usually felt toward her constant interference evaporated entirely. A sudden, fierce protective instinct slammed into my chest. She was fighting a war on two fronts, battling the decay of the Everhart Estate and battling the crushing weight of her own expectations. I set the saw down on the toolkit. I lifted my heavy work boot and stomped it deliberately against the wooden floorboards, the loud thud echoing down the hallway. I scraped my soles against the grit, creating a clear auditory warning of my approach. I gave her exactly 10 seconds to compose her mask before I walked back into the bridal suite. When I stepped through the doorway, Molly was back in the bathroom. She had the sledgehammer hoisted in her hands again. The forced bright smile was firmly plastered across her face, though her eyes remained tight and shadowed. Ready for round 2, she announced, her voice pitching up slightly. I walked over to the east wall, keeping my expression entirely neutral. I pointed a gloved finger at a specific section of the plasterboard near the baseboards. You need to be careful here. The original galvanized plumbing runs behind this section to feed the old clawfoot tub. The pipes are brittle. Tap lightly to break the plaster. Do not swing through the wall cavity. Molly nodded, adjusting her oversized goggles. Light taps. I understand. She stepped up to the wall, positioned her boots, and lifted the hammer. The stress of the phone call clearly lingered in her muscles. Instead of the controlled sliding grip I had shown her, she gripped the handle tight and swung with a sudden rigid burst of frustrated energy. The steel head bypassed the plaster entirely and smashed through the lath into the dark cavity of the wall. A sharp metallic crack snapped through the air. It sounded like a gunshot. For a fraction of a second, the room went completely silent. Then the wall exploded. Freezing, highly pressurized water erupted from the shattered century-old pipe. The geyser blasted through the hole in the plaster with the force of a fire hose. The icy spray hit Molly square in the chest, lifting her off her feet. She flew backward, landing hard on the debris-covered floorboards with a shocked gasp. "Molly!" I shouted, dropping to my knees. The water pressure was immense, instantly flooding the bathroom floor and spraying the ceiling. I lunged forward into the freezing torrent. The icy water soaked through my flannel shirt in seconds, shocking my system. I shoved my arm into the jagged hole in the wall, ignoring the sharp edges of the broken lath scraping against my forearm. I grappled blindly in the dark, flooded cavity, searching for the rusted shutoff valve I knew had to be positioned below the main line. The freezing water numbed my fingers. I found the heavy brass knob. It was coated in decades of corrosion and grime. I clamped my hand around it and twisted hard. The metal ground against itself, resisting the motion. I gritted my teeth, planted my boots against the baseboard for leverage, and forced the valve clockwise. The heavy spray sputtered, coughed, and finally died down to a pathetic slow drip. I pulled my arm out of the wall, gasping for breath. Freezing water dripped from my hair, running down my neck and soaking my collar. The bathroom floor was a muddy, flooded disaster. Splintered wood and chunks of wet plaster floated in the rising puddles. I turned slowly, bracing myself for the inevitable fallout. Elena would have screamed. She would have dissolved into angry tears, cursed the house, cursed the mess, and walked away. I expected Molly to have a full panic attack. Her perfect fake narrative had just literally exploded in her face. Molly sat in the center of the flooded room. Her paint-splattered overalls were completely soaked, clinging to her frame. The oversized safety goggles hung crookedly around her neck. Plaster dust had mixed with the lake water, turning into a thick gray mud that streaked across her cheeks and forehead. She stared at the dripping pipe, her chest heaving as she dragged in deep breaths of the cold air. She blinked water from her eyelashes. She looked down at her muddy hands, then over at the heavy sledgehammer resting in a puddle. A small, strange sound escaped her throat. I took a step toward her, holding my hands out in a calming gesture. "Molly, it's okay. We can dry the subfloor. The damage is manageable." She made the sound again. It wasn't a sob. Molly threw her head back and burst into loud, uncontrollable laughter. The sound echoed off the wet walls, bright and genuine and completely unhinged. She laughed until her shoulders shook, slapping her muddy hand against the wet floorboards. She wiped a streak of gray sludge across her forehead, which only made her laugh harder. I froze, kneeling in the freezing water. I stared at her. She wasn't angry. She wasn't demanding perfection. She was sitting in the middle of a catastrophic, freezing mess, and she was finding the absolute joy in the absurdity of it all. The heavy protective mask she wore for her parents was entirely gone. This was the real Molly Anderson, chaotic, resilient, and utterly magnificent. "Synergistic cost reduction," she gasped, between peals of laughter, pointing a shaking finger at the ruined wall. "I really optimized that plumbing, Jack." The rigid, protective walls I had spent 6 years building around my quiet, orderly life cracked right down the middle. The contrast between her messy, vibrant joy and my sterile need for control hit me with the force of a physical blow. I moved toward her, my boots sloshing through the water. I dropped to my knees directly in front of her. The laughter faded slowly from her lips as I invaded her space, though a bright, genuine smile remained. Her hazel eyes met mine, wide and curious. I reached out, my heavy work glove hovering near her face. I pulled the rough leather off my hand, tossing it into the puddle beside us. With my bare hand, I reached forward and gently wiped a thick streak of wet plaster from her cheek with the pad of my thumb. Her skin was cold from the water, but it warmed instantly beneath my touch. She stopped breathing. The air in the ruined bathroom suddenly turned incredibly thick, the dripping pipe fading into the background. My thumb lingered on her jawline. I traced the edge of her cheekbone, clearing away the grit. She didn't pull away. She leaned into the pressure slightly, her eyes darkening, searching my face. I stared down at her bright eyes, the chaotic curls plastered to her forehead, and the muddy water soaking her clothes. A terrifying, undeniable truth solidified in my chest. I wasn't just fixing the Everhart Estate. I was falling completely, hopelessly in love with Molly Anderson, and she was going to ruin my carefully constructed, perfectly safe life in the best possible way.
Chapter 5. Lights Out in the Library. Molly. The wind off Lake Lovelace did not simply blow against the Everhart Estate. It launched a full-scale acoustic assault. Rain lashed the library's antique bay window with the aggression of 1,000 tiny gravel stones. Inside, the heavy scent of damp oak, old dust, and approaching lightning hung thick in the drafty room. I dragged a bright yellow highlighter across another horrifying line item on my spreadsheet. The plumbing repair from last week's burst pipe had officially eaten our contingency fund, chewed it up, and spit it out onto the floorboards. I clicked my pen, once, twice, 3 times in rapid succession. The mechanical sound offered a tiny illusion of control over a project spiraling rapidly into chaos. A loud, percussive thwack echoed through the room. Jack Sullivan, a local contractor who wore his permanent scowl like a uniform, stood on a battered aluminum step stool near the glass. At 6'2", his broad shoulders stretched the fabric of his faded green flannel shirt. A day or two of dark stubble shadowed his square jaw. He wielded a heavy-duty staple gun in one hand and a massive sheet of thick industrial plastic in the other. "The electrical inspector is still coming on Thursday," I announced to the room at large. "A little coastal squall won't delay the municipal government." Thwack! Jack drove another staple into the ancient mahogany trim. He did not turn around. "The municipal government shuts down if the barista at the Silver Spoon calls in sick. A summer storm with 50-mile-an-hour gusts will absolutely keep Henderson in his recliner." Henderson is a professional. I clicked my pen again. "And we are on a schedule. We lose a week on the wiring, we lose our spot with the drywall crew. We lose the drywall crew, the first floor isn't sealed before the end of August. We don't seal the first floor, the bank gets very curious about our progress." Jack stepped down from the stool. He moved with a deliberate, grounded economy, boots thudding softly against the hardwood. He folded the remaining edge of the plastic tarp, his large hands managing the unwieldy material with frustrating ease. The roof over the east wing is currently 20% blue tarp. You want to talk about schedules? Talk to the wind. I am talking to you. I tapped my highlighter against the ledger. Because you are the contractor, you are supposed to tell me everything is fine and we are ahead of schedule. He crossed his arms over his chest. The action pulled the flannel tighter across his biceps. I forced my gaze back down to the spreadsheet. I tell you the truth, Jack said. His gruff voice carried easily over the rattle of the window panes. The truth is, this house is a disaster. The bones are old, the wiring is a fire hazard, and that window frame is rotted straight through to the studs. You can't spreadsheet your way out of water damage, Molly. My chest tightened. The manic optimism I wielded like a shield threatened to crack. I needed the spreadsheet. I needed the color-coded columns and the neat little rows. If the numbers stayed in their boxes, the project stayed manageable. If the project stayed manageable, I wouldn't ruin the lives of the 4 women currently crammed into the converted carriage house out back. I am adjusting the budget, I said, my voice pitching up a frantic half-octave. We can absorb the plumbing hit if we downgrade the ballroom chandeliers from crystal to high-end glass. And if we source the bathroom tiles from the surplus supplier in Seattle, we save another 12%. It works. The math works. You're assuming we don't find another leak behind the plaster in the bridal suite. There are no more leaks. I gripped the edge of the massive dusty desk. We are officially declaring a ban on new leaks. A massive crack of thunder shook the floorboards directly beneath my Converse sneakers. The antique chandelier suspended above the desk flickered violently. The bulbs buzzed with a loud, angry hum. Then, the light died. Pitch blackness swallowed the library instantly. The sudden absence of the electric hum amplified the howling wind outside. Perfect, I muttered into the dark. Add an electrician to the spreadsheet. Heavy boots shifted on the floorboards. A sharp click broke the silence, and a brilliant, harsh beam of white light cut through the room. Jack held a heavy-duty contractor flashlight, its beam sweeping across the peeling wallpaper and rows of empty bookshelves. Stay put, he ordered. He walked toward the corner of the room, the beam bouncing off the floor. He set the heavy flashlight upright on a high bookshelf, pointing the lens directly at the ceiling. The harsh white light scattered against the plaster, creating a dim, diffuse glow that illuminated the library in a hazy twilight. I blew a stray curl out of my face and reached for my phone to use the screen as a reading light. I can probably still read the bottom line if I hold it close enough. Jack walked back over and dropped into the cracked leather armchair opposite the desk. The antique springs groaned under his weight. Put the pen down, Molly. I have 3 more line items to reconcile. The hallway outside this door is a hazard zone of pulled-up floorboards and exposed nails. He leaned back, crossing one ankle over his knee. We aren't walking through the estate in the dark. We wait out the worst of the squall right here. I stared at him through the dim light. He looked disturbingly comfortable sitting in the ruins of a house that was actively draining my bank account. The shadows caught the sharp angles of his cheekbones and a strong line of his nose. I don't do well with waiting, I said. His dark eyes locked onto mine. Deprived of the blinding overhead light and the distraction of his staple gun, his focus carried a physical weight. What's actually on that piece of paper making you stress-click your pen like a telegraph operator? Drywall costs, I lied smoothly. Gypsum board is experiencing a supply chain disruption. I blinked. Excuse me? I know what gypsum board costs. Jack's voice remained low, a steady rumble beneath the sound of the rain. I also know you. You don't panic over supply chains. You negotiate with suppliers until they give you a discount to make you go away. Something else is eating at you. You've been pacing a trench into the floorboards since I got here. I crossed my arms, mimicking his defensive posture. I am managing a multi-million-dollar historic renovation with a budget that requires miracles. I am allowed to pace. You're driving yourself into the ground. He tilted his head, studying my face in the shadows. You haven't slept more than 4 hours a night since you bought this place. You're trying to force a 100-year-old house onto a corporate timeline. Why the rush? Why this specific breakneck speed? The question hit the exact center of my chest. My manic optimist mask, the one I wore for Chloe, Sadie, Paige, and Tess, fractured. The darkness of the room made it impossible to maintain the performance. The dim light stripped away the distractions, leaving only the quiet intensity of the man sitting across from me. I uncrossed my arms and stood up. Pacing was impossible in the cramped space behind the desk, so I walked around to the front and hopped up to sit on the edge of the mahogany wood. I swung my legs, the rubber soles of my sneakers thumping lightly against the drawers. "Did you ever Google me?" I asked. Jack frowned. "No, why would I?" "Most contractors run a background check on the people hiring them for a massive commercial job. Make sure they actually have the funds." Mike checked the escrow account. The money cleared. I didn't care about your internet footprint. "If you had Googled Molly Anderson event planning," I said, my throat tightening, "you would have found a very entertaining series of articles in the Chicago Tribune from about 3 years ago, specifically regarding the Vanderhoven Diamond Jubilee." Jack remained perfectly still. He didn't interrupt. He simply listened, giving me the space to fill the quiet room. "The Vanderhovens are old Chicago money," I explained, staring at my hands resting in my lap. "They hired my firm for their 50th anniversary gala. $1 million budget, 500 guests, ice sculptures, imported orchids, a string quartet flown in from Vienna. It was the crown jewel of my career, the event that was going to make me a senior partner." I went very still. The memory tasted like expensive champagne and ash. My assistant, a 22-year-old kid fresh out of college, was in charge of the municipal paperwork. She forgot to file the noise variance for the outdoor fireworks display and the amplified band. I let out a short, hollow laugh. "It's a very simple form, 1 page." She left it in her desk drawer. Jack's expression closed off, but he stayed silent. "We launched the fireworks right over Lake Michigan at 10 o'clock, I continued. By 10:15, the Chicago Police Department arrived. 3 squad cars. They walked right onto the terrace mid-toast, shut down the band, confiscated the sound equipment, and issued a massive citation to the family in front of the mayor, the governor, and half the city council. The wind slammed against the plastic tarp covering the window, a violent reminder of the storm outside. "The firm fired me the next morning," I whispered. "They needed a scapegoat. The kid was terrified. She would have never worked in the industry again. So, I took the fall. I signed the paperwork claiming I reviewed the permits and approved the launch. I packed my desk, walked out, and within a week my name was entirely blacklisted in the city." I finally lifted my head and met Jack's gaze. The dim light caught the intensity in his eyes. "That's why I need the spreadsheet to work," I told him, my voice cracking on the final word. "I convinced my 4 best friends to empty their savings accounts. Chloe, Sadie, Paige, Tess. They gave me everything they had to buy this ruined house because they believed I could build a business out of it. If I fail here, Jack, if this venue collapses because I miscalculated a plumbing repair or failed a municipal inspection, I don't just lose my job. I ruin the only people in the world who actually trust me." A long silence opened up between us. I braced myself for the pragmatic response. I expected him to point out the extreme risk, to agree that the house was a money pit, or to offer a gruff, uncomfortable change of subject. Instead, Jack stood up. He moved out of the leather chair and crossed the few feet separating us. He stopped directly in front of me, so close I could smell the distinct scent of cedar sawdust clinging to his flannel, and the faint metallic tang of the rain on his skin. The warmth radiating from his body cut through the damp chill of the drafty library. He didn't offer a platitude. He didn't tell me everything would be perfectly fine. "This house is a disaster," Jack said, his voice dropping to a low, rough register. I flinched, preparing for the blow. "The roof leaks. The wiring is shot. The foundation needs a small miracle," he continued, stepping even closer, forcing me to tilt my head back to maintain eye contact. "But the bones, Molly. The bones are solid." He reached out. His large, calloused hand moved slowly, telegraphing his intention, giving me every opportunity to pull away. I stayed perfectly still. His fingers brushed against my neck, pushing the chaotic curls back over my shoulder. His thumb came to rest gently against my jawline. The rough texture of his skin against mine sent a sharp, grounding jolt straight through my chest. "It's worth saving," Jack said softly. "The house, the project, you took a career-ending hit to protect a 22-year-old kid," he murmured, his thumb stroking a slow, deliberate line along my jaw. "That isn't failure. That's loyalty. That's exactly why your friends gave you their money. They didn't bet on the house. They bet on you." The panic that had been riding my ribs for 6 months suddenly unspooled. The frantic need to control every variable evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming, terrifying sense of safety. He saw the absolute worst of my professional life, the ruin I tried so hard to hide, and he didn't blink. He stepped closer. I looked up at him. The gruff, unapproachable contractor mask he wore for the town was completely gone, leaving an open, raw intensity that made my pulse hammer against my throat. "Jack," I breathed. He leaned down. The kiss did not ask for permission, nor did it offer a polite inquiry. It was a definitive, grounding statement. His lips met mine with a firm, steady heat that anchored me directly to the present moment. I gasped, my hands instinctively flying up to grip the front of his flannel shirt. The fabric was soft beneath my fingers, a stark contrast to the hard muscle underneath. He stepped into the V of my legs as I sat on the desk, closing the remaining distance between us. His free hand slid around my waist, pulling me flush against him. The kiss deepened, sweeping away the spreadsheets, the budgets, and the howling storm outside. There was a quiet desperation in the way he held me, a heavy emotional weight that communicated a profound need for connection. I responded with equal fervor, my fingers tangling in the short hair at the nape of his neck. The taste of dark coffee and something entirely his own flooded my senses. For the first time since arriving in Juniper Springs, I didn't feel the need to fix anything. I didn't need to manage the situation. I simply existed in the shelter of his arms, letting the overwhelming relief wash over me. We stayed like that, anchored together in the dim twilight of the library, the rain battering the plastic tarp completely forgotten. His thumb traced my cheek, his mouth moving over mine with a slow, deliberate care that made my chest ache with a sudden, fierce hope. Clunk. The mechanical sound echoed from the basement directly beneath us, sharp and loud. Instantly, the antique chandelier overhead blazed to life. The bulbs, freed from the power outage, emitted a blinding, harsh yellow light that flooded every corner of the room. Jack broke the kiss with the speed of a man touching a live electrical wire. He stepped back, stumbling slightly against the edge of the leather chair. He blinked rapidly against the sudden glare. The open, vulnerable intensity in his eyes vanished, replaced in a fraction of a second by stark, undeniable panic. His posture went rigid, his shoulders locking into a defensive line. I sat frozen on the edge of the desk, my hands hovering in the empty air where his shirt had been. My lips burned. My heart raced a frantic rhythm against my ribs. "Jack," I whispered, the words sounding loud in the brightly lit room. He dragged a hand roughly across his jaw. Unapproachable contractor mask slammed back into place with the force of a steel door. He refused to meet my eyes. He stared fixedly at the stack of invoices near my left elbow. "Power's back," he said. His voice was entirely flat, devoid of any emotion. "I can see that." He walked over to the bookshelf, grabbed his heavy-duty flashlight, and clicked it off. He shoved it into the deep pocket of his canvas work pants. Every movement was sharp, jerky, and entirely focused on escape. "Storm must have blown past the main grid," Jack muttered, adjusting his tool belt. He still did not look at me. "I need to check the breaker box in the basement. Make sure the surge didn't fry the temporary panel we installed for the power tools." "The breaker box," I repeated numbly. "Yeah. Then I need to secure the perimeter. Check the tarps on the east wing." He turned toward the hallway. "Stay away from the window." He walked out of the library without a single backward glance. His heavy boots pounded down the hallway, the sound retreating rapidly toward the grand staircase and the basement door. I sat alone in the blindingly bright, dusty room. The scent of cedar and sawdust lingered in the air, a ghost of the man who had just stood in front of me. I touched my fingertips to my lips. They were still tingling. I stared at the empty doorway, the reality of the last 10 minutes crashing over me. I had just dropped my shield. I had handed Jack Sullivan the absolute truth of my failures and the power to completely shatter me. He had responded by anchoring me, kissing me, and then running away the second the lights came on.
Chapter 6. The Blueprint for Us. Jack. I spent 12 hours convincing myself that running away from a kiss was a tactical retreat rather than an act of cowardice. The cold coffee in my mug offered no absolution. I sat alone in the red vinyl emergency booth at the Silver Spoon Diner, staring at the dark, sludgy surface of the liquid. The diner smelled heavily of frying bacon, old grease, and the sharp tang of cheap citrus cleaner. Early morning light filtered through the front windows, casting long, dusty shadows across the black and white checkered floor. I traced the cracked rim of the ceramic mug with my thumb. My knuckles were white. I had spent the entire night pacing the hardwood floors of my pristine, silent craftsman bungalow. I checked the breaker box in my hallway 10 separate times. I reorganized my tool belt. I did everything in my power to avoid going back to the Everhart Estate, to avoid facing the dark library, the sudden loss of power, and the terrifying electric pull of Molly Anderson. The bell above the diner door jingled. Molly walked in. She wore paint-splattered denim overalls over a faded yellow t-shirt. Her chaotic brown curls were piled into a messy knot on top of her head, secured by what looked like a spare pencil. She carried a clipboard against her chest like a shield. Her hazel eyes scanned the room, landing on my booth. She forced a bright, overly caffeinated smile onto her face. The expression did not reach her eyes. She slid into the booth opposite me. The vinyl shrieked in protest. "Morning," she chirped. The pitch of her voice sat half an octave higher than usual. I brought the updated vendor spreadsheets and the revised timeline for the south corridor. She slapped the clipboard onto the Formica table. The metal clip echoed in the quiet diner. Before I could formulate a response, Marge Miller materialized at our table. The town matriarch wore a floral apron over a sensible gray dress. She held a massive slice of cherry pie on a thick white plate in one hand and a steaming carafe of coffee in the other. Marge set the pie dead center between us. She topped off my cold mug with fresh scalding coffee, then filled a mismatched green mug for Molly. Marge paused, her sharp blue eyes darting from Molly's rigid posture to my clenched jaw. "You two look like you're preparing for a funeral instead of a renovation," Marge stated. She tapped the table with a red fingernail. "Eat the pie. It helps with the misery." Marge turned and marched back toward the kitchen counter. Molly stared at the cherry pie. The bright red filling oozed onto the white porcelain. She reached for her coffee, her fingers trembling slightly before she wrapped both hands around the ceramic to steady them. "So," Molly began, her voice tight, "the south corridor." I cleared my throat. I needed to establish a perimeter before the absolute chaos of her existence dismantled the quiet, controlled life I had spent 6 years constructing. "We need parameters," I said. My voice came out gruff, the sentences short and clipped. "The budget is tight. The structural integrity of the house is compromised. The inspections are looming." Molly blinked. She pulled a pen from her messy bun, her curls spilling slightly over her left ear. "Right, the inspections. I have Glenda at town hall on my call list for today." I leaned forward. I kept my hands flat on the table, away from her. "The project requires complete focus. We are dealing with load-bearing walls, Molly. We are dealing with black mold, faulty wiring, and a foundation that might require a complete secondary pour. We cannot afford distractions." She stopped writing. Her eyes lifted from the clipboard. The frantic, manic optimism drained from her face, leaving behind a stark, quiet vulnerability. She understood exactly what I meant by distractions. "I am proposing a rule," I continued, forcing the words past the dry lump in my throat. "Strictly professional. From this point forward, we are a contractor and a client. We discuss the house, we discuss the budget, nothing else." I waited for the argument. I waited for her to bring up the library, the storm, the way she had leaned into my chest in the dark. I braced myself for the emotional fallout. Instead, Molly blinked twice, lifted her chin, and completely transformed. The vulnerable woman vanished. The Chicago corporate event planner took her place. She sat up straighter, her spine a rigid line against the red vinyl. She offered a crisp, perfectly hollow smile. "Absolutely," Molly agreed. Her voice was smooth, efficient, and entirely devoid of warmth. "I completely agree, Jack. We need to ensure total alignment on our key deliverables. Establishing core boundaries is essential for synergizing our workflows and meeting our Q3 milestones." The corporate buzzwords hit me like physical blows. She was using them as armor, sliding perfectly into a pristine, untouchable persona. "Alignment," I repeated, the word tasting like ash. "Exactly," Molly said. She tapped her pen against the clipboard. "We need to maximize our on-site efficiency. Strictly professional. It's the optimal strategy for the Everhart Estate." She took a quick, decisive sip of her coffee. She did not touch the pie. "Good," I managed to say. "Then we have an understanding." "Crystal clear," Molly replied. She slid out of the booth, grabbing her clipboard in one fluid motion. "I will meet you on site. I need to review the staging area for the drywall delivery." She turned and walked out of the diner. The bell jingled a second time, marking her exit. I sat alone in the booth. I stared at the untouched cherry pie. I had executed my plan flawlessly. I had protected my business and protected my quiet life. I had won the battle. A heavy, suffocating weight settled in my chest. I threw a $5 bill on the table and walked out into the morning air, feeling entirely defeated. The Everhart Estate smelled of pine resin, decades-old dust, and damp plaster. A massive cavern of exposed beams and torn-out walls. Sunlight cut through the tall, grime-caked windows, illuminating millions of dust motes dancing in the air. I stood near the base of the grand split staircase, holding a heavy-duty tape measure. I pulled the metal tape tight against a vertical stud, checking the spacing for the third time. The framing needed to be perfect. If the bones of the house were weak, the entire structure would eventually collapse. I marked a pencil line on the wood. I reached to my left, grabbing a fresh 2x4 from a stack leaning against the remaining plaster wall. Bright pink ink caught my eye. Written across the rough grain of the lumber in thick, undeniable Sharpie marker was a message. "Don't forget to call Glenda about the permit, Grumpy." I stared at the wood. The handwriting was looped, chaotic, and entirely Molly. It was a purely professional reminder, perfectly adhering to our new rule. Yet the delivery method and the nickname undermined the entire concept. I pulled my flat carpenter's pencil from behind my ear. I pressed the thick graphite against the wood just below her bright pink letters. "Glenda and I have a mutual understanding based on my ability to read a tape measure," I wrote, my handwriting sharp and blocky. "Focus on the drywall delivery, boss." I left the board leaning prominently against the sawhorse where she would inevitably find it. I wiped the sawdust from my jeans and checked my watch. Noon. The crew needed coffee. I needed an excuse to leave the property. I drove my truck into town, bypassing the close, convenient gas station and heading straight for Sugar and Tide. Sadie Miller's bakery sat next to the local gym, the smell of cinnamon rolls spilling out onto the sidewalk. I walked inside, ordered black drip coffee for Big Mike and the drywallers, and then hesitated at the counter. Our mandate was strictly professional. A contractor does not memorize a client's specific ridiculous beverage preferences. A contractor buys bulk coffee in a cardboard box. "I also need an iced latte," I told Sadie, handing over my credit card. Half calf, oat milk, extra foam, a dash of cinnamon on top. Sadie raised a blonde eyebrow, a knowing smirk playing at the corner of her mouth. She didn't say a word, just turned to the espresso machine and began steaming the oat milk. 20 minutes later, I carried the cardboard tray of drinks back into the Everhart Estate. The rhythmic, aggressive sound of metal scraping against wood echoed from the ballroom. I walked through the arched doorway. The ballroom was the crown jewel of the house, featuring floor-to-ceiling windows that faced Lake Lovelace. Right now, it was a war zone of torn carpet and rotting trim. Molly knelt on the floor near the far wall. She gripped a heavy steel crowbar with both hands, wedging the curved end behind a stubborn piece of oak baseboard. She grunted, putting her entire body weight into pulling the tool backward. The wood groaned but refused to yield. "You need leverage," I announced, stepping into the room. Molly jumped, releasing the crowbar. She spun around, wiping a streak of dust from her forehead, completely missing the smudge of dirt on her chin. "I have leverage," she insisted, her breathing slightly elevated. "The house is just being stubborn." "The house has 80-year-old iron nails holding that trim," I corrected. I walked across the room, stopping 2 feet away from her. I held out the plastic cup. "Drink this. Let me pull the board." Molly looked at the cup. She read the label Sadie had slapped on the side. She looked up at me, her hazel eyes wide and questioning. "Half-calf oat milk extra foam?" she asked, her voice dropping its corporate shield for a fraction of a second. "The crew needed caffeine," I lied smoothly. It was easier to get everyone something. She reached for the cup. I reached for the crowbar. Our hands crossed in the narrow space between us. Her fingers brushed against my knuckles. A sharp, grounding jolt of static electricity snapped against my skin. The physical contact bypassed every logical boundary I had spent the morning constructing. The rough calluses on my hand contrasted against the soft, paint-speckled skin of her fingers. The banter died in my throat. I froze. Molly froze. She didn't pull her hand away. She looked up, her gaze locking onto mine. The vast, dusty ballroom shrank until the only thing existing in the space was the two of us and the quiet, ragged sound of her breathing. I dropped my gaze to her mouth. The memory of the library, the darkness, the rain, the desperate, quiet way she had held onto my shirt, rushed over me in a tidal wave. I abruptly stepped back. My work boots scraped loudly against the gritty floorboards. I cleared my throat, violently severing the connection. I grabbed the cold steel of the crowbar, turning my back to her, and facing the stubborn baseboard. "Check the drywall staging in the foyer," I commanded, my voice harsher than I intended. "Mike needs the space cleared by 1 o'clock. I jammed the crowbar behind the oak trim. I didn't look back to see her reaction. I heard the soft rustle of her denim overalls, the squeak of her sneakers, and then the quiet, retreating footsteps as she left the ballroom. I leaned my weight against the steel bar. The oak cracked and splintered, pulling away from the wall. I had set a strict rule at 8 in the morning. By noon, I had completely failed. Late afternoon sunlight bathed the gravel driveway in a heavy golden glow. The heat of the day radiated upward from the hood of my truck. The smell of diesel fuel and hot metal hung in the stagnant air. I stood at the front bumper, leaning over a massive sheet of architectural blueprints spread across the hood. I held my carpenter's pencil in my right hand. I stared at the schematic for the second-floor load-bearing beams. The lines on the paper blurred together. I hadn't made a single mark in 20 minutes. Heavy footsteps crunched on the gravel. Big Mike Kowalski walked around the side of the truck. He wore a faded Union t-shirt and jeans coated in a fine layer of white drywall dust, methodically wiping grease and grime from his thick fingers. Mike stopped next to the front tire. He looked at the blueprints. He looked at me. "You measured that same window casing in the foyer 3 times today," Mike stated. His voice was a low, gravelly rumble. "And you've been staring a hole through that paper since 3 o'clock. You're burning daylight, boss." I kept my eyes on the blueprints. "I'm reviewing the structural load parameters for the east wing." Mike snorted. He tossed the red rag onto the edge of the hood. "Bull, you're hiding by your truck. What happened with the boss lady?" "Nothing," I said, gripping the pencil tighter. "We are maintaining a productive working environment." "Right," Mike said slowly. He leaned his hip against the truck grill, crossing his arms over his chest. "That explains why she's been power washing the stone retaining wall for 2 hours like it personally insulted her family. And you're out here pretending to read a schematic you memorized a week ago." I dropped the pencil. It clattered against the metal hood. I scrubbed my hands over my face, the rough stubble on my jaw scratching against my palms. The exhaustion of the sleepless night and the constant grinding tension of the day finally caught up to me. "I tried to fix it," I admitted, my voice dropping. I braced my hands on the edge of the truck. "I sat her down at the diner this morning. I established a strictly professional boundary. Contractor and client, no distractions." Mike let out a loud, barking laugh. "How's that working out for you?" "The rule was dead before noon," I confessed. I looked up, staring blindly at the dense pine trees lining the edge of the property. "I bought her an oat milk latte, Mike. I drove out of my way to get a beverage that requires a dash of cinnamon. I am losing my mind." Mike uncrossed his arms. The amusement faded from his weathered face, replaced by a quiet, steady understanding. "Elena wanted a finished house," I said. The words tasted bitter, but I needed to say them aloud to remind myself of the stakes. "She packed her bags the day I finished the trim in the master bedroom. She didn't want the dust. She didn't want the mess of building a life. She just wanted the final product." I turned my head, looking back toward the Everhart Estate. Molly stood near a massive stack of drywall on the front lawn. She was currently engaged in a passionate, highly animated argument with the delivery driver. She gestured wildly with her clipboard. Her overalls were coated in a fresh layer of gray dust. Her hair was a complete disaster, escaping the pencil bun in frizzy, defiant spirals. She looked ridiculous. She looked fierce. "Molly is a mess," I told Mike, watching her point an accusatory finger at the delivery invoice. "She is a walking demolition phase. She plans things that are impossible. She ignores safety protocols, and she thinks enthusiasm can fix structural rot." "Yeah," Mike agreed softly. "She's a handful." The fear tightening my chest into a hard knot. I can't pour everything I have into building something with someone, only to have them walk away when the work gets too hard. Mike picked up his red rag. He wiped a smudge of dirt from the chrome of the truck mirror. "You're a good contractor, Jack," Mike said, keeping his eyes on his work. "Best I've ever framed with. But you got a fundamental misunderstanding of the job." I frowned. "Meaning what?" "Meaning a finished house is just a museum," Mike said. He turned to face me. "Wood shifts, foundation settles, pipes leak. There is no such thing as a finished life. You spend your whole life trying to maintain the perfect quiet house. You're going to end up living in it alone." Mike pointed a thick finger toward the lawn. "Elena wanted a museum," Mike continued. "Maybe you don't need someone to sit in a quiet, clean room with you. Maybe you just need someone who knows how to hold a hammer when the roof starts leaking." I stared at Molly. The delivery driver threw his hands up in defeat, retreating to the cab of his truck. Molly pumped her fist in the air, a bright, victorious grin spreading across her dirt-smudged face. The realization hit me with the force of a swinging sledgehammer. I didn't want to fix her house and walk away. I wanted to stay in the mess. I wanted the chaos of her curls, the ridiculous coffee orders, the manic optimism. I wanted to build a life with her, knowing full well that the roof might leak and the walls might shift. Before I could fully process the massive shift in my own internal foundation, the sharp, aggressive crunch of tires on gravel broke the silence. A pristine silver luxury sedan turned off the main road and glided up the long driveway. The car moved with deliberate, predatory slowness. It bypassed the delivery truck, rolling to a halt directly in front of the grand foyer steps, blocking the main entrance. The engine cut off. The driver's side door opened. Mrs. Mildred Higgins stepped out onto the gravel. She wore a tailored navy blue suit, a string of pearls, and an expression of absolute, terrifying disapproval. She held a thick manila folder tucked under one arm. She did not look at the house. She locked her sharp, hawkish gaze directly onto Molly. Molly lowered her clipboard, her victorious smile vanishing. She stood her ground, but the slight defensive shift in her shoulders was impossible to miss. The threat to the project and to Molly was immediate and real. I pushed off the hood of the truck. I left the blueprints behind. I didn't care about the strictly professional rule. I didn't care about the boundaries. I walked across the gravel, placing myself deliberately between the Historical Society president and the woman I was realizing I wanted to protect.
Chapter 7. Paint Fumes and Playlists. Molly. Jack's broad, flannel-clad back materialized between me and the town's most terrifying historical preservationist, creating an immediate, impenetrable wall. The scent of fresh sawdust and worn denim washed over me, cutting through the salty coastal wind blowing off Lake Lovelace. He planted his work boots wide on the gravel drive, his shoulders forming a rigid line that completely blocked Mrs. Mildred Higgins from my line of sight. My fingers clamped around my clipboard. The sheer, distracting gratitude of having someone physically step in front of a threat warred with the professional panic clawing up my throat. Mrs. Higgins did not retreat. She simply sidestepped Jack's blockade, leaning around his elbow to thrust a thick manila folder in my direction. She tapped the heavy cardstock with a manicured crimson fingernail. "The strictly approved historical color palettes for the interior," Mrs. Higgins announced, her voice carrying the sharp, passive-aggressive pleasantry of a woman who wielded bureaucracy like a broadsword. "Specifically, the ballroom. The Historical Society spent all morning voting on these exact shades." I stared at the folder. It possessed the density of a phone book. "Any deviation," she continued, her gaze dropping to the toes of my paint-splattered Converse before snapping back to my face, "will result in an immediate petition to the town council for a stop work order. We must preserve the integrity of Archibald Everhart's original vision. No modern neon atrocities." Jack crossed his arms. The flannel stretched tight across his biceps. "We're priming today, Mildred. Primer is white. I assume white is historically accurate enough for the society." Mrs. Higgins sniffed, adjusting the silk scarf at her throat. "For now, Mr. Sullivan, but the topcoat must comply." She abandoned the folder atop my clipboard, turned on her low kitten heels, and glided back to her silver sedan. The engine purred to life, tires crunching over the gravel as she exited the estate grounds. The moment the taillights disappeared down the winding road, the panic broke loose. I paced the width of the driveway, the folder heavy in my hands. If these are custom heritage pigments, the lead time is 6 weeks minimum. I speed-talked, flipping the folder open to a dizzying array of beige, cream, and slightly darker cream swatches. 6 weeks pushes the floor refinishing, which delays the electrical trim, which means the occupancy inspection gets bumped to late September. We don't have the budget to expedite custom paint, Jack. If we lose the September timeline, we lose the buffer for the holiday event bookings, and if we lose the holiday bookings... Jack stepped directly into my path. My pacing halted abruptly to avoid colliding with his chest. He reached into the bed of his truck, retrieved a pristine, fluffy paint roller, and pressed the plastic handle into my free hand. "Molly," he rumbled, his voice a low, steady anchor in the middle of my hurricane. "We have the approved colors right there in your hand. We have 10 gallons of primer inside. The walls are prepped." I blinked down at the roller, then up at his scruffy jaw. The late afternoon sun caught the day-old stubble shading his chin. "We paint," he stated, offering a pragmatic, completely unbothered solution. "Worry about the top coat tomorrow. Today, we cover the drywall." The frantic calculations in my brain short-circuited. He didn't tell me to calm down. He didn't offer empty reassurances. He gave me a tool and a direction. I tightened my grip on the roller handle, the plastic digging reassuringly into my palm. "Right," I exhaled, the tight knot in my chest loosening a fraction. "We paint." Inside the massive ballroom, the energy bordered on productive chaos. The space itself demanded awe, even in its current state of disrepair. Floor-to-ceiling windows framed the glittering expanse of Lake Lovelace, letting in broad shafts of August sunlight. High above, the magnificent crystal chandeliers remained shrouded in heavy plastic tarps, protecting them from the fine layer of dust coating everything else. A battered Bluetooth speaker sitting on a sawhorse blasted a 99 BPM pop anthem from the late 90s. Big Mike stood on a heavy-duty stepladder near the grand fireplace, cutting in the trim with a specialized brush. He belted out the chorus with terrifying enthusiasm, completely off-key, substituting the words he didn't know with aggressive humming. "Tell me why," Mike roared, pointing his wet paintbrush toward the ceiling. "Ain't nothing but a heartache." Paige knelt near the center of the room, aggressively organizing the plastic paint trays. She aligned them perfectly parallel to the floorboards, measuring the distance between the primer buckets with the edge of her shoe. I had learned years ago not to comment on it. The need for order ran bone deep in Paige, and there was a history behind it she'd never fully explained. "If we maintain a quadrant system," Paige shouted over the music, gesturing wildly with a stir stick, "we can maximize overlap efficiency without bumping elbows." A few feet away, Chloe ignored the quadrant system entirely. She swept her roller across the fresh drywall in broad, chaotic arcs, humming along to the music. A massive streak of primer already decorated her left cheek, contrasting starkly with her bohemian floral headband. That abandon, the total unself-conscious joy in the work, was something she had spent years defending against people who told her it didn't count. The heavy double doors swung open, and Sadie nudged her way inside, balancing a flat bakery box on one arm and a stack of paper cups on the other. "Sugar delivery. I brought snickerdoodles from the cafe, and iced coffee, because if I have to smell one more chemical fume today, I might pass out." Sadie had been doing this her entire adult life, showing up with exactly what everyone needed before they knew they needed it. For her brothers. For us. I had been waiting years for someone to do it for her. Tess popped up from behind a stack of dropcloths, her professional camera pressed to her face. The shutter clicked rapidly as she captured Paige scolding Chloe about her erratic paint strokes, and Sadie abandoning the baked goods to rescue a tipping tray. Tess never stepped into the frame when she could be behind the camera. She had grown up with 4 louder siblings and learned early that watching was safer than being seen. I paused in the doorway, the manila folder tucked under my arm, and let the scene wash over me. This was my crew, the women who pooled their life savings with mine to buy a crumbling, jinxed mansion. We were loud, messy, and entirely in over our heads, but the primer was actually going on the walls. My gaze drifted upward. Jack stood on the high metal scaffolding near the far wall, a long-handled roller in his grip. He moved with a practiced, deliberate economy that mesmerized me. Dip, roll, smooth. Dip, roll, smooth. The muscles in his back shifted beneath his flannel shirt with every stroke. He didn't belong to the I Do crew. He was a solitary contractor who lived in a silent, perfectly restored bungalow on the edge of town. He hated chaos. He preferred order and quiet precision. Yet, he didn't flinch when Big Mike hit a particularly terrible high note. He didn't complain about the suffocating pop music or the 5 women swarming his job site. "Hey Sullivan," Big Mike hollered across the room. "You're missing the harmony." Jack paused, resting his forearms on the top rail of the scaffolding. He peered down at his foreman, his expression deadpanned. "I'm preserving my energy for the key change, Mike. Don't rush genius." Paige snorted a laugh, nearly dropping her stir stick. I set the manila folder on a relatively clean windowsill and waded into the fray. Grabbing a tray and a brush, I headed toward the wall beneath Jack's scaffolding. The air smelled sharply of fresh paint and old wood, a scent that was rapidly becoming my favorite perfume. Jack climbed down the metal rungs a few minutes later to reload his tray. He stopped beside me, the toe of his work boot nudging my paint can closer so I wouldn't have to reach as far. We fell into a natural, synchronized rhythm. He poured the thick white liquid. I dragged the roller through the ridges. The music thumped against the floorboards, making conversation unnecessary, but the proximity hummed with a different kind of volume. He leaned close, his shoulder brushing mine as he reached for a detail brush. "You missed a spot near the baseboard." "I was getting to it," I shot back, bumping my hip against his thigh to claim the space. "Sure you were. Too busy analyzing my painting technique." "Your technique is highly inefficient," I lied, dipping my roller. "Too much brooding, not enough pop star flair." Jack chuckled, a low, gravelly sound that vibrated in the narrow space between us. He handed me a perfectly loaded brush, without asking, predicting exactly what I needed to finish the corner. I took the brush, my fingers brushing his knuckles. The contact sent a jolt of warmth straight up my arm. The strictly professional rule we established at the diner felt entirely absurd in this moment. There was nothing strictly professional about the easy, domestic intimacy of sharing a paint tray, anticipating each other's movements, and building this room square inch by square inch. By 5 o'clock, the primer fumes reached a critical mass, and our collective stomach growled loudly enough to rival the Bluetooth speaker. "Pizza," Big Mike declared, tossing his brush into a bucket of water. "And we need more painter's tape from the hardware store. Callaway's closes in 30 minutes. A mass exodus ensued. Paige and Chloe volunteered for the pizza retrieval, while Tess and Sadie offered to help Mike haul the tape and extra drop cloths. "Someone needs to stay and guard the drying paint," Jack announced, wiping his hands on a rag. "Make sure the ventilation fans keep running." "I'll stay," I offered immediately. My arms ached, and the thought of cramming into a vehicle held zero appeal. "I'll stay with her," Jack added smoothly. "Grab us a pepperoni, Mike." The heavy front doors slammed shut behind the retreating crew, plunging the grand foyer into a sudden, echoing quiet. The muffled hum of the ventilation fans in the ballroom provided the only background noise. Late afternoon sunlight cut through the tall, arched windows flanking the entrance, casting long, golden rectangles across the wood floor. I retrieved 2 deli sandwiches from the small cooler Sadie brought earlier, carrying them over to the grand split staircase. The wooden steps were coated in a fine grit of drywall dust, but I sank onto the 3rd riser without caring. Jack joined me a moment later. He sat on the step beside me, close enough that his knee angled toward mine. He took the foil-wrapped sandwich I offered, unwrapping it with slow, deliberate movements. The physical proximity felt casual, yet heavily loaded. The quiet held between us, easy and warm, broken only by the rustle of foil and the distant sound of the lake lapping against the shore. "So," I began, swallowing a bite of turkey and provolone, "did you always want to be a contractor?" Jack chewed, staring straight ahead at the massive front doors. He swallowed, resting his forearms on his knees. "I wanted to build things. When I was a kid, I built tree houses in the woods behind my parents' place. But I didn't just nail boards to branches. I drew up blueprints. I made my dad buy me a level. My sisters weren't allowed inside until the structure passed my personal safety inspection." A smile tugged at the corner of my mouth, a stickler for code, even at age 10. "I liked the rules," he admitted, his voice quiet in the cavernous space. "Wood makes sense. You measure twice, you cut once, and the pieces fit together. If they don't, you made a mistake in the math. It's predictable." He turned his head, his dark eyes fixing on me. "What about you? Did you always want to throw $1,000,000 parties?" I picked at the crust of my bread, the question digging into a tender spot. "I wanted to be an architect originally." Jack's eyebrows rose slightly. "Really?" "Yeah, but I took 1 drafting class in college and failed spectacularly. I couldn't stick to the grid. I wanted to move walls based on how the light felt, not based on load-bearing requirements. I was too messy, too chaotic with my ideas. I set the sandwich down on the foil wrapper, suddenly lacking an appetite. Event planning felt like the perfect compromise. I got to build entire worlds for one night, and then tear them down before the structural flaws could show. Jack remained silent, offering no platitudes. He didn't tell me I wasn't messy. He just listened, offering the full weight of his attention. My parents. I trailed off, tracing a circle in the drywall dust on the step beside me. They always sent me job listings for administrative roles, data entry, office management, safe things. They loved me, but they spent my whole life trying to manage my chaos, trying to put me in a box with right angles. And the job in Chicago? Jack asked softly. It was the biggest box I ever found, I confessed, my voice dropping very low. But I still ruined it. The noise variance, the police raid. I always feel like I'm one mistake away from ruining the event, from ruining this venue. I gestured vaguely toward the ballroom. I just want to create spaces where people are happy, where they can celebrate the best day of their lives. But I'm terrified I'm going to bring the whole structure crashing down on my friends' heads. Jack shifted his weight on the stairs. He didn't offer a 10-point plan to mitigate risk. He didn't try to fix the fear. Instead, he lifted his right hand. He reached toward my face, his knuckles grazing my cheek. I stopped breathing. The cavernous foyer faded away, narrowing down to the space between his broad chest and my sudden acute stillness. His large, callous thumb brushed the bridge of my nose, applying a gentle, scraping pressure. "You have historical ivory right here," Jack murmured, his voice dropping an octave. He wiped the spot of primer away, but his hand didn't retreat. His thumb traced a slow, deliberate line down the slope of my nose, his fingers curling loosely against my jaw. The rough texture of his skin against mine anchored me completely to the present second. The frantic spinning wheels in my brain ground to a halt. The heavy, suffocating fear of failure evaporated under his touch. In that quiet, suspended space, a profound realization bloomed in my chest. Every boss, every ex-boyfriend, every family member always tried to clip my wings. They handed me schedules and spreadsheets and told me to tone it down, to color inside the lines, to be less of whatever I was. Jack didn't do that. When I spiraled in the driveway, he didn't tell me to be quiet. He handed me a paint roller. When I babbled about custom pigments, he pointed at the primer. He didn't try to manage my chaos or force me into a box. He just stood there, steady and immovable, providing a sturdy, unwavering landing strip for my manic energy. The heavy, intimate silence stretched between us on the staircase. The smell of dust and deli meat vanished, replaced entirely by the scent of his skin and the faint metallic tang of the primer clinging to his clothes. Jack's gaze dropped. His dark eyes tracked the short distance from my nose to my mouth. A muscle clenched tight in his jaw, a clear visual confirmation that he felt the pull just as strongly as I did. The professional boundaries we constructed at the diner were crumbling faster than the plaster in the east wing. I leaned forward. A fraction of an inch. The movement was imperceptible, but it crossed a threshold. The air between us grew impossibly dense. I tipped my chin up, my eyelashes fluttering downward as his thumb stroked my jawline, one final agonizing time. Jack's chin dipped. An inch. His breath was warm against my mouth. His eyes dropped closed. The heavy oak front doors banged open with the force of a cannon shot. "We got extra cheese and a meat lovers," Chloe announced loudly, her voice echoing off the high ceiling. "And I found the wide painter's tape," Sadie chimed in, the rustle of plastic bags accompanying her footsteps into the foyer. Jack pulled his hand back instantly. He shifted his weight away from me, grabbing his half-eaten sandwich from the foil wrapper. The professional mask slammed back into place over his features with terrifying speed, though his eyes remained dark, stormy, and entirely unreadable. "Put the boxes in the kitchen," Jack instructed, his tone gruff and perfectly level. "The primer fumes are too strong out here." He stood up, his boots heavy on the stairs, and walked toward the kitchen hallway without looking back. I remained sitting on the third step, my pulse steady, but my entire reality upended. I stared at the empty space beside me, the ghost of his callous thumb still burning against my jaw. I wrapped my arms around my knees, pulling them tight to my chest. The stakes of this renovation just shifted entirely. I wasn't just trying to build a business in Juniper Springs anymore. I was actively falling in love with the man helping me build it. And if the Everhart Estate failed, if this jinxed mansion ate our money and collapsed under the weight of my mistakes, I wouldn't just lose my career and my friends' savings.
Chapter 8. The Ghost of Houses Past. Jack. The pry bar bit into the rotting cedar. I threw my weight backward. The wood gave way with a loud, violent crack. A rusted nail shrieked against the joist, tearing free from the damp frame. I tossed the splintered plank onto the growing pile behind me, wiped a line of sweat from my forehead with the back of my wrist, and jammed the steel bar under the next board. It was August 8th, pushing past 11 at night. The air coming off Lake Lovelace hung thick and heavy over the Everhart Estate. A single halogen work light cast long, aggressive shadows across the wraparound porch, illuminating the dust dancing in the damp night air. I discarded my flannel shirt over the railing an hour ago. My gray t-shirt clung to my back. My shoulders ached with a dull, steady burn. I welcomed the pain. Physical exhaustion was a simple equation. You apply force, you break the material, you tire the muscle, you stop thinking. Except the math was failing me. I drove the pry bar downward again. The wood groaned. 3 days, 72 hours had passed since the afternoon on the grand staircase. The afternoon I stood too close to Molly Anderson, breathed in the scent of her vanilla shampoo, and nearly threw every professional boundary I owned straight out the second-story window. Since then, I operated on a strict policy of tactical retreat. I barked orders at Big Mike from the safety of the driveway. I buried my face in blueprints whenever Molly entered a room. I retreated to the cab of my truck the second the ambient noise level dropped, terrified of what might happen if silence settled between us again. The carriage house screen door whined on its hinges. The sharp, high-pitched squeal cut through the steady hum of the work light. I froze, the pry bar suspended mid-strike. Gravel crunched beneath lightweight sneakers. The footsteps moved steadily across the overgrown lawn, heading straight for the main house. I didn't turn around. I brought the steel bar down hard, wedging it under a stubborn plank. Molly stepped onto the solid section of the porch. An oversized college sweatshirt swallowed her frame, the gray cotton splattered with dried sage and blush paint from our ballroom disaster. Her chaotic brown curls were piled on top of her head in a messy knot. She carried 2 thick ceramic mugs. The chipped rims gave them away immediately. Marge's stock from the silver spoon. "This is an active job site," I grumbled to the floorboards. I kept my back to her. It's a safety hazard to be out here in the dark. Molly ignored the warning entirely. She crossed the deck, her sneakers stepping carefully over the exposed joists. She set a mug of black coffee on a battered wooden sawhorse. Steam curled upward into the halogen beam. "Marge sent a care package this afternoon," Molly stated. Her voice carried a quiet, stubborn edge. She included a thermos of the dark roast, the kind that strips the enamel off your teeth. I kept my grip on the pry bar. "I don't need coffee. I need this section cleared before the morning crew arrives." "The morning crew is Big Mike," Molly countered. She crossed her arms over the baggy sweatshirt. "Big Mike does not care about a 10-foot section of porch decking. Big Mike cares about his ham and cheese sandwich." I yanked the pry bar. The board snapped. "We have a timeline. We have a timeline for the load-bearing walls," she corrected, taking a step closer. "We do not have a midnight emergency protocol for the exterior trim." She stood there, small and immovable, radiating that relentless energy. I dropped the tool. The heavy steel clattered against the wood. I grabbed a rag from my back pocket and scrubbed the dirt and cedar dust from my hands, buying myself 5 seconds of oxygen. "Go back to the carriage house, Molly." I kept my tone flat, unreadable. "Get some sleep." "No." I tossed the rag onto the pile of debris and finally turned to face her. She held her ground, her hazel eyes locked onto mine, completely devoid of her usual manic problem-solving optimism. She wasn't trying to manage a venue right now. She was trying to manage me. "You are avoiding me," she stated. No question mark, just a solid, undeniable fact. "I am working," I replied. "You are hiding." Molly gestured to the pile of shattered wood. "You are literally tearing a house apart in the dark to avoid having a normal conversation with me." I stared at her. The urge to retreat flared, hot and demanding in my chest. I could grab my keys, walk to the truck, and drive away. It was my standard operating procedure. Run before the foundation cracks. But the exhaustion of the renovation weighed me down. The relentless pressure of the summer heat, the rotting Victorian mansion, and the impossible, gravity-shifting proximity of this woman finally broke my resolve. I couldn't keep running. She lived 50 yards away. We were tethered to the same sinking ship. I stepped forward, picked up the mug from the sawhorse, and wrapped my hands around the hot ceramic. The heat grounded me. "Come here," I instructed softly. I bypassed the torn-up section of the deck and walked toward the far end of the wraparound porch. An old, heavy wooden swing hung from the thick ceiling beams. Archibald Everhart installed it nearly a century ago. The wood was weathered gray, but the structure remained solid. I sat down on the right side. The rusted chain groaned under my weight. I made a mental note to replace the S-hooks before someone got hurt. Molly followed. She sat on the left side, pulling her knees up to her chest and wrapping her hands around her own mug. The swing shifted, swaying gently backward. We stared out at the dark, vast expanse of Lake Lovelace. The water was pitch black, reflecting nothing but the faint outline of the pines on the opposite shore. Silence stretched between us. It wasn't the frantic electric silence of the staircase. It was heavy, waiting. Her voice barely carried over the sound of the water lapping against the distant dock. "Why do you run away when things get quiet?" I took a slow drink of the coffee. It was scalding, bitter, and perfect. I rested the mug on my thigh and stared at the dark water. "Because quiet means the work is done," I answered. The words scraped against my throat, and I don't survive the finished product. Molly turned her head. I kept my eyes focused straight ahead. If I looked at her, I would lose my nerve. I needed to give her the ugly, unvarnished truth. I needed to hand her the blueprint of my damage so she would understand exactly why I was a terrible bet. "I was married," I started. The admission hung in the damp air. "Elena, we met in my 20s. I was just starting the business, taking on every scrap job, every terrible remodel, every rotting roof in the county to build the company." Molly stayed perfectly still. She didn't offer a platitude. She didn't interrupt. She simply listened. "We bought a place on the edge of town," I continued, my grip tightening on the mug. "A craftsman bungalow. It was a disaster. Worse than this place, honestly. The foundation was sinking, the plumbing was shot, the roof leaked in 3 places. But it was cheap, and I told her I could fix it. I promised her I would build us a perfect home." I shifted my weight. The swing creaked in protest. We lived in a construction zone for 6 years. I traced the chipped rim of the silver spoon mug with my thumb. 6 years of drywall dust on the dishes. 6 years of showering at the gym because the plumbing was shut off. 6 years of plastic sheets over the doorways and eating dinner on overturned buckets. The memories crowded onto the porch, vivid and suffocating. The constant screech of the power saw, the smell of joint compound, the endless exhausting cycle of tearing down and building back up. "I thought we were building a life," I said, my voice dropping an octave. "I thought the struggle was the point, the shared effort. We were making something out of nothing. I poured every hour, every dollar, every ounce of energy I had into that house." I finally turned my head and looked at Molly. Her hazel eyes were wide, reflecting the faint glow of the work light. "I finished it on a Tuesday," I told her. The memory played out with brutal clarity. It was the second week of October. The air was getting cold. I was in the master bedroom. I had the brad nailer in my hand. I nailed the final piece of baseboard trim into the corner, the very last piece of wood in the entire house. I stood up, wiped the dust off my jeans, and turned around to show her. The tight knot in my throat wouldn't budge. She was standing in the doorway, I said softly, holding a packed suitcase. Molly drew a sharp, quiet breath. She lowered her knees, her feet resting flat against the porch floorboards. "She didn't cheat," I explained, needing to be fair to the ghost of my past. "She wasn't cruel. She was just exhausted. She told me she spent her entire 20s waiting for her life to begin, waiting for the dust to settle, waiting for the noise to stop. And by the time the house was perfect, she realized she didn't want to live in it with me." I set the coffee mug down on the floorboards beside my boots. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees, letting my hands hang loose between my legs. "I only know how to build the structure, Molly." I stared at my calloused, scarred hands. "I live in the dust. I live in the noise. I understand demolition and framing and load-bearing walls. I don't know how to exist in the after photo. The quiet terrifies me, because the last time the noise stopped, the person I loved walked out the door." I waited for the manic optimism. I braced myself for her corporate speak. I expected a 5-point plan on why I was wrong, or a pep talk about how my ex-wife was foolish, or a cheerful reassessment of my emotional state. Molly did none of those things. She shifted on the wooden bench. The space between us vanished. She leaned her side against mine, pressing her shoulder firmly against my arm. The contact was solid, ground in a steady, immovable pressure in the dark. "I don't have a foundation, Jack," Molly said. Her voice was steady, lacking any of her usual frantic pitch. "I spent my entire career building the most spectacular, perfect, polished events in Chicago. I lived in the after photo. I existed entirely on the surface, and one mistake brought the whole thing down. I was blacklisted, fired, tossed out because my perfection slipped for exactly one night." She rested her head against my shoulder. The scent of vanilla and plaster dust drifted upward. "I bought a jinxed, rotting Victorian mansion with my best friends because I have absolutely nothing left to lose," she continued softly. "I am a walking disaster. I am terrified every single day that I am going to fail these women. I don't want a finished house. The finished house is where they expect you to be perfect." Molly reached out. Her small, paint-stained fingers brushed against my knuckles. She didn't hesitate. She slid her hand into mine, lacing her fingers through my rough, dust-covered grip. I didn't pull away. I closed my hand, tightening my fingers around hers. Her skin was warm. "I prefer the messy building phase," Molly whispered into the dark. "At least in the mess, you know exactly what is broken. You can see the flaws. You can fix them together." I turned my head. She lifted her chin from my shoulder. Our faces were inches apart in the heavy shadows of the porch. The halogen light caught the gold flecks in her hazel eyes. The urge to kiss her hit me with the force of a physical blow. There was a desperate, clawing need to bridge the final gap between us, to taste the coffee on her lips and pull her entirely into my space. But the moment was too fragile. A kiss right now would be a demand. I didn't want to demand anything from her. I wanted to offer something. I leaned forward and rested my forehead against hers. Molly let out a slow, trembling breath. Her thumbs stroked the rough skin on the back of my hand. I closed my eyes, breathing in the damp lake air, the smell of old wood, and the absolute reality of her presence. For the first time in 6 years, I wasn't bracing for an impact. I wasn't waiting for the other shoe to drop. I sat on a rotting porch swing in the middle of a catastrophic renovation, completely exposed, entirely unjudged, and perfectly anchored. We stayed like that for a long time. The swing swayed gently in the night breeze. The S-hooks ground together with a rhythmic metallic scrape. The lake water lapped against the distant pylons. Eventually the chill of the midnight air began to seep through my thin t-shirt. Molly shivered beside me. I lifted my head, breaking the physical contact, though I kept a firm grip on her hand. "You need to go inside. It's freezing." Molly offered a small, tired smile. "You need to stop ripping up the porch and go home." "Deal." I stood up, pulling her gently to her feet. I picked up both coffee mugs, balancing them in one hand, and kept her fingers laced in mine with the other. We walked slowly across the solid section of the deck, down the wide wooden stairs, and onto the overgrown lawn. The walk to the carriage house was quiet. No banter, no frantic planning for the morning inspections, just the crunch of gravel and the shared weight of the night. We reached the heavy wooden door of the converted stable. I released her hand and handed over her chipped mug. "Get some sleep, Molly," I told her. "Good night, Jack," she replied softly. She turned the handle, pulled the door open, and stepped inside. The warm yellow light of the kitchenette spilled out onto the gravel for a brief second before the door clicked shut, leaving me standing alone in the dark. I turned around and looked back at the Everhart Estate. The massive Victorian structure loomed against the night sky. The roofline sagged. The paint peeled. The foundation required thousands of dollars of reinforcement just to pass the safety codes. The town called it jinxed. The locals believed it ate money and ruined lives, and Molly Anderson had tied her entire future to it. I stood in the damp grass, the cold seeping into my boots, and felt the reality of the situation hit me like a dropped steel beam. My professional boundaries were obliterated. I was hopelessly, dangerously attached to a woman whose success depended on a doomed property. If this venue failed, if the money ran out or the permits were denied, or the structure finally gave way, Molly would pack her bags. She would leave Juniper Springs, retreat to a safe job in Florida, and disappear from my life. I had just handed her the blueprints to my heart. I'd shown her exactly where the load-bearing wall stood, and as I stared at the dark, rotting mansion, a terrifying truth settled deep in my chest. I had absolutely zero control over whether she accidentally burned the whole thing down.
Chapter 9. The Permit Problem. Molly. I was halfway through my morning coffee, still mentally replaying the exact gravelly pitch of Jack Sullivan's voice from 2 nights ago, when the Historical Society declared war on my front porch. The morning of August 10th had started beautifully. A cool breeze drifted off Lake Lovelace, carrying the scent of pine needles and damp earth across the Everhart Estate. I stepped out of the carriage house wearing my favorite paint-splattered overalls and a pair of beat-up Converse, entirely prepared to tackle a day of sanding floorboards. The lingering emotional weight of Jack's late-night confession on the porch swing wrapped around me like a heavy, comforting blanket. He trusted me with the truth about his ex-wife. He let me see the cracks in his armor. Then I spotted the intruder. Mrs. Mildred Higgins, president of the Juniper Springs Historical Society, stood on the wraparound porch of the main house. She wore a tweed skirt suit, entirely inappropriate for August, and clutched a vintage brass tape measure in one hand. In her other hand, she wielded a fan of paint swatches like a deck of lethal tarot cards. I plastered on my best high-end event planner smile, the one that usually diffused screaming brides and panicked caterers. "Good morning, Mrs. Higgins. Beautiful day for a visit. Can I help you find something?" She snapped the tape measure, retracting it with a sharp metallic whack. She didn't offer a greeting. She simply marched over to the freshly coated window trim and slapped a swatch against the wood. "Navajo white," she announced, her voice dripping with absolute disdain. "You painted the exterior trim Navajo white." "It brings out the natural warmth of the cedar siding," I offered, taking a step closer. The scent of mothballs and lavender talcum powder radiated from her in an aggressive cloud. We tested 4 different shades, and this one really brightened the facade. The 1924 town charter clearly dictates alabaster eggshell for all historically significant residential properties. Mrs. Higgins reached into her oversized leather handbag and produced a crisp, terrifyingly official-looking document. "This is a stop work order. I have already filled it out. I will be filing it with the town clerk at 9 o'clock sharp. All construction on this property will halt immediately." A cold, heavy stone dropped straight to the bottom of my stomach. The word "stop work order" echoed in my head, immediately triggering a visceral reaction. The bright August morning faded. Suddenly I stood in a grand ballroom in Chicago, the Vanderhoven Diamond Jubilee, my crowning achievement. I remembered the exact moment the police strode through the double doors, the flash of red and blue lights reflecting off the crystal chandeliers, the angry shouting over the noise variance my assistant forgot to file. I remembered taking the blame. I remembered packing my desk into a cardboard box. My chest tightened. My lungs refused to pull in enough oxygen. A delay now would cascade through our entire schedule. The budget could not survive a week of idle contractors. I was ruining this. I was failing the girls. "Mrs. Higgins, please." I squeezed my ceramic coffee mug until my knuckles turned white. My voice pitched up, entirely abandoning my calm, professional register. "We can discuss this. Alabaster eggshell is virtually identical to Navajo white. I can show you the light reflectance values. We are operating on a razor-thin timeline here, and a complete halt would severely compromise the structural stabilization efforts. If you could reconsider." Heavy work boots crunched on the gravel path. Jack stepped onto the porch. He wore faded denim and a gray flannel shirt, with the sleeves rolled up past his elbows, revealing forearms corded with muscle. He smelled like fresh sawdust and dark roast coffee. He took one look at my panicked expression, then swept his dark, intense gaze to Mrs. Higgins and her paperwork. He didn't argue. He didn't raise his voice. He simply placed his broad-shouldered frame deliberately between the two of us, blocking Mrs. Higgins from my line of sight. "Get your keys," Jack said, his voice a low, steady rumble. He kept his eyes fixed on Mrs. Higgins. "We're going to town hall." 10 minutes later, I paced the floorboards of Jack's truck cab as he navigated the winding road toward Main Street. The engine hummed beneath my feet, a low vibration that did absolutely nothing to soothe my frayed nerves. I bounced my leg, furiously scrolling through my phone. "Okay, I am pulling up the Juniper Springs Municipal Code," I babbled, swiping past a barrage of PDFs. "If I cross-reference the historical preservation guidelines with the commercial venue exemptions, maybe I can find a loophole. Or maybe we can mix a custom tint. Can we paint over it today? How much would that cost? I can pull from the contingency fund, but that leaves us completely exposed if the plumbing fails again. Jack kept his hands resting lightly on the steering wheel. He drove with the same deliberate, unhurried economy he brought to everything else. Molly, breathe. I can't breathe, Jack. A stop work order means the town seals the doors. We lose Mike and the crew for at least 10 days while the board reviews the appeal. My thumb slipped on the screen, opening a tab on late 1920s pigment sourcing. The Chicago panic flared hotter in my chest. This is exactly what happened at the Vanderhoven event. One tiny administrative detail slipped through the cracks, and the whole night exploded. I was supposed to manage this. I am the venue manager. I let a shade of off-white derail our entire future. Jack reached across the center console, his large, calloused hand clamped down over my phone, physically pushing it down to my lap. I froze, staring at his hand. A faint smudge of Navajo white paint marked his index knuckle. Juniper Springs isn't Chicago, Jack said. He turned his head, fixing his dark eyes on me for 2 solid seconds before returning his attention to the road. And Mildred Higgins isn't the police. She's a retired librarian with too much time and a complex about authority. Paperwork is a threat. It isn't a locked door. He removed his hand from my phone and shifted gears as we approached the downtown limits. You are spinning out over a worst-case scenario that hasn't happened yet. We have exactly 14 minutes before she gets to Glenda Fry's desk. Stop researching and start strategizing. I drew a shaky breath. The scent of old leather and peppermint wrappers filled the cab, grounding me. He was right. I was fighting ghosts from a past failure instead of solving the problem in front of me. I can handle the diplomacy, I said, my voice finally dropping back to its normal pitch. I spent 5 years flattering rich donors into thinking terrible ideas were their own brilliant strokes of genius. I can manage Mrs. Higgins. But I need technical backup. If she quotes the charter, I need a counter-argument. Done, Jack said. He pulled the truck into a diagonal spot outside the brick facade of Town Hall. You spin the story, I'll drop the hammer. A profound, unfamiliar sense of relief washed over me. I sat back against the passenger seat. For the first time in my professional life, I wasn't carrying a disaster entirely on my own shoulders. I had a partner. Someone willing to stand in the line of fire and share the weight. We marched through the heavy oak doors of Town Hall, side by side. The permit office smelled of floor wax and stale printer paper. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting a harsh glare over the linoleum. We arrived perfectly on time. Mrs. Higgins stood at the front counter, her tweed suit rigid with righteous indignation, slapping her stop work order down in front of Glenda Fry. Glenda, a fierce gatekeeper who ruled the permit schedule with an iron fist, adjusted her reading glasses and peered at the document. Stop work order for the Everhart property, Mrs. Higgins announced loudly. Flagrant violation of the 1924 Exterior Aesthetic Guidelines. I stepped up to the counter, projecting my most polished, serene event planner aura. I treated Mrs. Higgins exactly like a difficult, demanding mother of the bride. Mrs. Higgins, I am so glad we caught you, I said, my tone smooth and entirely devoid of the panic I harbored 10 minutes ago. I was actually hoping to consult with you later this week. Your depth of knowledge regarding the architectural history of this town is truly unmatched. Mrs. Higgins narrowed her eyes, her hand hovering over the paperwork. Flattery will not change the town charter, Miss Anderson. Of course not, I agreed seamlessly. But surely a scholar of your caliber recognizes the transitional nature of late 1920s coastal architecture. Archibald Everhart didn't build a static monument. He built a modern marvel. Our use of Navajo white isn't a deviation. It's an homage to the post-war shift toward warmer, more inviting residential palettes. We are preserving the spirit of the era, not just the letter of the law. I fabricated the entire narrative on the spot. It sounded beautiful, authoritative, and completely made up. Mrs. Higgins blinked. She opened her mouth, clearly searching for a rebuttal, her grip on the tape measure tightening. The charter specifies alabaster eggshell. The spirit of the era does not override written municipal bylaws. Jack casually leaned his forearms against the laminate counter. He didn't look at Mrs. Higgins. He directed his attention entirely to the town clerk. Glenda, Jack said, his voice a calm, gravelly drawl. Pull up the 1982 Municipal Exemption Code regarding exterior trim on structurally compromised historical facades. Glenda's chair squeaked as she turned to her bulky desktop monitor. Her manicured fingers clattered across the keyboard. Section 4, paragraph B, Jack added, inspecting a speck of dust on his flannel sleeve. Mrs. Higgins scoffed. There is no such exemption. Got it, Glenda announced, squinting at the screen. She read aloud in a monotone voice. Properties undergoing major structural stabilization are granted a temporary 5-year variance on exterior paint matching, provided the selected color remains within the approved historical family of off-whites, creams, or pale grays. Glenda shifted her gaze to Mrs. Higgins. Navajo white is a cream. It falls under the variance. Mrs. Higgins stiffened, her spine turning to steel. She stared at Jack, then back to the computer screen. It's a stabilization project, Jack stated simply. We replaced 3 load-bearing beams last week. The variance applies. Glenda slid the stop work order back across the counter toward Mrs. Higgins. Then, with a loud, satisfying thwack, she stamped the Everhart Estate's weekly progress permit with a bright red approved seal. You are cleared for the week, Jack, Glenda said, handing him the copied sheet. Mrs. Higgins gathered her paperwork, her movements stiff and jerky. She shoved the unfiled document into her leather handbag. She turned to me, offering a tight-lipped, grudging nod of respect. Your transitional architecture argument was clever, Miss Anderson, but I will be watching the window treatments. She marched out of the office, her heels clicking sharply against the linoleum. I stood frozen for a second, processing the victory. Then I turned to Jack. He held the approved permit in his hand, the corner of his mouth twitching upward in a rare, genuine expression of amusement. We shared a look of real, complete triumph. We operated as a perfectly synchronized unit. We won. We walked out of the building and stepped into the bright, suffocating heat of the August morning. The heavy oak doors swung shut behind us, cutting off the hum of the fluorescent lights. The adrenaline crash hit me the moment my Converse hit the asphalt of the parking lot. The tight coil of anxiety in my chest unspooled, replaced by a fierce, buoyant joy. I did it. We did it. The project was safe. The timeline remained intact. I turned to Jack as we reached the side of his truck. The sun beat down on the metal, radiating heat into the space between us. Thank you, I said, the words tumbling out breathless and sincere. Thank you for not letting me spiral in the truck, for dragging me down here, for knowing that obscure 1982 code. Jack leaned his shoulder against the driver's side door. The gruff, impenetrable contractor mask he wore for the rest of the world completely vanished. His dark eyes softened, studying my face with an intensity that made my stomach execute a slow, complicated flip. You didn't need me to save you, Maui, Jack said, his voice dropping an octave. You had her cornered with that transitional architecture bullshit before I even opened my mouth. You just needed someone to stand next to you while you handled it. He understood. He understood exactly what the panic was about. And he didn't coddle me. He treated me like an equal. Jack took a half step forward, invading my personal space. The physical distance between us evaporated, leaving only the heat of the parking lot and the scent of sawdust and coffee. The air grew thick. The sounds of Main Street traffic faded into a dull, unimportant background hum. He lifted his hand. His knuckles brushed lightly against my cheek. He caught a stray, chaotic curl that had escaped my messy bun and tucked it gently behind my ear. His thumb lingered against my jawline. His skin felt rough and warm. I tilted my chin up. My pulse thrummed in my throat. Every rational, professional boundary we established at the diner shattered into a million useless pieces. I wanted him to kiss me. I was entirely ready to cross the line right there, pressed against the door of his work truck, in the middle of the municipal parking lot. His gaze dropped to my lips. He leaned in. Then his jaw tightened, and he stepped back deliberately, his hand dropping to his side. Well, if it isn't the victorious preservationists. I blinked at the voice. Mayor Ben Calloway strode across the asphalt, his long legs eating up the distance between his reserved parking spot and town hall. He wore a perfectly tailored navy suit, carried a sleek leather briefcase, and held a paper cup from the Silver Spoon Diner. Morning, Ben, Jack grunted. He cleared his throat. The professional mask locked firmly into place. Glenda texted me, Ben said, flashing a brilliant politician-perfect smile. He stopped a few feet away, adjusting his briefcase. Said you two managed to talk Mildred Higgins off a ledge regarding the exterior trim. Impressive work, Molly. Not many people can outmaneuver Mildred when she has a tape measure in her hand. Team effort, Mr. Mayor, I replied, forcing my voice to sound casual and breezy. My skin still burned where Jack touched me. We found a variance. Excellent. Keep up the good work out at the estate. The town is rooting for you. Ben offered a cheerful salute with his coffee cup and continued his march toward the building, completely unaware of the wreckage he left in his wake. Jack gripped the door handle of his truck. He didn't look at me. The easy camaraderie from the permit office was gone, replaced by the rigid tension of a man remembering all the reasons he shouldn't take a risk. We should get back, Jack said, his tone clipped and strictly business. Mike needs a hand framing out the second-floor plumbing. He pulled the door open. But before he climbed into the cab, he hesitated. He shot a look over the roof of the truck, catching my eyes. The expression was so raw, so full of unresolved longing and deep-seated fear, it made my knees genuinely weak. Then he broke the connection and slid behind the wheel. I walked around the hood and climbed into the passenger seat. I stared out the windshield as Jack started the engine. The terror of the stop work order paled in comparison to the terrifying, thrilling realization blooming in my chest. The Everhart Estate wasn't the only thing I was building a future on. The foundation of my carefully managed, perfectly controlled life was cracking wide open. I was completely, hopelessly falling for Jack Sullivan, and I had to figure out what to do about it before I accidentally ruined us both.
Chapter 10. The Beam and the Heart. Jack. The heavy yellow air hose slapped against the side of the truck bed. Jack coiled the thick rubber with deliberate, punishing force. Dust coated his forearms, mixing with the sweat of a 10-hour shift, framing the second-floor load-bearing walls. He looped the hose over his shoulder, ignoring the burn in his muscles, and secured the Velcro strap with a sharp tear. August 12th was turning into a cool evening. The late summer heat usually lingered over Juniper Springs, but a damp breeze rolled off Lake Lovelace, carrying the scent of pine needles and wet earth. Jack welcomed the chill. He needed something to lower his core temperature. The adrenaline from the town hall permit victory 2 days ago still hummed in his veins. He and Molly had locked eyes outside the municipal building, and the suffocating tension between them had completely derailed his focus ever since. He grabbed the 70-pound DeWalt compressor by the handle and hoisted it into the back of his Ford F-150. The metal slammed onto the ribbed bed liner. Big Mike Kowalski leaned against the tailgate. The 54-year-old foreman adjusted his faded union hat over his thinning gray hair and took a long pull from his battered steel thermos. Mike possessed a folksy, irritating ability to read Jack's moods. "You are going to dent the truck," Mike pointed out. "The truck is fine." Jack shoved a plastic bin of loose nails into the corner. "We need to order more 2x4s for the East Corridor tomorrow. The rot goes deeper than I thought. I will call the lumber yard in the morning." Mike screwed the cap onto his thermos. He examined Jack with infuriating calm. "You want to tell me why you nearly shot your own thumb with the nail gun this afternoon?" "I slipped." "You never slip," Mike countered. He tossed his thermos into the passenger seat of his own rusted sedan. "You spend half the day staring at the carriage house. The other half you spend yelling at the drywall guys for breathing too loud. Get your head straight, boss." Mike slammed his car door and fired up the engine. The sedan kicked up a cloud of white dust as it rattled down the long driveway toward the main road. Jack stood alone in the quiet. He wiped his gritty hands on his denim thighs and turned toward the massive, imposing silhouette of the Everhart Estate. The Victorian mansion loomed against the darkening sky, a beautiful disaster of peeling white paint and sagging roof lines. The hinges of the carriage house door squealed. Jack stiffened. Molly emerged from the converted stable, a worn wooden clipboard pressed against her chest. She wore her uniform of chaos. Paint-splattered denim overalls hung over a white t-shirt, and her Converse sneakers scuffed against the gravel. Her wild, curly brown hair escaped from a messy bun, framing her face in untamed spirals. She was talking rapidly to Chloe Evans. The bohemian florist drifted beside her, wearing a flowing floral skirt that swept the dirt path. Molly spotted him standing by the truck. She stopped dead. Her mouth snapped shut. Chloe halted a second later. The silence stretched across the driveway, thick and uncomfortable. Chloe glanced between Jack and Molly. She gathered the fabric of her skirt and took a step backward. "I need to check the greenhouse," Chloe announced to the empty air. "The temperature control is acting up. Have a good evening." Chloe vanished around the side of the mansion. Molly stood frozen in the gravel. She adjusted her grip on the clipboard, her knuckles turned white against the wood. She forced a bright, entirely fake smile onto her face and marched toward him. "Good evening," Molly stated, her voice pitched up, tight and thin. "I am reviewing the vendor schedules for tomorrow. We have a lot of logistical overlap. The plumbers arrive at 8, and the catering rental company is dropping off sample tables at 9. We need to maximize operational synergy in the driveway so the delivery trucks do not block your lumber drop." She tucked a stray curl behind her ear. Her hazel eyes darted everywhere except his face. She stared at his boots, the truck tire, the coiled air hose. Jack snapped the metal latch on his toolbox. The sharp click cut through her corporate-speak monologue. "Stop," Jack ordered. Molly blinked. Her clipboard dropped an inch. "I am trying to coordinate the schedule." "You are babbling." Jack stepped away from the truck. He closed the distance between them, stopping exactly 2 feet away. "We need to walk down to the lake." "The lake," Molly repeated the words slowly. "Why do we need to go to the lake?" "I need to check the old dock pilings," Jack lied. He stared directly into her eyes. "You are the venue manager. You should accompany me." Molly swallowed hard. The manic optimism drained from her expression. She nodded once, a jerky, mechanical movement. She placed her clipboard on the hood of his truck and turned toward the overgrown path leading down the bluff. The descent to Lake Lovelace required careful navigation. Thick roots spidered across the dirt trail, threatening to trip them in the fading light. Jack walked a few paces behind her. He tracked the sway of her shoulders and the deliberate placement of her sneakers. The scent of her vanilla shampoo drifted back to him, cutting through the smell of damp earth and rotting leaves. They reached the edge of the water. The weathered wooden dock stretched out over the lake. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving the sky bruised with deep purples and dark blues. The water slapped rhythmically against the wooden pilings, a steady percussion in the quiet evening. Molly immediately started pacing the planks. Her boots thumped against the hollow wood. She marched to the end of the dock, pivoted sharply, and marched back. Jack led her pace for 3 laps. He stepped directly into her path on the 4th. She collided with his chest, pressing against his flannel shirt to steady herself. She gasped, a sharp intake of air, and scrambled backward. "The pilings are fine," Molly declared. She gestured wildly at the wooden posts protruding from the water. "They are completely structurally sound. We can go back up the hill now." "I do not care about the pilings." Jack shoved his hands into his pockets. He needed to keep them contained. "We need to talk about the safety hazard." Molly crossed her arms over her chest. "What safety hazard?" "The electrical wiring in the ballroom is disconnected. The second-floor floorboards are reinforced." "The tension," Jack clarified. His voice dropped an octave, rough and gravelly in the cool air. "The tension between us is a safety hazard. I cannot focus on the structural integrity of this house. I cannot operate a nail gun. I am constantly tracking your location in every room. I hear your boots on the floorboards, and my brain stops working." Molly stared at him. Her hazel eyes widened in the dim light. She opened her mouth, closed it, and opened it again. "You are tracking my location," Molly whispered. "Every second of the day." Jack pulled a hand from his pocket and rubbed the back of his neck. The rough stubble scratched his palm. "We stare at each other. We avoid each other. We pretend nothing happened outside town hall. It is exhausting, and it is dangerous." Molly dropped her arms. Her shoulders slumped, shedding the heavy armor of her venue manager persona. The manic energy vanished, leaving behind a profound, quiet vulnerability. "I am terrified," Molly confessed. Her voice barely carried over the sound of the water. "If we act on this, and it goes wrong, I lose everything. I lose my contractor. I lose my business. I lose my friend's life savings. I am the reason they dumped all their money into this crumbling house. If I mess this up, I prove everyone right. I prove my parents right. I prove Chicago right." Jack studied her face. The shadows accentuated the exhaustion under her eyes. She carried the weight of 5 different futures on her shoulders, and she refused to let anyone help her lift it. "My ex-wife, Elena, left me 6 years ago," Jack stated. Molly went still. "You mentioned her on the porch swing." "She hated the mess," Jack said, his tone flat. "She packed her bags the day I finished the trim in the master bedroom." He took a slow step forward. His work boots thudded against the dock. "You are currently living in the biggest mess in Juniper Springs," Jack pointed out. "This house is a disaster. Your business plan is a gamble. Your life is covered in drywall dust. Molly held her ground. She tilted her chin up, meeting his intense stare without wavering. I am not Elena. I know. I like the mess, Molly insisted. She reached out and poked a finger hard into the center of his chest. I chose the mess. I bought the mess at a foreclosure auction. I am not looking for a finished life. I'm trying to build one. Jack captured her hand. His large, calloused fingers wrapped around hers. The warmth of her skin sent a sharp jolt up his arm. He squeezed gently, anchoring her in place. I cannot ignore this anymore. But we cannot risk the crew panicking. We cannot give Mrs. Higgins a reason to start rumors about the contractor sleeping with the owner. Molly swallowed again. Her throat bobbed. So what do? We compromise. Jack stepped closer. The toes of his boots bumped against her sneakers. We agreed to a temporary truce. We keep this completely secret. Off the clock, out of sight. When the sun is up, I am your contractor, and you are my boss. When the sun goes down, we cross the line. Molly let out a shaky breath. She stared at their joined hands, tracing the rough line of his knuckles with her thumb. The simple gesture sent a wave of heat pooling in his collar. A secret truce, Molly repeated. Strictly off the clock. Strictly off the clock. Jack waited. He needed her to agree. He needed her to understand the rules of the negotiation. Molly lifted her head. Her hazel eyes locked onto his, fierce and determined. I agree to the terms. The agreement hung in the damp air. The sound of the lake faded into the background, drowned out by the heavy rhythmic thumping in Jack's own ears. He released her hand and slowly lifted both of his arms. Is the negotiation officially closed? Jack asked. His voice scraped against the silence. The negotiation is closed, Molly confirmed. Her corporate bravado was entirely gone, replaced by a raw, open anticipation. Jack framed her face with his hands. He moved with deliberate care, treating her with the same reverence he reserved for fragile, irreplaceable things. His rough, calloused palms rested against her soft cheeks. His thumbs brushed over her cheekbones. She leaned into his touch, a solid, trusting weight that settled deep in his chest. He lowered his head and pressed his mouth to hers. The kiss started slow. He tested the waters, mapping the soft texture of her lips, giving her time to pull away. She did not pull away. Molly surged upward on her toes. Her hands grabbed the front of his flannel shirt, her fingers twisting into the fabric to anchor herself. The restraint snapped. A month of forced proximity, of bickering over paint samples and drywall dust broke loose. Jack deepened the kiss, angling his head to pull her closer. She tasted like coffee and sweet vanilla. The chill of the evening vanished, replaced by a searing heat that radiated outward from where their bodies pressed together. For Jack, the sensation felt entirely new. It felt like slotting the final, crucial keystone into a stone archway. The pressure equalized, the structure held, everything suddenly carried real weight. He slid one hand to the back of her head, his fingers tangling in her chaotic curls. She let out a soft sound, a quiet vibration against his mouth, and held on tighter. They stayed like that for a long time, anchored to the dock while the dark waters slapped the pilings below them. Eventually, the need for oxygen forced them apart. Jack pulled back a few inches. He rested his forehead against hers. They both breathed heavily, chests rising and falling in sync. Molly kept her eyes closed. Her hands slowly relaxed their death grip on his shirt, smoothing the wrinkled flannel flat against his chest. Wow, Molly whispered. Jack let out a rough laugh. Yeah, wow. She opened her eyes. Her face opened into a full, unguarded smile. I am going to have a very hard time yelling at you about the plumbing budget tomorrow. You will manage, Jack assured her. He dropped his hands from her face, though his fingers immediately missed the warmth of her skin. You are extremely good at yelling at me. It is a core competency. Molly took a step back. She smoothed the front of her overalls. The awkwardness returned, but it lacked the suffocating tension from earlier. It was a comfortable, knowing awkwardness. We have to walk back up the hill now. We have to pretend this did not happen. I am a terrible liar, Jack warned her. You will follow my lead, Molly instructed. She turned toward the path. I am the project manager. I manage the lies. They walked back up the bluff in the dark. The climb required more focus than the descent. Jack kept his hands in his pockets to prevent himself from reaching out and grabbing her waist over the rough terrain. They emerged from the tree line and stepped back onto the gravel driveway. Molly grabbed her clipboard from the hood of his truck. She clutched it against her chest like a shield. "Good night, Jack," Molly said softly. "Good night, Molly." She turned and walked toward the carriage house. The door squeaked open, spilling warm yellow light into the driveway, and then snapped shut, plunging the estate back into darkness. Jack stood alone by his truck. He turned his head and stared up at the Everhart Estate. The massive Victorian structure loomed against the night sky. The unpainted wood looked like exposed bone. The empty windows stared down at him like hollow eyes. He examined the sagging roofline over the east wing. He traced the cracks in the stone foundation near the front porch. The reality of what he had just done crashed over him, heavy and absolute. Before he walked down to that dock, this project was just a difficult job. It was a chaotic mess with a terrible budget and an impossible deadline. If he failed to fix the structural rot, he would take a hit to his professional reputation. He would lose money. He would move on to the next house. He stared at the rotting wood of the grand entryway. Molly was now tangled up in the drywall and the foundation. She was stitched into the floorboards. The stakes had fundamentally shifted. If he failed to save this crumbling mansion, he would not just walk away with a bruised ego. He would destroy Molly's dream. He would watch the manic optimism die in her eyes, and in doing so he would lose her forever. He could not fail. He reached into the truck bed, grabbed the heavy yellow air hose, and dragged it closer to the cab. He needed to order more lumber tomorrow. He needed to reinforce the main beam in the ballroom. He needed to build something sturdy enough to hold them both.
Chapter 11. Breakfast at the Silver Spoon, Molly. My cheeks ached from the sheer ridiculous force of my own grin. I stood in front of the single cracked mirror in the carriage house bathroom, pressing my index fingers against the corners of my mouth and dragging them downward. The result was a grimace that belonged on a gargoyle, but the moment I let go, the goofy, lovesick smile snapped right back into place. I gripped the edges of the porcelain sink and leaned closer to the glass. The damp, cramped air of the bathroom smelled faintly of mildew and strongly of the lavender soap we bought in bulk. But my brain completely ignored it. Instead, my sensory memory insisted on conjuring the sharp scent of cut pine and the worn, cotton-soft friction of Jack's flannel shirt against my cheek. "Stop it," I commanded my reflection. "You are a professional venue manager. You have a schedule to keep. You cannot walk into town looking like a cartoon character who swallowed a songbird." I grabbed my mascara wand and brandished it like a weapon, determined to construct a neutral, business-appropriate face. The secret of last night's kiss down by the lake required careful management. In my event planner brain, this new fragile thing with Jack was a high-stakes VIP client. It needed an itinerary. It needed a containment strategy. Before I could apply a single coat of mascara, the flimsy bathroom door slammed inward. Chloe shouldered her way into the tiny space, her bohemian skirts swirling around her ankles. Our resident florist and groundskeeper moved with the chaotic energy of a windstorm. She bumped my hip, grabbed her bamboo toothbrush from the rusted metal cup on the counter, and squinted at me through the mirror. "Why are you humming?" Chloe asked around a mouthful of mint toothpaste. I froze, the mascara wand hovering an inch from my eyelashes. I hadn't realized sound was escaping my body. "I am not humming. I am reviewing the daily punch list." Sadie popped her head around the doorframe. Our baker wore a flour-dusted apron over her pajamas and wielded a can of dry shampoo like a spray paint nozzle. She aimed it at her blonde roots and released a cloud of aerosol powder that immediately coated the back of my neck. "You were definitely humming," Sadie said, coughing through the white mist. It sounded like a Disney princess making friends with a squirrel. "What happened to the doom and gloom over the drywall budget?" I aggressively shoved the mascara wand back into its tube and twisted the cap tight. "The drywall budget is a serious matter. We have the lumber delivery at 10. I have to file the updated electrical permit at noon. And Mrs. Higgins is threatening another drive-by inspection of the exterior paint. I am entirely focused on the structural integrity of the Everhart Estate." Chloe spit into the sink and rinsed her mouth, her gaze narrowing. "You're using your clipboard voice." "I do not have a clipboard voice. You only list logistics when you're trying to hide something," Sadie added, leaning against the door jamb and crossing her arms. Like when you broke the communal coffee pot last week and recited the entire timeline of the plumbing repair to distract us. Panic flared hot and bright in my chest. They were too perceptive. Living in the hen house with 4 other women meant privacy was a theoretical concept. "We are going to be late for the emergency booth," I announced, grabbing my hairbrush and yanking it through my chaotic brown curls with entirely too much force. "Marge will give our table away. Move. Go. Put on real pants." I corralled them out of the bathroom, herding them toward the loft stairs. I needed coffee, and I needed to establish my completely normal, unaffected persona before I ran into the man who had thoroughly derailed my train of thought. "You are a professional," I repeated silently, stomping down the wooden stairs. "He is the contractor. Do not stare at his shoulders." The Silver Spoon Diner greeted us with a wall of sound and the heavy, intoxicating aroma of frying bacon and Marge Miller's signature cherry pie. The diner served as the unofficial town hall of Juniper Springs. Checkered black and white tiles covered the floor, and a row of red vinyl stools lined the old-fashioned chrome counter. Our group marched straight to the back corner, sliding into the permanently reserved emergency booth. I snagged a laminated menu from behind the napkin dispenser, holding it up like a shield. I already had the breakfast options memorized, but the plastic barrier gave my hands something to do. The brass bell above the diner entrance chimed, a sharp, clear note that cut through the clatter of silverware. Jack stepped through the door. He wore his standard uniform, scuffed leather work boots, faded denim, and a dark green flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up to expose his forearms. A day or two of dark stubble shadowed his jaw. Beside him stood Big Mike Kowalski, his foreman, a burly, folksy man in a high-vis vest who operated as the bridge between Jack's gruff silence and the rest of the world. My spine snapped rigidly straight against the vinyl booth. I gripped the menu tighter, my knuckles turning white. Jack paused in the aisle. His dark eyes swept the room, landing instantly on our booth. The easy, confident way he carried himself vanished. His shoulders locked. He shoved his hands deep into his pockets, pulled them out again, and finally settled for rubbing the back of his neck, his ultimate tell for discomfort. He marched toward our table with the grim determination of a man walking to an execution. Big Mike trailed behind him, holding a rolled-up set of blueprints and radiating cheerful oblivion. "Morning, ladies," Big Mike boomed, tipping an imaginary hat. I lowered the menu exactly 3 inches. My whole body buzzed with adrenaline, but I forced a bright, terrifyingly cheerful smile onto my face. "Good morning, Contractor Sullivan," I chirped. The words tasted like dry cardboard. "How are the deliverables this fine Tuesday?" Chloe choked on her glass of water. Sadie kicked me sharply under the table. Jack stopped dead at the edge of the booth. He stared at me, his brow furrowing into a deep V. He cleared his throat, a rough, gravelly sound that usually sent a pleasant shiver down my spine, but today sounded like a stalling engine. "The deliverables," Jack repeated, the syllables clumsy in his mouth. "Yes," I pressed on, my voice pitching up an octave. "The project milestones, the benchmarks for the East Wing drywall." Jack stood incredibly stiff, resembling a wooden plank in a flannel shirt. "The drywall is adhering to the walls. The compound is drying at an acceptable rate. We will commence sanding protocols shortly." Big Mike slowly turned his head to stare at his boss. "Sanding protocols? Jack, it's spackle. You slap it on and rub it down. Did you two inhale a bad batch of paint fumes yesterday?" "We are simply maintaining clear lines of professional communication," I said, nodding vigorously. "Efficiency is key. Right, Jack?" "Right," Jack agreed, his voice entirely monotone. "Maximum efficiency. Good talk, Anderson." Marge Miller arrived at that exact moment, balancing a steaming glass carafe of coffee in one hand and a stack of ceramic mugs in the other. The 62-year-old diner owner possessed a gaze that could peel paint. She set the mugs down on our table with a heavy thud, filled them, and then turned to Jack. She poured him a cup, handing it over while lifting a highly arched, immaculately drawn eyebrow. She flicked her gaze from Jack's rigid posture to my manic smile, taking in the suffocating, awkward tension radiating between us. "You kids want to tell me why you're talking like 2 robots reading a stereo manual?" Marge asked, resting her free hand on her hip. "Nothing to report, Marge," Jack said, retreating a full step backward. "I need to talk to Hank about the building code." He practically slid toward the counter, nearly bowling over Kaylee, the teenage server, who tripped over her own sneakers while unabashedly staring at the bizarre exchange. At the far end of the diner, Earl Dobbs, a retired fisherman who spent his mornings nursing black coffee, muttered something about the youth losing their minds. Jack collapsed onto a stool next to Hank Henderson, the town building inspector, keeping his back firmly turned toward our booth. I exhaled a shaky breath and let the laminated menu drop onto the table. "Well," Sadie said, leaning forward and resting her elbows on the formica, "that wasn't suspicious at all." The second Jack was safely out of earshot, the trap closed. Chloe slid out of her side of the booth and squeezed in next to me, effectively pinning me against the wall. Sadie leaned across the table, boxing me in from the front. The smell of maple syrup and impending doom hung heavy in the air. "Spill," Chloe demanded, her voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial whisper. Grabbing a paper napkin from the dispenser and pulling it into my lap. "Molly," Sadie said gently, though her eyes glinted with absolute ruthlessness. "You called him Contractor Sullivan. You asked about deliverables. He talked about sanding protocols. You two usually bicker about load-bearing beams and safety hazards with enough chemistry to power a small city. This morning, you acted like two people who committed a minor crime and haven't gotten your stories straight." My fingers tore a thin strip off the edge of the paper napkin. "We are maintaining boundaries. You are maintaining a cover-up," Chloe corrected. She tapped a fingernail against the table. "Tell us right now, or I am walking over to the counter and asking Big Mike if Jack suffered a head injury." I stared at the shredded piece of paper in my hands. I tore off another strip, then another. The tiny white pieces piled up on my denim-clad thighs like artificial snow. For the past 3 years, ever since the Vanderhoeven Diamond Jubilee disaster in Chicago, I carried the heavy, suffocating weight of my own failures. I hid my mistakes. I projected competence. I believed that if I showed a single crack in my armor, the people around me would realize I was a fraud and abandon ship. The Everhart Estate was my chance to prove I could build something real, something perfect. Mixing business with the man holding the literal foundation of our venue in his hands went against every rule I had written for myself. I braced for the lecture. I prepared for Chloe to remind me about the town jinx on the house, for Sadie to gently point out the financial ruin hanging over our heads if Jack walked off the job. I dropped the shredded napkin, buried my face in my hands, and let the truth tumble out in a rushed, frantic whisper. "We kissed down by the lake last night and agreed to date secretly so we wouldn't complicate the renovation timeline." Silence stretched over the booth. I peeked through my fingers. Sadie slapped the table with a sharp smack, letting out a high-pitched squeal that turned the heads of 3 church ladies sitting in the next aisle. Chloe threw her head back and laughed, a bright, victorious sound. "I knew it," Chloe declared, pointing an accusing finger at my nose. "I completely called it. You owe me $5, Miller." Sadie dug into the pocket of her apron and slapped a crumpled $5 bill onto the table. "Best money I ever lost. Molly, your poker face is absolutely pathetic." I dropped my hands, staring at them in stunned disbelief. "Wait, you're not mad? You're not going to tell me this is a massive operational risk? That dating our contractor is a violation of professional ethics?" Sadie slid a heavy ceramic plate of buttermilk pancakes toward me, nudging the syrup dispenser closer. "Molly, you work 90 hours a week. You stress over permits in your sleep. You deserve something good. You deserve someone who looks at you the way he does." "How does he look at me?" I asked, my voice barely above a croak. "Like you hung the moon, you idiot," Chloe said affectionately, bumping her shoulder against mine. "And for the record, the secret dating thing? Terrible idea. You two have zero chill. The entire town is going to figure it out by Thursday." I picked up my fork, a profound anchoring warmth settling deep in my ribs. I looked around the diner. Marge stood at the register, catching my eye and throwing me a deliberate, knowing wink. Chloe and Sadie were already arguing about what I should wear on a real, non-secret date. And at the counter, Jack was nursing his coffee, his broad shoulders relaxed, stealing a quick, subtle glance back at our booth. When his eyes met mine, the corner of his mouth twitched upward. I wasn't the failure from Chicago anymore. I wasn't alone, carrying the weight of the world on a clipboard. I belonged here, in this sticky red booth, surrounded by people who saw my messy, imperfect attempts at control and loved me anyway. I poured a generous lake of syrup over my pancakes, the lingering panic finally dissolving into the sweet, noisy atmosphere of the silver spoon. Under the table, Jack's boot found mine, He pressed it there. A small, deliberate contact in a diner booth surrounded by half of Juniper Springs. Nothing that Chloe or Sadie would catch. Nothing that required explanation. I didn't move my foot. The heavy wooden door of the diner banged open, hitting the interior wall with a violent crack that rattled the front windows. The low hum of conversation inside the Silver Spoon vanished instantly. Dozens of heads snapped toward the entrance. Gus Guthrie, the operator of the Lake Loveless Marina, stood in the threshold. His yellow rain slicker dripped water onto the checkered tiles, though it hadn't been raining when we walked in. He gripped a battered, black weather radio in one hand, his knuckles stark white against the plastic casing. A harsh gust of wind rushed through the open door, bringing the sharp, metallic scent of ozone and damp earth into the diner, cutting straight through the smell of bacon grease. "Listen up," Gus barked, his voice echoing off the chrome fixtures. He didn't need to ask for silence. He already had it. "The barometer just bottomed out," Gus announced, sweeping his gaze across the room. "The Coast Guard just issued a severe weather warning. A massive unseasonal squall is barreling off the Pacific. It bypassed the northern ridge entirely. It's going to hit the lake by tomorrow afternoon, and it's bringing gale-force winds." The diner erupted. Chairs scraped violently against the floorboards as the retired fishermen scrambled toward the door to secure their boats. Earl Dobbs threw a crumpled $10 bill on the counter and jogged out with surprising speed. Marge immediately reached beneath the register, pulling out a heavy-duty flashlight and a battery-powered lantern. The blood drained from my face, leaving my skin icy and numb. I didn't look at Chloe. I didn't look at Sadie. I looked straight across the diner, past the scrambling locals, directly at Jack. He was already staring at me. He had abandoned his coffee mug on the counter, his jaw locked tight, the muscles in his neck cording with sudden tension. The east wing roof of the Everhart Estate was completely exposed. The old rotting shingles had been stripped away 2 days ago, leaving nothing but tar paper and vulnerable timber. Worse, the foundation near the ballroom was open to the elements, while Big Mike's crew worked on reinforcing the load-bearing beams. A standard summer rainstorm was a nuisance. A gale-force squall hitting an open, destabilized Victorian mansion perched on a bluff above the lake was a catastrophe. Jack took a step toward me, the unspoken reality passing between us in the charged air of the diner. The house wasn't ready for a storm.
Chapter 12. Leak Week. Jack. The windshield wipers on my Ford F-150 waged a losing battle against the August squall. Rain lashed the glass in punishing horizontal sheets, driven by a gale-force wind that had rolled off the Pacific and swallowed Juniper Springs whole. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white, steering the heavy truck up the winding gravel driveway toward the Everhart Estate. Mud sprayed from the tires in thick, heavy arcs. The headlights cut through the gray deluge, illuminating the sprawling Victorian mansion. It sat on the bluff overlooking Lake Lovelace, entirely exposed to the elements. Normally, the estate held a certain faded, chaotic charm. Today, it looked like a casualty waiting to happen. I threw the truck into park near the mudroom entrance and killed the engine. The wind rocked the heavy chassis. I grabbed my canvas work jacket from the passenger seat, shoved my arms into the sleeves, and kicked the door open. The storm hit me instantly. The temperature had plummeted, turning the summer rain into a biting, icy assault. I slammed the truck door shut and sprinted toward the steel scaffolding erected along the east wing. Big Mike Kowalski was already there. He was a massive blur of neon yellow high-vis fabric amidst the gray downpour. He wrestled with a massive spool of heavy-duty blue plastic tarp, cursing loudly into the wind. "Tell me we aren't too late," I shouted, jogging up to him. Mike turned, rain streaming down the deep creases of his weathered face. "Rotten decking on the east wing is taking on water fast. The original slate is gone, and the underlayment is pure sponge." I swore under my breath. This house held Molly's entire future. 2 days ago, I kissed her down by the lake. 2 days ago, her mouth tasted like sweet cherry pie and hope, and I promised myself I would keep this place standing for her. If the roof gave way now, the water damage to the interior would bankrupt the project before September even began. "Grab the staple gun and the tie-downs from the toolbox," I ordered, grabbing one end of the rolled tarp. "We need to cover the breach before it compromises the second floor." Mike grabbed the gear, and we started the climb. The steel scaffolding was slick and treacherous. The wind screamed through the metal pipes, causing the entire structure to vibrate. I climbed steadily, keeping 3 points of contact, my heavy work boots finding the narrow rungs. The higher we went, the more aggressive the wind became. It tore at my jacket, trying to rip me off the side of the building. When we reached the roofline, the true scale of the problem revealed itself. A massive section of slate tiles had slid loose, exposing the ancient rotting wood underneath. Water pooled in the depression, seeping directly into the house's bones. I roared over the deafening slap of the wind. Mike tossed me the brass grommeted edge of the blue plastic. I braced my boots against a slick, moss-covered ridge, fighting for purchase. The wind caught the underside of the tarp, ballooning it upward like a parachute. The force yanked my arm hard, nearly dislocating my shoulder. "Pull it tight," I yelled, dropping to one knee to lower my center of gravity. Mike backed away, dragging the bulk of the tarp over the exposed timber. The plastic snapped and cracked, fighting us for every inch. The staple gun in my right hand was heavy and slick with rain. I slammed it down against the reinforced edge of the tarp, firing 3 quick staples into the solid wood beneath. The sharp thwack, thwack, thwack barely penetrated the roar of the storm. We moved down the slope, securing the perimeter. My muscles burned, trembling with the strain of fighting the wind and the awkward angle of the roof. The cold water seeped through my flannel shirt, chilling my skin, but adrenaline burned too hot in my veins to care. "Hold the line," I shouted, moving to secure the next section. Mike shifted his weight to follow. His boot hit a patch of slick, wet rot. His legs went out from under him. He hit the slope hard, sliding downward toward the edge of the roof, and the 3-story drop to the muddy ground below. "Mike," I dropped the staple gun. I lunged forward, my boots skidding on the wet slate. I grabbed a fistful of his neon yellow jacket, bracing my legs against the scaffolding tie-off. The momentum jerked my shoulder hard, tearing a hot line of pain down my bicep. I gritted my teeth, digging my heels in, and hauled him backward. Mike scrambled, his boots finding traction against the scaffolding plank. He dragged himself up, chest heaving, rain streaming down his face. "You good?" I yelled, keeping my grip on his jacket until he nodded. "Yeah, slicker than ice up here, boss. Get off the roof. Check the perimeter drainage. We need the water moving away from the foundation." Mike didn't argue. He secured his hammer and started the slow, careful climb down the ladder. I picked up the staple gun and finished the line, driving the metal spikes into the wood with punishing force. The tarp held. The wind screamed against it, but the heavy plastic remained taut over the exposed timber. I clipped the staple gun to my belt and swung onto the scaffolding. The descent was slow. My entire body ached. When my boots finally hit the saturated earth, I turned back to look at the house. The Victorian mansion loomed against the violent, bruised sky. It looked incredibly fragile. The ornate trim and grand turrets mocked the rotting beams hiding underneath. The estate was a beautiful, sprawling disaster, held together entirely by Molly's stubborn optimism and my sheer refusal to let it fall. I wiped the rain from my eyes, my jaw clenching. The roof was temporarily covered, but the real danger wasn't the water coming in from the top. It was the sheer crushing weight of the storm, pressing down on the compromised first-floor supports. Down at the south boundary, a section of the old stone wall, separating the property from Sterling Nurseries, had buckled and partially given way. Vintage mortar, no match for a Pacific gale. One more repair I didn't have the budget or the schedule for. I turned and strode toward the mudroom entrance. The heavy oak door slammed shut behind me, instantly cutting off the roar of the wind. The silence inside the mudroom was jarring. It was replaced immediately by the hollow, rhythmic dripping of water hitting plastic, echoing through the empty corridors. I stood in the entryway, water pooling around my boots. The interior of the Everhart Estate smelled like damp earth, ancient dust, and wet plaster. It was the scent of a house that had been neglected for decades, slowly drowning in its own history. I reached to my tool belt, pulled my heavy-duty maglite from its holster, and clicked it on. The thick white beam of light cut through the gloom, illuminating the long hallway leading to the grand foyer. The power had been cut to this section of the house to prevent electrical fires, leaving the massive space shrouded in deep shadows. I walked slowly, tracking mud across the original floorboards. Small leaks were already forming in the ceiling above. Water wept down the walls, tracing the lines of the peeling floral wallpaper. Scattered gray buckets caught the worst of the drips, overflowing onto the canvas drop cloths we had laid down earlier that week. Everything was holding, barely. I moved deeper into the house, passing the grand staircase where Molly and I had eaten lunch just a few days ago. The memory of her laugh echoed in the empty space, tight and warm against the cold reality of the storm. I bypassed the library and headed straight toward the ballroom, the crown jewel of the estate, the room with the massive floor-to-ceiling windows facing the lake. The heavy double doors were propped open. I stepped over the threshold, sweeping the flashlight across the vast expanse. The temporary shoring posts Mike had installed yesterday stood in the center of the room, holding up the sagging ceiling. The metal posts groaned under the shifting weight of the house. The wind battered the exterior walls, causing the entire structure to shudder. The tall glass windows rattled furiously in their frames, threatening to shatter inward. I stepped into the center of the room, shining the light up at the exposed joists. The sheer weight of the roof and the bridal suite above pressed down on the ancient wood. The deflection was obvious. The ceiling bowed slightly in the center, struggling to bear the load. A sharp, violent sound ripped through the room. It sounded exactly like a gunshot. I froze, the breath locked in my lungs. My hand tightened around the heavy metal casing of the flashlight, my knuckles turning white. I swung the beam toward the center of the room, tracing the line of the main load-bearing beams supporting the second floor. The light hit the massive timber. I stepped closer, my boots crunching over fallen pieces of plaster. I raised my hand and ran my bare, calloused fingers over the rough wood. A fresh, jagged crack ran straight down the center of the beam. It wasn't a hairline fracture. It was a deep structural wound, wide enough to fit a pencil inside. Water wept through the fissure, dripping steadily onto the floor. The wood fibers were actively splintering, tearing apart under the immense, crushing pressure of the storm. A cold spike of pure dread pierced my chest. This wasn't a patch job. This wasn't a minor setback we could fix with a bucket of joint compound and some fresh paint. The main support was failing. The second floor was threatening to cave in, bringing the bridal suite crashing down into the ballroom. If that beam gave way, the entire center of the house would collapse. The house groaned again, a deep structural protest. The crack widened by a fraction of a millimeter. A fine dusting of sawdust drifted down onto my shoulder. I backed away slowly, keeping the light pinned on the splintering wood. The calculations ran through my head at lightning speed. We needed heavy timber. We needed hydraulic jacks. We needed a miracle to keep the ceiling up until the storm passed. Before I could reach for my radio to call Mike, the heavy ballroom doors burst fully open. Molly stumbled into the room. She was entirely drenched. Her chaotic brown curls were plastered to her cheeks, water streaming down her bright yellow raincoat. She lugged 2 heavy plastic buckets, her Converse sneakers slipping violently on the damp floorboards. She caught her balance at the last second, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "Jack!" She dropped the buckets with a loud plastic clatter, her voice echoing in the cavernous space. "The carriage house is holding up. We lost a few shingles, but it's dry inside. I left the girls monitoring the kitchen. I brought more buckets for the foyer. We catch the leaks until the rain stops, right?" She was running on pure, frantic optimism. Her hazel eyes were wide and bright, a stark, terrifying contrast to the dark, failing room around us. She was a spark of manic energy in a space that was actively dying. I turned to look at her. The image hit me with the force of a physical blow. A beautiful woman standing in the middle of a collapsing, dangerous construction zone. Surrounded by dust, debris, and the looming threat of failure. The air vanished from the room, the present moment fractured, overlaid perfectly with a memory I had spent 6 years burying. Elena, standing in the middle of our ruined master bedroom, her bags packed, drywall dust coating her expensive shoes. "I can't live in a construction zone anymore, Jack. I want a finished life." My chest tightened, a vice grip locking around my ribs. The protective instinct that had driven me onto the roof twisted into blind, ragged panic. The house was breaking. I was failing. And Molly was standing right in the middle of the impact zone, smiling like we could fix this with a couple of plastic buckets. Molly noticed the rigid set of my shoulders. Her smile faltered, melting into genuine concern. She stepped forward, reaching out a small, paint-splattered hand. "Jack, what's wrong? You look..." I stepped back, deliberately rejecting the touch. Her hand dropped, hovering in the cold air between us. "Don't," I snapped. The word came out harsh, a rusted blade scraping against the silence. Molly blinked, her brow furrowing. Confusion clouded her features. Did something happen on the roof? Is Big Mike okay? Are you hurt? She took another step toward me, another step deeper into the danger zone. I pointed the heavy maglite at the ceiling. The thick beam illuminated the jagged, weeping wound in the main load-bearing beam. Look at it, I ordered, my voice flat and completely devoid of the warmth from 2 days ago. Molly followed the light. She tilted her head back, staring at the cracked timber. The rain lashed against the windows, a chaotic soundtrack to her slow realization. Okay, it's cracking. She pressed a hand to her own throat. That's bad, right? But we can brace it. We can get more of those metal poles. She straightened, slipping instantly into her corporate manager persona, the visionary trying to fix the unfixable, the woman who took the blame for the Vanderhoven disaster, trying to outmanage a catastrophe. What supplies do we need? I can call Dan at the hardware store. Maybe he can run some jacks out here, or we can use the timber from the barn. Stop talking, Molly. The sharpness of my tone sliced through her rambling. She flinched, taking a half step back. The movement was small, but it ripped a hole in my gut. This isn't a scheduling error, I said, stepping toward her, using my size and the harsh angle of the flashlight to dominate the space. This isn't a missing permit. This is a catastrophic structural failure. That beam holds up the entire second floor. It's splintering. If it goes, the bridal suite comes down into this room. Your dream caves in. We'll fix it, she insisted, her voice trembling slightly, but her chin lifting in defiance. She refused to back down. We're partners, Jack. We figure it out together. Just tell me what to do. The word partners triggered another vivid, suffocating flash of Elena. The promises made over blueprints, the late nights painting walls together, the eventual resentment simmering under the surface, and the inevitable crushing departure. I couldn't do it again. I couldn't build something with a woman only to watch her walk away when the foundation cracked. Last night she had been real. The porch swing, the dark, the truce where day rules didn't apply. I had let her in. This was day. I reached for the rules. We are not partners in this room, I ground out, stripping the title away with surgical precision. I am the contractor. You are the client. And right now you are a massive liability. Molly stared at me. The witty banter, the sweet connection by the lake, the shared glances at the diner, it all vanished, erased by the brutal reality of the cracked wood above us. She looked at me not as the man who had kissed her, but as a stranger barking cold orders. Jack, please. The optimism finally fracturing, leaving raw vulnerability behind. You want to help? I stepped closer, my voice dropping to a low, dangerous command. Get out. Go back to the henhouse. Lock the door. Let the professionals handle the disaster before you get crushed trying to save a sinking ship. The silence that followed was louder than the storm outside. Molly swallowed hard. The hurt in her eyes was a physical weight, settling directly onto my shoulders. Her jaw tightened, the vulnerability retreating behind a thick, impenetrable wall of professional distance. She was locking me out, just as I had locked her out. She nodded stiffly. She didn't argue. She didn't throw the witty comeback I desperately wanted her to throw. Understood, Mr. Sullivan, she said, her voice completely hollow. She turned on her heel and walked out of the ballroom, leaving the plastic bucket sitting uselessly on the floor. Her footsteps echoed down the hallway, fading into the noise of the rain. I stood alone in the center of the dark, cavernous space. The rain battered the windows. The house groaned, the timber shifting under the relentless pressure. I raised my hand and placed it flat against the splintering beam. The wood vibrated under my palm, a dying thing fighting to stay upright. I had to push her away. I had to keep her out of the room. It was the only way to keep her safe from the collapse. But as the beam groaned against my hand, the cold truth settled into my bones. The physical house might survive the night. I could brace the joists. I could shore up the floor. I had no idea how to fix the damage I had just done to us.
Chapter 13. Bucket Brigades and Optimism. Molly. Zone 3 requires immediate extraction protocols. Tess, rotate your bucket to the left. Sadie, stop trying to feed people and grab a towel. I wrung the heavy gray mop head over a plastic dollar store bucket, gripping the handle tight enough to snap the wood. Dirty lake water sloshed against the sides, splashing my bare calves. The grand foyer of the Everhart Estate smelled like damp earth, ancient plaster, and the sharp metallic tang of an August storm. Water pooled in the dips of the 1920s floorboards, a relentless reminder of the storm that battered Juniper Springs all night. We formed a miserable, soggy line from the base of the split staircase to the heavy front doors. I am not trying to feed people, Sadie protested, though she currently held a squished, plastic-wrapped blueberry scone in her left hand, while her right hand managed a dripping beach towel. Sadie Miller, our resident baker and the owner of Sugar and Tide, possessed a dangerous compulsion to solve crises with carbohydrates. I am providing essential morale boosters. The structural integrity of this bucket brigade depends on blood sugar. The structural integrity of this house depends on us getting this water out before it warps the original oak, Paige countered. Paige Reynolds, our operations genius, stood at the front of the line. She wore bright yellow rubber boots and held a waterproof clipboard against her chest, attempting to track the volume of water we dumped over the porch railing. Keep the rhythm. Pass, dump, return. We are losing momentum. My arms are losing momentum, Tess muttered, passing a sloshing red bucket to Chloe. Tess Harper, usually armed with a camera, pushed a wet strand of hair out of her eyes, leaving a streak of dirt across her forehead. Water is a cleansing force, Chloe Evans offered, her bohemian floral skirt hiked up and knotted at her knees. She dumped the bucket with a chaotic splash. It washes away the old energy. We should thank the storm for clearing the stagnant vibes. I will thank the storm when it pays the roofing deductible, I said, my voice pitching high and sharp. I plunged the mop back into the puddle at the base of the stairs, leaning my entire body weight into the pole. I scrubbed the floorboards like I could erase the memory of the previous night. If I kept moving, I didn't have to think about the porch swing. I didn't have to think about Jack's voice cracking in the dark, or the terrifying vulnerability of his confession about his ex-wife Elena. I certainly didn't have to think about the solid, agonizing wall he slammed down between us the moment the storm hit, retreating back into his safe, isolated fortress. My event planner brain categorized the disaster into neat, manageable zones. Zone 1, the puddle by the door, the dripping chandelier above. Zone 3, the seeping moisture near the ballroom entrance. Action items, timelines, deliverables. If I hyper-focused on the logistics, the crushing weight in my chest remained at bay. Chloe paused, a bright blue bucket dangling from her fingers. She tilted her head, studying my face with an annoying level of intuition. Molly, you have been scrubbing that exact spot for 4 minutes. You are going to sand off the varnish. The varnish is already compromised by the moisture, I replied smoothly, adopting my best corporate boardroom tone. I am mitigating further damage. You are aggressively avoiding a conversation, Chloe said softly. I am perfectly fine, I chirped, the lie tasting like ash. I squeezed the mop again. The muscles in my forearms burned. We have a highly efficient system running here. Everything is under control. Sadie stepped forward, abandoning her beach towel, and held out the squished scone. Eat this. You have that manic look in your eyes, the one you get right before you attempt to reorganize a spice rack, by alphabetical origin. Tess set down her bucket long enough to pull out her phone. She snapped a photo of the 4 of us, soaked and miserable in our rubber boots, forming a bucket brigade in a Victorian mansion at 7 in the morning. For the record, she said, turning the screen toward us, this is going in the Proof of Friendship album. Chloe laughed, high and clear. Even Paige's clipboard came down an inch. I do not need a scone. I need dry floors. I pointed toward the heavy double doors leading to the ballroom. We need to secure the perimeter before the contractor assesses the secondary damage. Paige's pen stopped scratching against her clipboard. The entire henhouse navy froze. 4 pairs of eyes locked onto me. The contractor, Paige repeated flatly. Yes, Mr. Sullivan. I kept my gaze fixed on the dirty water, refusing to meet their eyes. He is currently evaluating the structural situation. We need to be prepared for his report. Tess exchanged a loaded glance with Sadie. Last night he was Jack. Actually, last night, before the rain started, he was a lot more than Jack. Last night was a lapse in professional boundaries, I said, my chest tightening so fast I had to force a breath through my teeth. Today we are business partners, managing a crisis, nothing more. The heavy oak doors of the ballroom groaned, the rusty hinges protesting the movement. The chaotic banter of the bucket brigade instantly died. Dread settled into the grand foyer like a drop ceiling. I steeled myself, locked my knees, and turned around. Jack Sullivan emerged from the shadows of the ballroom. He stood 6'2", his broad shoulders filling the doorway. Dust and wood shavings coated his dark flannel shirt. Dark bruised circles shadowed his eyes, and a thick layer of stubble darkened his jaw. He moved with a stiff, agonizing slowness. Favorite is left side, completely wrecked from a night of hauling lumber and fighting the storm. The sight of him punched a hole straight through my carefully constructed armor. My hands ached to drop the mop, to cross the room, to brush the sawdust out of his dark hair, and ask if he was okay. Instead, I clamped my hands tighter around the wooden pole. I raised my chin. "Mr. Sullivan," I said, my voice echoing too loudly in the damp foyer. "Status report." Jack flinched. It was a microscopic movement, a slight tightening of his jaw, a brief closing of his eyes, but I caught it. The use of this formal name hit him exactly as intended. He drew a slow breath, his chest expanding under the dirty flannel, and the walls around him thickened, brick by invisible brick. He matched my icy tone perfectly. "It is bad, Miss Anderson. You need to see this." I abandoned the mop, letting it clatter against the plastic bucket. I wiped my wet hands on my paint-splattered overalls and marched across the foyer, my Converse sneakers squeaking on the wood. Paige followed immediately, her clipboard at the ready, while the others hung back, granting us a wide berth. Jack stepped aside to let me enter the ballroom. The crown jewel of the Everhart Estate lay in ruins. The massive floor-to-ceiling windows facing Lake Lovelace remained intact, but the gray morning light illuminated a disaster zone. Piles of plaster coated the floor like dirty snow. In the center of the room, Jack had constructed a massive, desperate web of temporary bracing, 4x4 wooden posts wedged tightly between the floor and the ceiling, forming a crude scaffolding. I stared at the ceiling above the scaffolding. A jagged, terrifying fissure split the plaster, running the entire width of the room. Beneath the plaster, the dark, ancient wood of the main load-bearing beam sagged menacingly. "The wind caught the roofline right above the master suite," Jack explained, his voice rough, stripped of any warmth. He pointed a calloused finger at the splintered wood. The pressure transferred down. This beam was already compromised by 80 years of dry rot. It cracked right down the middle. Paige scribbled furiously on her clipboard. "Is the second floor stable?" "Barely," Jack answered, not looking at Paige. He kept his dark eyes fixed on the cracked timber. "I spent the night throwing up these temporary braces, but they are a band-aid on a bullet wound. The second floor cannot hold any weight. You cannot walk up there. The entire structure is currently resting on these 4x4s. A cold sweat broke out across the back of my neck. "Okay, solutions. We need solutions. We replace the beam, we tear down the plaster, pull the rotted wood out, and slide a new one in." "It is not that simple." Jack rubbed the back of his neck. The gesture pulled at his flannel, highlighting the tension ported in his shoulders. "This is a 20-foot span. Modern construction would use a steel I-beam. It is strong, relatively cheap, and we could get it installed in a week." My event planner optimism flared. A week. A week was a manageable timeline. "Great. Order the steel. Get it in here." "I cannot order the steel," Jack said, turning his intense gaze on me. The exhaustion in his eyes was staggering. "Mrs. Higgins." The name dropped into the room like a toxic bomb. Mildred Higgins, the iron-fisted president of the Juniper Springs Historical Society, held the power to destroy our entire operation. "The variance," Paige whispered, her pen halting. "Exactly," Jack confirmed. "Our permits are contingent on strict historical preservation. Mrs. Higgins already threatened a stop work order over the shade of white paint in the hallway. If we install a modern steel beam in a visible ceiling structure, she will revoke the permits permanently. The town council will back her up." I paced a tight circle around the temporary scaffolding, my sneakers crunching on fallen plaster. "We box it in, we install the steel beam, and we wrap it in wood veneer so it looks old. She requires visual inspections of all structural materials before they are enclosed," Jack replied smoothly, shutting down the loophole. "She brings a magnifying glass, Molly. She will know." "Do not call me Molly," I snapped, the words out of my mouth before I could stop them. Jack froze. The silence in the ballroom turned sharp and dangerous. Paige took a very deliberate step backward, pretending to examine a pile of debris near the windows. Jack's jaw clenched. "My apologies, Ms. Anderson." My stomach rolled, a sickening wave of regret washing over me, but I refused to back down. He wanted distance. I would give him an ocean of it. "So, steel is out. What is the alternative? How did Archibald Everhart build this place to begin with?" "He used old-growth Douglas fir," Jack said, his voice completely devoid of emotion now. "Massive, solid timber. You cannot buy wood like that at a lumberyard anymore. The trees do not exist. Then where do we get it? I demanded, stopping my pacing to face him. Salvage, Jack said. We have to find a period-accurate salvage timber beam from another 1920s structure. It has to be the exact dimensions, and it has to be structurally sound. The heavy front doors of the mansion shoved open, the rusty hinges screaming a second time. A blast of damp, freezing wind swept through the foyer and into the ballroom. Big Mike Kowalski stomped into the room, shaking a heavy layer of rainwater off his yellow slicker. Jack's 54-year-old foreman brought a puddle of mud with him, his heavy work boots thudding against the floorboards. Mike usually carried a thermos of coffee and a steady stream of terrible jokes, but today, his weathered face was set in grim, serious lines. "Tell me you have good news, Mike," Jack said, turning away from me. Mike pulled off his yellow rain hat, revealing a bald head shining with moisture. He wiped his face with a thick hand. "Depends on your definition of good, boss. I spent the last 3 hours on the phone. Called every architectural salvage yard from Seattle down to Portland." I held my breath, my fingers curling tightly into the fabric of my overalls. "Found one," Mike announced. "Down in Astoria. They demolished a 1924 hunting lodge last month. They have a single Douglas fir beam, 24 feet long, solid core, no rot. It is an exact match for the Everhart specs. Sorry, but I need more than just a single period to respond. Please provide a complete sentence or passage for me to read out loud." A fierce, bright surge of triumph rushed through my veins. A solution. A tangible, logistical solution. I pulled my tablet from the deep pocket of my overalls, my thumb flying across the screen to unlock it. "Mike, you are a miracle worker. Send me the invoice details. We will arrange transport today. I can hire a flatbed truck out of Seattle." Mike did not smile. He did not celebrate. He shot a heavy, loaded look at Jack, then turned his gaze to the floor. "It is a cash-and-carry deal, Ms. Anderson. The salvage yard owner knows exactly what he has. He knows nobody else has it." "Supply and demand," I said, waving a hand dismissively, already pulling up the master budget spreadsheet on my tablet. "I understand the market. What is the number?" Big Mike grimaced. He named the price. The number hit the air, hovering in the damp ballroom like an executioner's axe. Paige gasped, a sharp, ragged sound, and her clipboard slipped from her fingers, clattering loudly against the floorboards. I stared at the tablet screen. The bright white light of the display illuminated the dark corners of the room. My fingers hovered over the digital keyboard. I typed the number into the contingency column. The bottom line flashed. The numbers turned a harsh, glowing red. Negative. The air in the ballroom vanished. My lungs seized, refusing to expand. I stared at the red numbers, waiting for the math to change, waiting for a hidden reserve of funds to magically appear. I mentally rated every remaining category. I slashed the floral budget to 0. I eliminated the catering deposit. I wiped out the marketing fund, the landscaping reserve, the emergency plumbing account. I subtracted everything we had left in the world. The bottom line remained red, a massive, insurmountable negative number. The price of the salvaged beam alone consumed our entire remaining budget, and it did not include the cost of transport, the crane required to lift it, or the labor to install it. The cold from the damp floorboards seeped through the rubber soles of my Converse, traveling up my legs, settling heavily in my stomach. My limbs turned to lead. The tablet trembled in my hands. Jack's voice was no longer rough or defensive. It was low, gentle, and utterly devastating. He took a step toward me, closing the distance, his hand lifting, reaching for my arm. The instinct to comfort me overrode his need for safety. I stepped backward, stumbling slightly over a piece of broken plaster. I clutched the tablet to my chest like a shield. "Do not," I whispered, the words scraping against my dry throat. Jack froze, his hand suspended in the air between us. The pain in his dark eyes was absolute. He lowered his arm slowly, letting it drop to his side, accepting the rejection. I looked past him, staring at the cracked, splintered timber, holding up the weight of the Everhart Estate. Archibald Everhart built this house in a manic pursuit of perfection, pouring money into imported marble and flawless wood, ignoring the woman he claimed to love until she finally walked away. The town called it a curse. They said the house ate money and ruined marriages. I thought I could fix it. I thought sheer willpower, color-coded spreadsheets, and relentless optimism could transform a broken history into a beautiful future. I thought I could build something real. I looked down at the red numbers glaring on the screen. The manic optimism evaporated, leaving nothing but a hollow, echoing silence. The event planner, who always had a backup plan, finally hit a dead end. There was no pivot, there was no creative accounting. I raised my head and looked at Jack, stripping away the corporate mask, stripping away the defensive anger, leaving only the crushing reality of our failure. "We don't have the money," I stated quietly, my voice barely carrying over the sound of the wind rattling the window panes. "We are bankrupt, Jack. We lose the house." The silence in the empty ballroom stretched, heavy and complete, broken only by the steady, relentless drip of water from the ruined ceiling.
Chapter 14, The Ledger of Loss, Jack. The rhythmic, hollow plink 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 of rainwater striking the bottom of a blue plastic utility bucket echoed through the cavernous ballroom. The sound mimicked a metronome counting down to a demolition. Molly stood in the center of the warped floorboards. The harsh bluish glow of her tablet illuminated the pale, defeated lines of her face. "We're bankrupt, Jack." The word hung in the damp, freezing air. I rejected it instantly. Bankrupt belonged in sterile accounting offices. Out here, amidst the dust and the damp rot, wood and steel dictated the terms of survival. A fractured load-bearing beam didn't care about a bank account. It only cared about gravity. I turned my back on her wide, devastated hazel eyes. I refused to process the sight of her signature manic optimism snuffed out like a cheap candle in a gale. Instead, I stepped toward the temporary shoring we had hastily erected under the cracked timber. I gripped the heavy yellow webbing of a ratchet strap and gave it a violent, testing yank. The metal mechanism clanked loudly against the timber, holding firm. "We are not bankrupt," I grated out, my voice rougher than coarse grit sandpaper. "You are panicking." "I am reading the ledger." She stepped closer, thrusting the tablet forward like a plastic shield. "The contingency fund is gone. The emergency reserve is gone. If we have to buy a custom historical beam and rent a crane," her voice cracked, producing a terrifyingly fragile sound. "The Everhart Estate is dead. I lost the house." Her emotional collapse triggered a blaring siren in my gut. Elena had worn that exact same expression of suffocating exhaustion the day she packed her bags. My ex-wife had stood surrounded by half-finished drywall and exposed wiring, entirely defeated. The mess had broken her. Now the mess was breaking Molly. I needed to brace this situation before the whole structure came down on top of us. I closed the distance between us in 2 long strides. She tipped her chin up. Her messy brown curls plastered to her forehead, heavy with sweat and residual rainwater. I invaded her personal space, reaching past her outstretched hands to press my thumb hard against the power button on the side of her device. The screen went immediately black. "Hey," she protested weakly, her fingers tightening on the plastic casing. "The math is my problem," I stated, injecting every ounce of cold, professional detachment I possessed into my tone. "This site is a safety hazard. We have unsupported weight directly above our heads, and you are standing in the drop zone." "I am the venue manager, Jack. I need to figure out—" "You need to evacuate the perimeter," I interrupted, pointing a calloused finger toward the grand foyer. "Go back to the hen house. Get out of those wet clothes. Go to sleep." The fight draining completely out of her shoulders. She appeared impossibly small inside her oversized, paint-splattered overalls. "I cannot sleep. The numbers. I do not care about the numbers right now. I care about the structural integrity of this ceiling." I stepped into her path, forcing her to back up toward the exit. "You are in my way, Molly. I cannot secure this perimeter with you standing here having a meltdown." The harshness of the words landed exactly as intended. A flinch rippled through her frame. Her jaw clicked shut. She offered no argument. She launched into no chaotic, optimistic brainstorming session. She simply gave a jerky, mechanical nod and turned around. I tracked her retreat. Her Converse sneakers squeaked against the damp wood as she navigated the debris field. The heavy oak front doors groaned open and slammed shut, sealing me inside the ruined mansion. Guilt clawed at my chest, sharp and persistent. I buried the sensation under the immediate, desperate need to fix the physical disaster surrounding me. Unsigned, the wind howling off Lake Lovelace finally began to lose its teeth around 2 a.m. The relentless battering against the ballroom's floor-to-ceiling windows faded into a sullen, rhythmic tapping of residual rain. A heavy, damp chill settled into the massive room, seeping through my flannel shirt and settling deep in my joints. I dragged two scarred wooden sawhorses into the center of the room, well clear of the compromised drop zone, and slammed a sheet of half-inch plywood across them. My makeshift desk. I unrolled the project blueprints, pinning the curling corners down with a heavy iron spirit level and a battered metal thermos. Next came the physical ledger. The thick, wire-bound notebook contained Molly's chaotic, multicolored handwriting. I ignored the pastel highlighters and pulled a stubby carpenter's pencil from behind my ear. The harsh, artificial glare of a halogen work light cast long, skeletal shadows across the peeling wallpaper. I cracked my neck, the vertebrae popping in the quiet room, and rubbed the grit from my eyes. Sawdust and dried sweat glued my shirt to my back. I flipped on my solar-powered calculator. The plastic buttons felt slick under my thumbs. Big Mike had tracked down a salvaged historical beam in a specialty lumber yard down in Astoria, Oregon. It matched the 1920s architecture perfectly, satisfying the ridiculous demands of Mrs. Higgins and her historical society cronies. It also carried a price tag that made my teeth ache. I punched the numbers in: the cost of the timber, the exorbitant fee for a heavy-lift crane rental on short notice, the emergency overtime for the crew to wrestle a 2-ton piece of wood into the ceiling of a crumbling mansion. I hit the equals button. The LCD screen displayed a figure that struck my sternum like a physical punch. I flipped back to Molly's budget page. The tip of my pencil traced down her meticulously tracked columns. Every dollar allocated for the ballroom's crystal chandeliers, the bridal suite plumbing, the custom foyer paint. The bottom line presented a hard, unforgiving reality. She was right. The money did not exist. The Everhart Estate was bleeding out, and this cracked beam represented the fatal wound. Elena's voice drifted through the cavernous space, a ghost conjured by pure exhaustion. I cannot live like this anymore, Jack. It is always a struggle. I want a finished life. Elena had demanded pristine countertops and silent mornings. She hated the chaos of construction, the perpetual state of becoming. Molly thrived in the chaos, but the financial ruin of it was drowning her. If this project failed, Molly wouldn't merely lose a house. She would lose her redemption. She would lose her chance to prove to her family and herself that she wasn't a screw-up. I refused to let the mess break another woman I cared about. If I fixed the house, I fixed the problem. I gripped the pencil, bearing down hard on the graphite. I flipped to the contractor allocation sheet. Sullivan Restoration and Construction, my fee. I dragged the pencil through the labor column in a thick, aggressive line, turning the 5-figure sum into a 0. I scratched it out until the paper nearly tore. $0. The math still lacked sufficient margin. I needed more room to breathe. I pulled my phone from my pocket. The screen brightness seared my tired eyes. I opened a text thread with Big Mike. Need to cut the guys to 3 days a week starting Monday, I typed, my thumbs clumsy with fatigue. I will cover the lost wages out of my pocket later. Do not tell the client. I stared at the glowing words. It amounted to professional suicide. I was eating the cost of a massive commercial job. I wasn't a partner in the Everhart Estate. I remained the hired help. It was my job to bear the weight so the client avoided getting crushed by the falling debris. I hit send. I reached for the battered thermos and unscrewed the cap. The coffee inside sat ice cold and tasted like battery acid, but I swallowed it down anyway, welcoming the bitter burn. The old mansion groaned around me, the wood expanding and contracting as the temperature dropped. The structure sounded like an exhausted beast shifting in its sleep. I ran a hand over my jaw, the 2-day stubble rasping against my palm. I wrote out the new ledger on a fresh sheet of paper. My handwriting appeared blocky, precise, entirely devoid of the looping optimism Molly infused into her notes. I created a sterile document, a survival plan. By the time the tall windows shifted from pitch black to a bruised, watery gray, my back screamed in protest. I had rebuilt the budget from the ground up. The project would survive. Barely. The roof would hold. The Historical Society wouldn't get their stop work order. But the cost fell entirely on my shoulders. I folded the paper, smoothing the crease with the edge of my thumb. If I had to play the villain to keep Molly Anderson safe, I would. I would build a wall of cold, hard numbers around her dream, even if it meant shutting myself on the outside. The watery gray light of dawn eventually sharpened into a pale, piercing morning sun. It cut through the grimy window panes illuminating a million floating dust motes dancing in the dead air of the ballroom. I stood by the plywood desk, running on zero sleep, my veins humming with a toxic cocktail of stale caffeine and defensive adrenaline. The heavy front doors creaked open. Footsteps echoed in the grand foyer, rapid and determined. Molly marched into the ballroom. She had changed into dry jeans and a bright yellow sweater, but the dark, bruised circles under her hazel eyes betrayed her own sleepless night. She clutched a fresh, steaming paper cup from the silver spoon in one hand, and her iPad in the other. "Okay," she announced, her voice pitched high with artificial, desperate energy. "I stayed up all night. I have a new plan. If we cancel the custom drapery order, downgrade the kitchen tile to standard ceramic, and push the landscaping budget to next year, we can scrounge up exactly $14,000. It is not enough for the beam, but I can apply for a microloan through the local credit union and—" "Stop," I commanded, the words slicing through her frantic rambling. She froze, her mouth half open, the coffee cup trembling slightly in her grip. I picked up my revised graphite-smudged budget sheet and slid it across the plywood surface. The landscaping stays, the tile stays, the math is handled. Molly stepped cautiously up to the sawhorses. She set the coffee down and picked up the paper, scanning my blocky handwriting. She processed the numbers slowly, a slight furrow forming between her brows. She reached the bottom of the page. She snapped her head up, fixing her stare on me. The manic energy evaporated, replaced by absolute horror. "Jack," she breathed, her voice trembling. "Your contractor fee. It is zero. It is a reallocation of funds," I stated, keeping my posture rigid, my expression locked behind a professional mask. "And the labor hours?" She pointed a shaking finger at the middle column. "You cut the crew's hours in half. We will never hit the inspection deadline with a skeleton crew. I will cover the difference in labor on the back end. The deadline will not be compromised." She dropped the paper onto the plywood as if it had burned her fingertips. "No, absolutely not. I am not accepting your charity." "It is not charity," I snapped, the exhaustion finally fracturing my patience. "It is a salvage operation. I am keeping you from ruining your own life." "By bankrupting yourself?" She crossed her arms, her chin lifting in stubborn defiance. "We are supposed to be a team, Jack. We share the load. You do not get to unilaterally decide to fall on your sword for me." Her demand for partnership triggered a massive defensive surge in my chest. Partnership was the very thing I was terrified of failing at again. I couldn't be her partner. Partners let each other down. Contractors fixed the broken things and moved on. "We are not a team," I growled, stepping forward, using my height to crowd her space. "I am the general contractor, and you are the client. You hired me to keep this building standing, and that is exactly what I am doing." Though her chest jerked with a sharp inhale. "I hired you to build a venue with me, not to sacrifice your business to save my mistakes." "Then stop making mistakes." The shout tore out of my throat before I could stop it, harsh and echoing in the empty room. Silence slammed down over us, heavy and suffocating. I leaned my hands flat on the plywood desk, my knuckles white, glaring down at her. "You are drowning, Molly. You are in over your head, and you are dragging this entire project down with you. So here is how this works from now on." I pointed a finger toward the doors. "You go back to the hen house. You focus on the pretty things. Pick out the napkins, arrange the flowers, schedule the cake tasting with Sadie. Let me do the actual work, so this roof does not cave in on your little dream." The words acted as a sledgehammer, swung with brutal, deliberate precision. Molly went completely, terrifyingly still. The vibrant, chaotic spark that always animated her features vanished entirely. Her hazel eyes turned flat and cold. The transformation was absolute. I had wanted to shut down her panic, but I had extinguished her spirit entirely. She offered no yell. She presented no argument. She simply reached out, picked up her coffee cup, and took a deliberate step backward. "Understood, Mr. Sullivan," she said. Her voice carried a hollow, empty ring. She turned on her heel and walked away. The squeak of her sneakers provided the only sound in the massive room. I stood frozen, my hands gripping the edges of the plywood, tracking her exit until the heavy front doors closed behind her with a definitive, echoing thud. I had won the argument. The budget was fixed. The house was safe. But as I stood entirely alone in the sawdust, staring at the empty doorway, a heavy stone of certainty settled in my gut. I had broken something a hammer and nails could never fix.
Chapter 15. The Safety Dance. Molly. The red ink bled through the master spreadsheet, staining the scarred wooden surface of the carriage house kitchenette table. I pressed the tip of the pen harder into the paper, dragging a thick, violent line straight through the column labeled Marketing and Public Relations. The mid-afternoon heat of August 17 pressed against the single, stubborn window of the converted stable, but I ignored the sweat gathering at the nape of my neck. I stabbed the keys of my calculator. The plastic clacked in sharp, rhythmic bursts. "Molly, you are going to snap that pen in half," Paige said. She hovered near my left shoulder, tracking the chaotic scribbles on the paper. Her operations-wired brain practically vibrated with distress. "The pen is fine," I muttered, carrying a zero over to the next column. "The budget is fine. Everything is highly functional and fine." Sadie slid a ceramic plate onto the table, right over my revised quarterly projections. A small mountain of blueberry scones sat on the floral porcelain. The edges of the pastries were charred a distinct, undeniable black. "I stress-baked," Sadie announced, wiping flour from her apron. "The oven in this place runs 20 degrees hotter than sugar and Tide. Also, I might have forgotten to set a timer because I was listening to you aggressively punch numbers for the last 40 minutes. I picked up a burnt scone, bit into the bitter crust, and chewed with mechanical precision. "Perfect. Thank you. Now look at this." I tapped the tip of the red pen against the bottom right cell of the spreadsheet. Paige leaned closer. Her eyes widened, tracking the math backward up the column. She braced a hand against the back of my chair. "Molly, tell me that is a typo." "No typo." I circled the final number, the ink carving a groove into the paper. "We have the money for the salvaged historic beam Big Mike found. The transfer goes through to his supplier this afternoon." "By zeroing out the marketing budget," Paige said, her voice dropping an octave. "And, wait, what did you do to the builder's insurance line?" "I canceled the premium policy," I stated, keeping my tone perfectly level, the exact pitch I used to use when telling Chicago brides their chosen peonies were out of season. I dropped us to the absolute legal minimum required by Juniper Springs. Paige pulled out the chair across from me and collapsed into it. "You canceled our safety net. You drained the contingency fund, the marketing fund, and the insurance buffer." "We don't need a contingency fund if we don't have a building," I countered. I slapped the pen down and organized the loose papers into a sharp, squared stack. "Jack told me to go handle the pretty things. He thinks I'm playing dollhouse. He thinks I can't stomach the ugly, terrifying reality of this project." "So, you are going to operate a construction site with minimum insurance out of spite?" Sadie asked, taking a tiny, hesitant bite of her own ruined scone. "It isn't spite. It is aggressive logistics." I stood up and smoothed the front of my paint-splattered overalls. The stiff denim offered a physical armor against the lingering sting of the morning's argument. Operating without a marketing budget means Tess has to hustle harder on social media. Operating with minimum insurance means Jack has to be extra careful. But we get the beam. We fix the load-bearing wall. We keep the October preview on the schedule. "Molly," Paige warned, her tone shifting from shocked to authoritative. "If someone trips over a power cord, we lose everything. If the roof caves into the ballroom, we also lose everything." I grabbed my clipboard and snapped the spreadsheet under the metal clip. "There is no safe option anymore, Paige. There is only forward. We either risk the money, or we pack up and go home." I didn't wait for her to argue. I turned on my heel, ignoring the lingering smell of burnt sugar, and marched out the door. The walk from the carriage house to the main estate usually offered a moment of peace, a chance to look at the lake and breathe in the pine-scented air. Today, the gravel crunched under my Converse sneakers like breaking glass. The Everhart Estate loomed at the end of the path, its grand Victorian architecture looking less like a fairy tale venue and more like a decaying monster waiting to swallow my entire life. I hauled open the heavy front doors. The foyer smelled of damp plaster, ancient dust, and freshly cut pine. Plywood sheets covered the sections of the floor where the rot had eaten through the original hardwood. In the center of the massive room, near the sweeping split staircase, Jack stood with Big Mike. Jack held a yellow tape measure against a thick, temporary wooden brace. He wore his standard faded flannel, the sleeves rolled up past his elbows, exposing forearms dusted with sawdust. He muttered a measurement to Mike, his voice a low, gravelly rumble that vibrated through the hollow space of the room. He didn't look like a man who had insulted me a few hours ago. He looked steady, immovable. I strode across the plywood, my boots echoing in the cavernous space. Jack turned. His dark eyes flicked over my paint-stained overalls, then dropped to the clipboard gripped against my chest. He didn't sigh, but his broad shoulders braced, shifting into a defensive posture. "Mike, give us a minute," Jack said, his gaze never leaving my face. Big Mike wiped his brow with a rag, gave me a tight, sympathetic nod, and ambled toward the back hallway leading to the kitchen. I reached the sawhorses, set up near the base of the stairs, and slapped the clipboard down onto the splintered wood. "I solved the funding issue," I announced, stepping back and crossing my arms. "The money for the salvaged beam is available. You can tell Mike to secure the purchase from his supplier." Jack stepped up to the makeshift table. He didn't pick up the clipboard. He simply leaned over it, bracing his large hands on the edge of the wood. He read the numbers. Nobody spoke. A breeze off Lake Lovelace rattled the loose panes in the grand windows above the door. Jack's posture went rigid. He reached out and traced his calloused index finger over the thick red line crossing out the insurance policy. "Where did this money come from, Molly?" he asked. The quietness of his tone held far more danger than a shout. "I reallocated funds," I said, lifting my chin. "I liquidated the marketing budget for the next 3 quarters. We will rely entirely on grassroots social media and word of mouth for the October preview." Jack's finger slid down the page, stopping on the insurance line. "And this?" I reduced our builder's insurance to the state-mandated minimum. It freed up exactly enough capital to cover the beam, the transport, and the installation labor. Jack slowly stood to his full height. He eclipsed the light streaming from the open front doors. "No." The single syllable dropped between us, heavy and final as a stone. "Excuse me?" I uncrossed my arms, my nails digging into my palms. "I said no." Jack picked up the clipboard and tossed it back down. The metal clip clattered against the wood. "I am not running a major structural repair on a century-old house with a minimum liability policy. It is a death trap. If one of my guys gets hurt, or if a temporary brace snaps and takes out the rest of the wall, your minimum policy won't cover the dust on the floor." "It is a calculated risk," I argued, stepping closer to the sawhorses. "We have no other choice. We need that beam." "We have a choice." Jack shoved his hands into the pockets of his denim work pants. "We halt the renovation, we tarp the roof, we seal the ballroom off completely. You wait until spring, secure a small business loan when the interest rates drop, and we do this right." "Stop," I snapped. The word cracked like a whip in the empty foyer. "Stopping means failing. We have to host the preview event in October. If we don't show the town and the vendors that this place is viable, we lose our momentum. If we lose our momentum, the money dries up completely. I will not put this project in a coma." Jack closed the distance between us. He stopped mere inches away. I had to tilt my head back to meet his gaze. The scent of cedar, sweat, and something inherently him wrapped around me, confusing my adrenaline-spiked brain. "You are treating a structural failure like a delayed caterer," Jack said, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. "This isn't a scheduling conflict, Molly. The house is broken. You cannot put a timeline on physics." "And you are treating my business like a hobby," I fired back, refusing to step away from his towering presence. "This isn't just about wood and nails, Jack. This is our livelihood. My friends trusted me with their life savings. I am not going to tell them we have to pack it in for 6 months, because you are too rigid to work without a massive safety net." A muscle ticked along Jack's stubbled jaw, the brown turning to a flat, hard slate. "A safety net?" he repeated. "You think this is about my comfort? I think you hate risk." I pointed a finger at his chest, stopping just short of touching the flannel. "You want everything controlled. You want everything predictable. You want to wrap this house in caution tape and hide until the conditions are perfect." Jack let out a harsh, bitter laugh. It held zero humor. "You are reckless." "I am committed. You are blind to the reality of the mess you bought," Jack countered, his voice rising, bouncing off the peeling wallpaper. "You only care about the finished product, the shiny end goal, the grand opening and the pretty pictures. You refuse to respect the foundation required to actually get there without everything collapsing." The words hit exactly where he aimed them. He wasn't talking about the house anymore. He was talking about me. He was calling me superficial. He was echoing the exact reasons my boss in Chicago had fired me. accusing me of focusing on the champagne while ignoring the permits. And he was echoing Elena. I knew the story of his ex-wife. I knew she had left him because she only wanted the finished dream house, not the chaotic process of building it. He was projecting her impatience onto my desperation. The injustice of it flared hot and bright in my chest. Do not compare me to her, I warned, my voice shaking with the effort to keep it steady. Jack stiffened, his expression turning to stone. I didn't mention her. You didn't have to. I grabbed the edge of the sawhorse. I am not looking for a finished, perfect life, Jack. I am standing in the middle of a disaster zone, wearing paint, trying to hold the walls up with sheer willpower. I am doing the ugly work. I am making the brutal financial cuts. You are gambling, he shot back. You will burn the whole house down just to say you met a deadline. Because the deadline is survival, I shouted, the sound ringing through the massive foyer. I don't have the luxury of waiting until spring. I have to make this work now, but you wouldn't understand that, would you? I stepped around the sawhorse, invading his space, fueled by pure defensive adrenaline. You hide in your perfectly restored little craftsman house on the edge of town, I accused him, the words tumbling out faster than I could weigh them. You take jobs and you fix things for other people, but you never actually risk anything of your own. You want to pause this project because you are terrified of actually finishing something. Because if we finish it, and it fails, it hurts. You would rather live in a safe, empty box than take a risk on something beautiful. Jack went completely still. The anger vanished from his face, replaced by a terrifying absolute blankness. He looked around the ruined grand foyer, at the cracked plaster, the exposed lath, the temporary wooden braces struggling to hold up the history of the house. Then he looked at me, he said, his voice devoid of any emotion. I think you have zero faith in my ability to hold things together, I replied, my throat tight. Jack nodded slowly. It wasn't an agreement. It was an acknowledgement of a boundary crossed. I won't be the man who builds a trap for you to fall into, Molly, he said softly. He turned away from me. He raised his head and projected his voice toward the back hallway. Mike! A few seconds later, Big Mike appeared at the end of the hall, his heavy boots scuffing the floorboards. He took one look at Jack's posture and stopped. Pack up the truck, Jack ordered. Mike frowned, his gaze darting between us. Boss, we still gotta secure the brace on the second landing before— I said pack up the truck, Mike, Jack barked, the sharp command echoing off the ceiling. We're done here. Mike swallowed hard, gave me a helpless look, and disappeared back down the hall to gather the tools. Panic, cold and sharp, finally pierced through my spite. The reality of what was happening crashed over me. Jack, I started, taking a step toward him. You can't just quit. Jack reached down to his waist. He unclipped the heavy brass buckle of his leather tool belt. He didn't hand it to me. He didn't set it on the sawhorses. He let it drop. The heavy leather, loaded with hammers, tape measures, and steel nails, hit the plywood floor with a massive echoing thud. The sound vibrated through the soles of my shoes. He looked at the discarded belt, then back up at me. I refuse to participate in your disaster, Jack said. He didn't wait for a response. He turned his back to me and walked toward the open front doors. I stood frozen beside the sawhorses. My hand hovered over the clipboard, holding the desperate zero-margin budget. I tracked the sound of his heavy work boots crunching across the gravel driveway. I heard the sharp, metallic slam of his truck door. A moment later, the engine roared to life, and the tires spun against the dirt as he pulled away from the estate. The dust settled in the silent, empty foyer. The afternoon sun shifted, casting long, distorted shadows across the broken floorboards. The house creaked. The sound of settling wood suddenly amplified in the overwhelming quiet. I had the money for the load-bearing beam. I had won the argument, and I had just driven away the only man capable of saving the house.
Chapter 16. The Silence in the Sawdust. Jack. The 16-penny nail bent sideways with a sharp metallic ping. I stopped swinging the framing hammer. I stared at the ruined fastener protruding from the expensive cedar deck board. The August heat radiated off the nearby surface of Lake Lovelace, baking the back of my neck through my sweat-dampened flannel shirt. I wiped my forehead with the back of a calloused hand. A drop of sweat stung my eye. I never drove nails crooked. I gripped the rubber handle of the hammer tighter, flipped it over in my palm, and wedged the claw under the nail head. I jerked my arm back with entirely too much force. The galvanized steel ripped free. The premium cedar splintered, sending a jagged shard of wood flying across the joists. I swore under my breath and tossed the hammer onto the plywood subfloor. The tool landed with a heavy percussive thud. Heavy boots crunched on the gravel driveway behind me, followed by the solid, rhythmic thumps of someone walking up the temporary wooden stairs. Big Mike Kowalski stepped onto the deck framing. He carried his battered red thermos under one arm and held 2 steaming paper cups of coffee in his massive hands. He wore his usual faded denim jacket despite the morning heat, his graying beard catching the bright sunlight. Mike did not say good morning. He walked over to the ruined cedar board, nudged the splintered edge with the toe of his steel-toed boot, and handed me a cup. "You look like hell," Mike said. His voice rumbled, deep and even. "And you have been entirely useless since you got here at 6. I took the coffee. The cardboard sleeve burned my fingers. The grain on this batch of cedar is unpredictable. I need to pull the whole board. Mike took a slow sip from his own cup. He let the silence stretch between us. A distant powerboat hummed across the lake. A seagull cried out overhead. Mike just stood there, a mountain of a man in worn denim, refusing to accept my excuse. "Stop hiding behind the lumberjack," Mike said. He pointed a thick, calloused finger at my chest. "You didn't sleep. You look like you went 10 rounds with a cement mixer. And you left your good leather tool belt on the floor of the Everhart mansion yesterday afternoon. You never leave your tools on a site." I set the coffee down on the railing. I did not want to have this conversation. I wanted to measure wood, cut wood, and fasten wood. I wanted variables I could control. "The Everhart project is a disaster," I said, my voice hardening. I crossed my arms over my chest. "You saw the foundation rot. You saw the zero-margin budget. We found a massive crack in the main load-bearing beam of the ballroom. Molly refused to wait for a proper assessment. She wants to slap a bandage on a severed artery and call it a day. It is a safety hazard." I walked away from a liability. Mike took another sip of coffee. He lowered the cup and met my gaze directly. "You didn't run from a collapsing house, kid. You ran from a woman who wouldn't let you control every single variable of the job." I ground my back teeth. The muscles in my neck pulled tight. "I am the contractor. I am supposed to control the variables. That is how buildings stay standing." "Buildings, yes," Mike agreed calmly. "People, no." He unscrewed the cap of his red thermos and poured a little more coffee into his paper cup. "You tried to make everything perfect for Elena. You spent 2 years turning that bungalow of yours into a flawless, dust-free museum. You controlled the schedule. You controlled the budget. You controlled the finishes. And the day you nailed in the last piece of crown molding, she packed her bags and left." I stared out at the water, refusing to look at Mike. Elena. 6 years. I had lived with that story long enough to know every nail I drove wrong. "Elena has nothing to do with Molly Anderson," I said, the words scraping my throat. "Elena has everything to do with why you spun your truck tires in that driveway yesterday," Mike countered. He stepped closer, his shadow falling over my boots. "You are terrified. You found a woman who lives in the mess, who smiles in the middle of a disaster, and who wants to carry the heavy lumber right alongside you. You cannot put her in a safe, finished little box, so you panicked. You ran away before she even had the chance to pack a bag." I bent down, snatched the splintered cedar board from the joists, and hurled it into the scrap pile in the yard. The wood clattered loudly against the discarded cutoffs. "Finish the decking on the west side," I told Mike, my voice flat and completely devoid of emotion. "I need to go to the hardware store. We are out of 3-inch screws." I did not wait for his response. I walked down the temporary stairs, got into my truck, and slammed the door. The bell above the entrance to Callaway Hardware chimed, a bright, cheerful sound that grated against my foul mood. The store smelled intensely of machine oil, fertilizer, and freshly cut brass keys. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed with a low, constant vibration. Dan Calloway leaned heavily against the front sales counter. He scrolled through his phone, completely ignoring a customer struggling near the plumbing supplies. Dan always operated the store with the resentful energy of a man who believed he deserved a much larger stage. He barely glanced up as I walked past the register. I headed straight for the fastener aisle, intent on grabbing a box of screws and leaving immediately. I turned the corner past a massive end cap of titanium drill bits and froze. My boots stopped moving, the air in my lungs locked up. Molly was in aisle 4. She wore her paint-splattered overalls and a faded gray t-shirt. Her chaotic curly brown hair was pulled back into a tight, messy bun, secured with what looked like a yellow pencil. But the manic, chaotic optimism that usually radiated from her was entirely absent. Her shoulders hunched forward. Her spine was rigid. She looked exhausted, carrying a weight that was visibly dragging her down. I stood perfectly still behind the display of drill bits. Molly stood in front of the heavy structural steel section. She stared at a lower shelf stacked with thick, galvanized steel joist hangers and massive lag bolts. These were not decorative pieces. They were heavy-duty commercial-grade structural supports. She grabbed a cardboard box of the lag bolts. The box easily weighed 40 pounds. She gritted her teeth, braced her boots against the scuffed linoleum floor, and heaved the box upward toward a metal shopping cart. The cardboard tore. The heavy box slipped from her grip. It crashed against the metal rim of the cart and plummeted toward the floor. The rough edge of the cardboard and the protruding steel bolts scraped violently down her knuckles. The box hit the floor with a deafening crash. Heavy steel bolts spilled out, rolling across the aisle. I took a sharp step forward. My hand reached out instinctively. I wanted to cross the aisle, take her bleeding hands, and lift the heavy steel myself. I wanted to tell her to go sit in her car while I fixed everything. Molly did not cry. She did not swear. She simply stared at her scraped, bleeding knuckles for 3 seconds. Then she set her jaw, crouched down, and began shoving the heavy bolts back into the torn box with aggressive, jerky movements. Dan Calloway finally wandered over from the front counter, his phone still in his hand. He stopped a few feet away, looking down at the spilled hardware with an expression of mild annoyance. Engineered wood beam into a crumbling Victorian mansion. It was incredibly dangerous. It required temporary shoring walls, hydraulic jacks, and a deep understanding of weight distribution. If she made a mistake, the ceiling would collapse. I took another step out from behind the end cap. My boots scuffed the floor. Molly shifted her weight. She did not look in my direction, but her shoulders tightened even further. She reached down and grabbed the torn box of bolts again, strained her back to lift it. I remembered the sound of my truck tires spinning in the gravel of her driveway. I remembered the look of betrayal on her face when I packed my tools and walked away. I had told her the project was a liability. I had told her I would not be a part of a disaster. I lost the right to step in. I lost the right to take the heavy box from her hands. If I walked down that aisle right now, I would not be a partner helping her carry the weight. I would be the contractor stepping in to take over, proving to her that she was incapable, proving to her that she was the failure her parents and her former boss believed her to be. My chest ached with a sharp, heavy pressure. I watched her heave the broken box into the cart. I watched her bleed. I had walked away to keep myself safe, and in doing so I had left the woman I cared about completely unprotected. I turned around. I walked quietly down the adjacent aisle, pushed open the heavy glass door of the hardware store, and walked out into the blinding August heat without buying a single thing. The image of her scraped knuckles burned in my mind the entire drive home. The rest of the day dissolved into a blur of mechanical tasks. I drove back to the deck site, pulled the remaining cedar boards, and worked until the sun dipped below the tree line. I did not speak to Mike again. He did not try to speak to me. I drove home as the sky turned a bruised, dusky purple. I turned onto my quiet street and parked my truck in the pristine concrete driveway of my craftsman bungalow. I turned off the ignition. The engine ticked as it cooled. I stepped out of the truck and walked up the front steps. I unlocked the heavy oak front door. I stepped inside the entryway, kicked off my work boots, and lined them up precisely on the dark rubber mat. I reached out and dropped my keys into the shallow ceramic bowl on the console table. They landed with a sharp clink. Then there was nothing. The house was perfectly silent. The thermostat held the temperature at a constant, comfortable 68 degrees. There were no drafts whistling through cracked window panes. There were no floorboards groaning under my weight. There was no dust settling on the surfaces. For 6 years, I called this silence safety. Tonight, the house felt like a museum. It felt like a tomb. I walked slowly down the main hallway in my socks. I stopped outside the master bedroom. I reached out and ran my thumb over the edge of the crown molding framing the doorway. The wood was smooth, flawless, and painted a crisp, sterile white. I had nailed this exact piece of trim into place the morning Elena left. Mike was right. I treated the structure as the goal, and the person as a variable to manage. I gave Elena a pristine box and expected her to be grateful for it. And now I was doing the exact same thing to Molly, but in reverse. Molly did not want a finished box. She wanted the Everhart Estate. She wanted a crumbling, chaotic, massive mess of a Victorian mansion. She wanted to build a wedding venue from the ruins of a broken engagement. She wanted to prove that a disaster could be transformed into something beautiful. I wanted to keep her safe. I wanted to pull her out of the dust, out of the danger, and put her somewhere controlled. When she refused to abandon her vision, I panicked. I threw up my defensive walls. I cited building codes and safety regulations. I demanded she do things my way, on my timeline. By demanding total control, I became the very obstacle she feared most. I became the person telling her she was going to fail. She was at the hardware store bleeding because of me. She was ordering an LVL beam because she refused to give up on her dream, and she now believed she had to carry the entire weight of that dream completely alone. Building something real requires shared weight. You cannot brace a load-bearing wall with a single stud. It takes multiple points of contact, working together, distributing the pressure. I walked away from the flawless crown molding. I stepped into my spotless, gleaming kitchen. The stainless steel appliances reflected the dim evening light. I looked at the magnetic calendar attached to the front of the refrigerator. August 19th. The date stared back at me. A month had passed since I first walked into the grand foyer of the Everhart Estate and saw Molly Anderson covered in decades of dust, smiling like she had just found a gold mine. A month of fighting her chaotic optimism, a month of watching her fiercely protect her friends, a month of slowly realizing that I preferred her messy, vibrant life over my sterile, quiet one. I left my heavy leather tool belt on the plywood subfloor of the Everhart ballroom. I never left my tools on a site. I left them there because deep down in my gut, I knew I was not finished. I did not want the safety of this silent house anymore. I wanted the noise. I wanted the dust. I wanted the terrifying, unpredictable risk of building something that mattered with a woman who terrified me. The calendar stared back at me. I walked quickly back down the hallway, my movements no longer slow and deliberate, but sharp with urgent, desperate purpose. I grabbed my truck keys from the ceramic bowl. My fingers closed tightly around the jagged metal. I stepped out onto the front porch. I pulled the heavy oak door shut behind me, but I did not slide the deadbolt into place. I left the house unlocked. I walked down the steps into the dark August night, heading for my truck. I had to go back to the Everhart Estate. I had to get my tool belt. I had to find Molly Anderson, look her in the eye, and ask her to let me help carry the heavy lumber.
Chapter 17. The Piggy Bank Protocol. Molly. I had rehearsed the "we are completely out of money" speech 6 times in the carriage house bathroom. But looking at Paige's perfectly color-coded project binder made the words stick in my throat like dry sawdust. We sat crammed into the emergency booth at the Silver Spoon Diner. The red vinyl squeaked against the backs of my thighs, sticky in the humid mid-August afternoon. A ceiling fan wobbled overhead, doing nothing but circulating the smell of scorched coffee and frying bacon. Across the scarred Formica table, my 4 best friends waited. Paige uncapped a neon yellow highlighter, the sharp snick of the plastic echoing over the low hum of diner chatter. She suspended the bright tip over her timeline printout. "So, the structural engineer's report is in. We need to lock the materials order for the ballroom ceiling by tomorrow, or we miss the window for Hank Henderson's next inspection round." I gripped my thick ceramic mug. The heat leached into my palms, grounding me against the terrifying urge to slide under the table and disappear. I took a sip. The coffee tasted sour and metallic, coating my tongue with dread. "Molly?" Tess prompted gently. She adjusted the strap of the camera bag resting on the seat beside her. "You've been staring at that sugar caddy for 3 straight minutes." Sadie sat next to me, her fingers nervously tearing a pink artificial sweetener packet into microscopic snowy strips. She piled the tiny paper ribbons into a neat mound. "Did Jack give us a final number on the beam?" The name hit my chest with the force of a nail gun. Jack. The memory of his truck tires spinning in the gravel driveway flashed behind my eyes. The rigid set of his jaw, the way he had looked at me before he walked away. "He did," I managed to say, my voice embarrassingly thin. I cleared my throat and forced my posture straight, locking my spine into the corporate manager stance that had survived 4 years of Chicago high society events. "He gave us a number, and then he left." Paige froze. The highlighter hovered an inch above the paper. Left for the day? Left the job. I forced the words past the tight knot in my throat. I pushed him too hard about the timeline. He told me the house was structurally compromised, and I treated it like a scheduling conflict. He walked off. Silence descended on the booth. The clatter of silverware from the counter behind us suddenly sounded deafening. Earl Dobbs barked a laugh at something the teenage server, Kaylee, said near the pie case. But our table remained perfectly, horribly still. "Okay," Chloe said softly. She reached across the table and rested her hand over mine, ignoring the death grip I had on my mug. "That's a setback. But we can hire another crew to install the beam, right?" "Because we don't have the money to buy it." Paige finally capped the highlighter. She set it down with extreme precision, aligning it perfectly parallel to the edge of her binder. "The contingency fund is gone." I laid out the math, stripping away all my usual manic optimism. No silver linings. No "we can do this" cheers. Just the brutal, numerical truth. The plumbing disaster last week drained the reserves. The cost of a 20-foot engineered LVL beam, plus the custom steel brackets required by the town code, exceeds our entire remaining budget. We are completely out of capital. I squeezed my eyes shut and braced for the impact. This was the moment, the exact beat where the music stopped and the lights came up. I waited for the anger. I waited for Paige to demand a spreadsheet of my failures, for Sadie to quietly excuse herself, for the collective realization that placing their life savings in the hands of a disgraced event planner was a monumental mistake. After the Vanderhoeven Diamond Jubilee disaster in Chicago, the pivot had been instantaneous. The moment the police arrived, my boss had pointed a manicured finger at me, the client had screamed, and my entire professional network had dissolved into a wall of silence. Blame was a reflex. Isolation was the consequence. "I'll fix it," I rushed out, unable to bear the quiet. I opened my eyes and leaned forward, adopting a frantic bargaining tone. "I can contact a broker in Seattle. I'll figure out a way to sell my 20% equity in the estate. It might take a week, but I can liquidate my share and sign the deed over to you guys. It will cover the beam and keep the project afloat." "Stop talking," Paige interrupted, her voice sharp enough to cut glass. I snapped my mouth shut. Paige slid her binder closed. She looked at Tess, then Sadie, then Chloe. Not a single expression held anger. There was only a fierce, terrifying determination. "You aren't selling your shares," Sadie said, brushing the torn sugar packets off the table. "This is our venue, all 5 of us." "But I failed," I argued, my voice cracking. "I mismanaged the budget. I alienated our contractor." "You managed a sinking ship while we were busy picking out paint colors," Tess corrected, leaning forward. "We voted on the budget together. We share the risk." Before I could argue further, a massive steam-pluming ceramic dish slid into the center of the table, nearly clipping Paige's binder. The scent of baked sugar, tart cherries, and buttery pastry instantly overpowered the smell of stale coffee. Marge Miller stood beside our booth, wiping her hands on a flour-dusted apron. At 62, the diner owner possessed the imposing authority of a 4-star general and the sharp eyes of a hawk. "You girls look like you're planning a bank robbery or a funeral," Marge announced, tapping the edge of the pie dish with a spoon. "Eat the pie. It's on the house." "We can't accept free food, Aunt Marge," Sadie protested weakly. "You can, and you will." Marge crossed her arms over her chest. "My grandmother's recipe. I bake it when people need to remember why they're fighting in the first place." She leveled a stern look directly at me. "You can't build a foundation on secrets, Molly Anderson, but you can build a house on pie. Eat, then figure out your money problem." Marge spun on her heel and marched back to the kitchen, leaving us staring at the bubbling cherry filling. Chloe grabbed the serving knife and began slicing generous wedges. "Marge is right. We figure out the money." "How?" I asked, accepting a plate. The plate was warm. "We maxed out the business credit cards." "We liquidate," Paige stated, her administrative brain clicking into high gear. "Personal assets. We aren't a corporation. We're 5 people with stuff. What do we have that holds value?" The shift in the atmosphere hit me so hard, I actually lost my breath. They weren't stepping back. They were stepping in. They were picking up the weight I had been trying to carry alone and distributing it across their own shoulders. Sadie swallowed a bite of pie. "I have the mint green 1950s stand mixer, the restored one. Patty at the bakery down the street has been trying to buy it off me for 3 years. It's worth at least $800 in cash." "Sadie, no," I protested. "That's your prized possession." "It's metal and gears," Sadie said firmly. "The Everhart kitchen needs a functional ceiling more than I need a vintage aesthetic." I have a Series EE savings bond, Chloe chimed in, chewing thoughtfully. My mother gave it to me for my high school graduation, told me to use it for an emergency when my frivolous lifestyle inevitably collapsed. It matured last year. That's another 1,000. Tess pulled her notepad forward. I have 2 backup camera bodies I rarely use. The local pawn shop will give me $1,000 for the pair today. Paige tapped her pen against the table. I have a pristine collection of vintage wedding magazines and a designer silk gown sitting in a preservation box from the wedding that didn't happen. The consignment shop in Bellevue will wire me the cash by the end of the day. They all looked at me. The math was adding up, but it wasn't quite enough for the beam and the brackets. I looked down at my left wrist. Hidden beneath the cuff of my paint-stained flannel shirt sat a heavy, diamond-studded tennis bracelet. It was a bonus from my former boss in Chicago after I successfully pulled off a 3-day corporate retreat while battling the flu. She had handed it to me instead of granting me sick leave, a glittering, heavy shackle ensuring my continued loyalty. I had kept it as a reminder to never let myself be bought again, a symbol of the toxic life I had left behind. I unbuttoned my cuff and unclasped the white gold. The diamonds caught the harsh fluorescent light of the diner. Mrs. Higgins collects estate jewelry, I said, dropping the bracelet onto the table next to the cherry pie. It landed with a heavy, expensive clink. She's offered to buy this off my wrist twice. It's easily worth the rest of the beam. Paige wrote the final number on her notepad, drew a thick circle around it, and capped her pen. Paige said, sliding out of the booth, "Let's go shopping." The mid-afternoon heat pressed down on Juniper Springs like a wet wool blanket. We marched in a tight formation down the sidewalk of Main Street. Above our heads, the town maintenance crew was stringing up purple and gold banners for the upcoming Blackberry Bramble Festival, the canvas snapping sharply in the occasional breeze, blowing off Lake Lovelace. Our first stop was Higgins Antiques. The bell above the door jingled, announcing our arrival into a shop that smelled aggressively of mothballs, lemon oil, and old dust. The interior was a claustrophobic maze of dark wood furniture, porcelain dolls with dead eyes, and glass display cases. Mrs. Mildred Higgins sat behind the main counter, a magnifying glass perched over a silver tea tray. She looked up, her lips thinning into a familiar, disapproving line. As the president of the Juniper Springs Historical Society, she viewed our ownership of the Everhart Estate as a personal insult to local heritage. "Miss Anderson," Mrs. Higgins drawled, setting the magnifying glass aside. "If you are here to ask for another variance on the exterior paint colors, the answer remains a steadfast no." "Not today, Mrs. Higgins." I stepped up to the glass counter, ignoring the roar of blood in my ears. I placed the diamond tennis bracelet on the velvet mat in front of her. "You mentioned last month that you were acquiring mid-century style pieces for a private buyer. 2 carats, brilliant cut, VVS clarity, set in 14-carat white gold." Mrs. Higgins paused. Her eyes darted from my face to the diamonds, her professional avarice instantly warring with her personal disdain. She picked up a jeweler's loop and screwed it into her right eye, leaning over the bracelet. The silence in the antique shop stretched. Behind me I heard Paige shifting her weight from foot to foot. "It's a modern piece," Mrs. Higgins noted, her tone dismissive, though her fingers stroked the setting with undeniable reverence. "Lacks historical provenance." "It lacks scratches," I countered, keeping my voice perfectly level. "And it's fully authenticated. I need 3,000 cash, today." Mrs. Higgins lowered the loop. A smug, calculating smile played at the corners of her mouth. She knew exactly what this meant. Selling personal jewelry in the middle of a Tuesday afternoon broadcasted financial desperation, loud and clear. She was mentally composing the gossip she would spread at the Historical Society meeting tomorrow. 2,500, she countered, opening a heavy iron cash box beneath the counter, and not a penny more for a piece with no story. "Done," I said instantly. I didn't care about the lost $500. As Mrs. Higgins counted out the crisp $100 bills, a profound, shocking lightness bloomed in my chest. Walking out of the shop, the humid air actually tasted sweeter. I had traded the last physical remnant of my Chicago failure for the future of the Everhart Estate. It was the best deal I had ever made. Over the next hour, we divided and conquered. Sadie returned from the bakery down the street with a fat envelope of cash, looking slightly mournful, but resolute. Chloe emerged from the local bank branch, waving a cashier's check. We regrouped on the corner of Elm and Main, directly in front of Callaway Hardware. The store was a massive brick building, with wide, open double doors that exhaled the smell of cut pine, motor oil, and fertilizer onto the sidewalk. It was Jack's second home, the place he bought his supplies and traded insults with the owner. Stepping inside without him felt like trespassing. Dan Calloway, the mayor's older brother, stood behind the massive wooden checkout counter, sorting a box of brass hinges. He had the same broad shoulders as his brother, but none of the polished political charm. He wiped his hands on a rag and raised an eyebrow as our 5-woman procession approached the register. "Ladies," Dan greeted, his gaze sweeping over our determined faces. "To what do I owe the pleasure? Run out of sandpaper again?" I stepped forward and placed Jack's abandoned clipboard on the counter. The top sheet contained the exact specifications for the structural repair. Next to the clipboard, I stacked the cash, the cashier's check, and the envelope from the bakery. "We need to order the engineered LVL beam listed on that sheet," I said, tapping the paper. "And the custom steel brackets, paid in full. Delivery to the Everhart Estate immediately." Dan looked at the pile of money, then down at the clipboard. He frowned, recognizing Jack's harsh, angular handwriting. "This is Jack Sullivan's spec sheet," Dan noted, leaning heavily on the counter. "Where is he?" "He's off the project," I lied, keeping my chin high. "We're managing the procurement ourselves." Dan let out a low whistle. He picked up the clipboard and studied the dimensions. "Miss Anderson, this isn't a couple of 2x4s for a deck repair. This is a 20-foot structural beam. It weighs upward of 400 pounds. My delivery guys drive the flatbed, they unstrap the load, and they drop it in the driveway. That's it." "We understand the delivery terms," Paige interjected smoothly, stepping up beside me. Dan wasn't deterred. He looked directly at me, his expression turning deadly serious. "Who is doing the rigging? You need hydraulic lifts, temporary shoring walls, and someone who knows exactly how to distribute the load before you knock out the old timber. A beam this size is a widowmaker if it slips. You handle it wrong, and the entire second floor of that mansion comes down on your heads." A cold spike of adrenaline pierced my stomach, but I didn't break eye contact. "We have it covered, Dan. Ring it up." Dan stared at me for a long, heavy moment. Finally, he shook his head, muttered something under his breath about city folks, and started punching numbers into the register. And began punching the order into his ancient computer terminal. The Callaway hardware flatbed truck backed up the gravel driveway of the Everhart Estate, the diesel engine rumbling loud enough to rattle the loose window panes on the first floor. I stood on the porch, alongside the rest of the crew, watching the delivery guys work. The late afternoon sun cast long, distorted shadows across the overgrown lawn, painting the peeling white columns of the mansion in a warm, deceptive gold. The 2 delivery men unhooked the heavy yellow ratchet straps securing the load. They operated a small hydraulic winch, carefully sliding the massive engineered pine beam off the bed of the truck. "Clear!" one of the men shouted. The timber hit the dirt driveway with a bone-rattling thud. The impact vibrated through the wooden floorboards of the porch and traveled straight up through the soles of my Converse sneakers. A thick cloud of dry August dust plumed into the air, coating the lower half of the beam in a fine brown powder. They dropped the boxes of heavy steel brackets next to it, slammed the tailgate shut, and climbed back into the cab. The truck crunched its way back down the driveway, turning onto the main road and disappearing behind the tree line. The silence that followed was immense. Without the roar of the diesel engine, the estate felt entirely isolated. The wind rustled through the tops of the ancient oak trees lining the property, and the distant, rhythmic lap of Lake Lovelace against the lower dock only emphasized how alone we were. We walked down the porch steps and gathered around the beam. Up close, the sheer, intimidating scale of the wood was undeniable. It was a solid block of engineered strength, 20 feet long and thicker than my torso. It smelled sharply of industrial glue and fresh pine sap. Paige pulled out her binder and flipped to a fresh page. "Okay, step 1 is complete. We secured the materials. Step 2, we need to figure out how to transport this inside." Chloe nudged the beam with the toe of her boot. It didn't budge a millimeter. "I don't think we can physically lift it. Not even an inch." "We can build leverage pulleys," Tess suggested, though she sounded entirely unconvinced. "I saw a video about how the Egyptians built the pyramids." "Tess, we are not building the pyramids," Sadie sighed, rubbing her temples. "We are trying to fix a ceiling." I knelt in the dirt and ran my hand along the rough grain of the wood. Splinters caught against my skin. We had done it. We had pooled our resources, sacrificed our safety nets, and secured the exact item required to save the building. It was a massive victory. So why did my chest feel so incredibly hollow? I stared at the wood, and the truth crashed over me, completely dismantling my pride. Buying the beam was only half the battle. Materials were just dead weight, without the right hands to shape them. I needed Jack's expertise. I needed his knowledge of load-bearing physics, his steady hands operating the hydraulic jacks, and his infuriatingly calm logic, assessing the danger. But as I knelt in the dust, my fingers resting on the rough pine, I realized it went deeper than the logistics. I missed the way he stood in the center of the ruined ballroom, solid and unmovable amidst the chaos. I missed the dry, sarcastic comments he muttered under his breath, the way he rubbed the back of his neck when I frustrated him, and the quiet, protective weight of his gaze when he thought I wasn't looking. For the past month, I had been trying to prove that I could manage this project alone, that I didn't need anyone to save me. But partnership wasn't about being saved. It was about standing shoulder to shoulder under the weight of the roof and deciding to hold it up together. I missed the safety I felt when he was in the room. I pushed myself up from the dirt, brushing off the knees of my overalls. The sun dipped lower, the sky bruising into shades of violet and deep orange. "Molly?" Paige asked, watching my face carefully. "What's the plan?" "The plan," I said, my voice steadying, "is that we don't touch this beam. We leave it right here." I stepped away from the timber and pulled my phone from my front pocket. My thumb hovered over the screen, my heart kicking into a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I tapped my contacts list and scrolled down to the S section. Jack Sullivan. I had to swallow my pride. I had to drive to his pristine, silent house on the edge of town and ask him to come back. Not as an employee, not as a hired contractor I could manage with a spreadsheet, but as a partner. I had to show him that I was willing to share the mess, the risk, and the vulnerability. I pressed the green call button and lifted the phone to my ear. The line rang. Once. Twice. The sound echoed in the hollow space of my chest. I closed my eyes, listening to the third ring, terrified of the silence on the other end.
Chapter 18. The Load-Bearing Heart. The engine of my Ford F-150 idled with a low, steady rumble. I sat parked at the bottom of the Everhart Estate's long gravel driveway, my hands gripping the steering wheel tight enough to turn my knuckles white. Beyond the windshield, the August night hung heavy and damp. The crickets screamed from the overgrown blackberry bushes lining the road. I had fled my pristine, silent craftsman house 20 minutes ago. The bungalow on the edge of town was a masterpiece of restored woodwork and flawless trim. I spent 6 years making it perfect. I spent 6 years making it impenetrable. And sitting in the center of that quiet, flawless living room tonight, the silence had wrapped around my throat and choked me. A perfectly finished house without life inside it was nothing but a well-decorated tomb. It lacked chaos. It lacked a frantic, curly-haired woman pacing holes into the floorboards while stressing over noise ordinances and floral budgets. The phone vibrated against the center console. The sudden buzz cut through the steady hum of the truck. I shifted my gaze to the glowing screen. Molly Anderson. The glowing letters illuminated the cab. My chest tightened, a physical weight pressing down on my ribs like a misaligned floor joist. I let the phone vibrate a second time. I drew a slow breath, untangling the knot of pride and fear in my throat, and picked up the device on the third ring. Molly. Static crackled across the line. A heavy, exhausted breath carried through the speaker. Jack. Her voice trembled slightly, lacking its usual manic corporate cheerleader polish. She sounded entirely stripped down to the studs. I need you to come back, not as an employee, as a partner. She was offering to share the load. The woman who took the fall for $1 million disaster in Chicago, the woman who insisted on carrying the weight of the world to protect her friends, was asking for help. I swallowed hard. I shifted the truck into drive. Glanced down the driveway, Molly. I ended the call and tossed the phone onto the passenger seat. My boot pressed the accelerator. The heavy tires crunched onto the gravel incline. The headlights swept up the hill, cutting through the thick coastal darkness, and cast long, erratic shadows against the sagging roofline of the Victorian mansion. The Everhart Estate loomed ahead. The grand old ruin was a beautiful disaster of rotting porch pillars and compromised load-bearing walls. And standing right in the center of the driveway, illuminated by the high beams, was the most beautiful thing I had ever encountered. Molly stood, ankle deep in the mud. She wore her oversized, paint-splatter overalls. Dirt streaked across her forehead. Her chaotic brown curls escaped her messy bun, framing her face in wild tendrils. Beside her stood the rest of the I Do crew. Sadie, Paige, and Tess. They all appeared entirely dead on their feet, covered in varying degrees of dust and grime. And resting in the dirt at their feet was a massive, 20-foot glulam structural beam. It was engineered lumber, not the period-accurate timber I had specified. But if the cedar cladding went on before enclosure, I could call Mrs. Higgins myself and schedule her pre-enclosure inspection for that stage. She would inspect the cedar shell. The glulam would already be structural inside it. I shifted into park and cut the engine. The silence of the night rushed back in, broken only by the sharp slam of my truck door. My heavy work boots hit the gravel. I strode toward the group, my eyes fixed on the enormous piece of engineered lumber. Molly stepped forward, her chin lifted, her hands twisted nervously in the fabric of her overalls. "We bought the beam," she blurted out, her words tumbling over each other in a frantic rush. "We drained the contingency fund. Sadie sold her prize stand mixer. Chloe cashed in her savings bond. Paige sold her designer gown. We got the lumberyard manager to open the gates an hour ago, and a guy with a flatbed hauled it up here." She stopped to drag in a breath. She pointed a shaking finger at the massive timber. "We are not quitting, Jack. We are fixing the foundation. We are building this right." A strange, unfamiliar heat expanded in my chest. I stared at the exhausted women, then at the heavy beam. My ex-wife Elena packed her bags the day I finished the final piece of baseboard in our master bedroom. She hated the dust. She hated the mess. She wanted a completed life delivered to her on a silver platter. Molly Anderson pawned her life savings to buy a piece of ugly, industrial lumber that would eventually be hidden entirely behind drywall. She fought for the structural integrity of the house, not the surface-level pretty things. That was the definition of building something real. I stepped into her space. The scent of vanilla and damp earth drifted from her skin. "You bought a 2,000-pound glulam beam in the middle of the night," I murmured, keeping my tone soft. "We did." She tipped her head back to meet my gaze. Defiance and vulnerability warred in her hazel eyes. "And we need our contractor to help us put it in the ceiling before the ballroom collapses." I reached out and pushed a dirt-smudged curl off her cheek. She went still. "I've got this, Molly," I said softly. I turned my attention to the rest of the women. "All of you, go to the carriage house. Get some sleep." "Absolutely not," Molly protested, her hands landing on her hips. "We are a team. We carry the weight together. I can help rig the chains." "You weigh 130 pounds soaking wet, sweetheart," I countered, my voice dropping into a low, uncompromising rumble. "That beam will crush you if a strap slips. The ballroom ceiling is currently supported by a prayer and a rusted temporary jack. It is a drop zone. You are going to bed." "Jack, Molly." My thumbs brushed the rough denim of her overalls. "I need you safe. I cannot focus on securing that ceiling if I'm worried about a joist falling on your head. Let me do my job. Let me protect the house." She searched my face. The frantic energy drained out of her posture, replaced by a soft, weary surrender. "We talk at dawn," she whispered. "At dawn," I agreed. "Now go." I waited until the 5 women retreated across the damp lawn toward the converted stable. Only when the heavy wooden door of the carriage house clicked shut did I pull my phone from my pocket and dial Big Mike. "Bring the heavy rigging gear," I said the second he answered. "We have a beam to set." 40 minutes later, Mike's dually truck rumbled up the driveway. The heavy diesel engine shattered the quiet of the estate. He threw it into park, stepped out into the humid night air, and spat a sunflower seed shell into the dirt. He took one long assessment of the glulam beam, then shifted his gaze to me. A slow, knowing smirk spread across his weathered face. "Couldn't stay away from the madhouse, could you?" Mike grabbed a pair of thick leather work gloves from his truck bed. "Shut up and grab the hydraulic jacks," I grunted, pulling my own gloves on. We dragged the heavy equipment through the grand foyer and into the ballroom. The space was cavernous and terrifying. The crystal chandeliers caught the ambient moonlight filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Above us, the ceiling sagged ominously. The temporary support post I had installed days ago groaned under the immense pressure of the compromised second floor. The smell of ancient sawdust and dry rot hung thick in the stagnant air. "All right," Mike said, his tone shifting from amused to deadly serious. "This is sketchy, boss. We need to lift the ceiling a full 2 inches before we can even slide that new beam onto the brackets." "We set cribbing blocks on the east and west corners," I instructed, my mind shifting entirely into the mathematics of weight distribution. 2 20-ton hydraulic jacks. We cranked them simultaneously, half an inch at a time. We listened to the wood. We hauled the heavy timber cribbing blocks into the ballroom, stacking them in precise interlocking grids to distribute the pressure across the floorboards. We positioned the massive red hydraulic jacks on top of the blocks, sliding thick steel plates between the jack heads and the sagging ceiling joists above. I grabbed the heavy metal lever for my jack. Mike took his position across the room. "On 3, I called out. 1, 2, 3. I threw my weight onto the lever. The hydraulic fluid hissed. The heavy steel piston extended upward, making contact with the plate. "Again," I ordered. We pumped the levers. The house let out a terrifying, ear-splitting shriek. A shower of century-old plaster dust rained down on my shoulders. The floorboards beneath my boots vibrated with the immense transfer of energy. "Hold!" Mike shouted over the groaning timber. I froze, my muscles burning with adrenaline. We waited in the settling dust. The house creaked, a low, drawn-out sound like a dying ship, and then fell silent. The temporary support post loosened entirely, the weight transferring perfectly onto our hydraulic jacks. "Ceiling is stable," I breathed, swiping a mixture of sweat and plaster dust from my eyes. "Now for the fun part," Mike grunted. We moved outside to the glulam beam. It was an absolute monster. We wrapped heavy-duty industrial lifting straps around each end, securing them to a pair of manual chain hoists we rigged to the scaffolding inside the ballroom. The physical labor consumed the next 4 hours. Every muscle in my back and shoulders screamed in protest as we ratcheted the heavy steel chains, lifting the 2,000-pound beam inch by agonizing inch into the air. The repetitive clank of the ratchets echoed through the empty mansion. Sweat soaked through my flannel shirt, sticking the fabric to my spine. Machine grease smeared across my knuckles. With every pull of the chain, my mind cleared. I had spent my entire adult life trying to avoid this exact situation. I built my own house with slow, methodical precision so it would never sag, never break, never demand emergency triage in the middle of the night. I thought a perfect structure meant a safe heart. But dragging this ugly, heavy beam through the mud for a woman who refused to quit changed the entire equation. Molly was messy. She was chaotic. She rushed into things blindly and planned events she had no money to pay for. But she also rallied a small army to buy a foundational support beam because she believed in the future of this ruined building. She believed in the future, period. I wanted that chaos. I wanted to be the load-bearing support for her wild ideas. I would rather stand in a crumbling ballroom with Molly Anderson and sit perfectly safe and entirely alone in my flawless house. "Watch your fingers," Mike barked, breaking me out of my thoughts. The beam hovered 3 inches above the heavy steel brackets we had bolted to the wall studs. "Lowering on the left," I called out, releasing the tension on my hoist a fraction of an inch. The massive timber descended. The engineered wood scraped against the steel bracket. "Lowering right," Mike echoed. With a heavy, final thud that shook the floorboards beneath our boots, the glulam beam slotted perfectly into the brackets. The sound was deeply satisfying, the sound of a problem permanently solved. We grabbed our impact drivers and drove the heavy lag bolts through the steel brackets and into the wood, securing the beam in place. Once the bolts were tight, I moved back to the hydraulic jacks. "Releasing pressure," I announced. I turned the release valve on the jack. The hiss of escaping pressure filled the room. The ceiling settled downward, transferring its immense crushing weight onto the new beam. The glulam timber took the load without a single creak. It held firm. The ballroom was safe. The Everhart Estate was saved. Mike leaned against the scaffolding, pulling his work gloves off with his teeth. He wiped his greasy forehead with the back of his forearm. "Solid work, Sullivan," he muttered. "Thanks, Mike." I stared up at the massive beam, my chest heaving with exertion. We spent the next hour breaking down the rigging equipment. We hauled the jacks, the chains, and the cribbing blocks back out to the dually. The eastern horizon began to turn a pale, bruised purple. The crickets finally stopped their screaming, giving way to the early morning calls of the coastal seabirds. Mike tossed the last chain into his truck bed and slammed the tailgate. He turned to me, clapping a heavy calloused hand onto my shoulder. "She's a good one, Jack," Mike said quietly, his folksy amusement gone. "A woman who buys her own lumber is a woman you keep. Don't mess this up." "I'll do my best." Mike climbed into his truck and fired up the diesel engine. He threw me a two-finger salute through the open window and rumbled down the long gravel driveway, the red taillights disappearing into the morning mist. I stood alone on the front porch of the Everhart Estate. It was 5 a.m. The humid night air had cooled, leaving a damp chill on my sweat-soaked flannel. My muscles ached with a deep, satisfying exhaustion. I turned and walked back inside the house. The grand foyer was quiet. I grabbed a clean rag from my tool bag and sat down on a stacked pile of 2x4s near the base of the split staircase. I dragged the rag over my hands, methodically wiping the machine grease and sawdust from my knuckles. The sky outside the floor-to-ceiling ballroom window shifted from purple to a soft pale blue, laced with ribbons of gold. The dawn was breaking over Lake Lovelace. The morning light spilled across the scuffed hardwood floors, illuminating the new beam overhead. I sat in the silence and rehearsed the words in my head. I needed to tell Molly about Elena. I needed to explain why I ran away. I needed to make her understand that my fear of a messy life was a coward's defense mechanism. I had to lay my heart completely bare, without the armor of gruff professionalism or sarcastic banter. I tossed the dirty rag onto the floor. I rested my elbows on my knees and dropped my head into my hands. The risk was enormous. If I gave her everything and she eventually decided the renovation was too hard, or the town was too small, or the business failed, the collapse would destroy me. It would be a catastrophic structural failure of my own life. But sitting in the quiet morning light, the fear finally burned away. I accepted the risk. I wanted to build this life with her, however imperfect it turned out to be. A sharp creak echoed across the lawn. I lifted my head. Through the open front doors, the heavy wooden door of the carriage house swung open. Footsteps moved softly across the damp grass. The rhythmic crunch of gravel followed. I tracked the sound as it approached the front porch. The heavy tread of work boots hit the bottom wooden stair. My chest pulled tight. The physical exhaustion of the long night vanished entirely, replaced by a massive spike of adrenaline. I stood up from the pile of lumber. I squared my shoulders to the doorway, my heart completely unguarded, and waited for Molly to step into the light.
Chapter 19. Sawdust and Sponsorships. Molly. The damp chill of the August morning sank straight through the denim of my paint-splattered overalls. Fog rolled off Lake Lovelace in thick gray waves, swallowing the shoreline and creeping up the sloping lawn of the Everhart Estate. I trudged along the gravel path from the carriage house, my Converse sneakers crunching loud in the pre-dawn quiet. My fingers clamped around a chipped ceramic mug of black coffee like it was the only thing anchoring me to the earth. I needed the caffeine, but mostly I needed the warmth against my freezing palms. Today was August 20th. We had exactly 2 weeks until the Labor Day open house, and my venue was currently missing a ceiling. Dread sat heavy and cold in my stomach. The entire walk from the hen house to the main mansion played out like a slow-motion march to the gallows. I kept picturing the massive 1,000-pound load-bearing beam sitting exactly where the delivery guys had dropped it yesterday. It would be resting on the scarred hardwood of the grand foyer, an insurmountable wooden roadblock mocking my sheer audacity. I mentally rehearsed the speech I planned to give the girls. "Okay, crew, we just need to figure out the physics of pulleys and leverage. We can hoist a structural support beam with sheer willpower, and maybe some heavy-duty ratchet straps from Callaway Hardware." It was a manic, desperate lie. We were out of money. Jack was gone. The house was structurally compromised. I reached the wide stone steps of the front porch. The heavy oak double doors loomed ahead, their brass handles tarnished and cold. I balanced my coffee mug in one hand, grabbed the right handle, and leaned my entire body weight backward to wrench the swollen wood out of its frame. The door groaned open on rusty hinges. I stepped inside. The sharp, pungent scent of fresh-cut pine hit my nose, cutting right through the familiar musty odor of old dust and damp plaster. I braced myself to look at the floor. I prepared my brain for the sight of the impossible wooden monolith. The floor was completely empty. A sharp breath hitched in my throat. I snapped my head up. The massive wooden beam hung perfectly slotted into the ceiling structure above the split staircase. 3 heavy-duty steel jacks braced it from below, gleaming in the low morning light. Fresh, raw framing locked the entire assembly into place. The sagging ceiling line was gone. The overhead expanse looked terrifyingly sturdy. The house was safe. My brain simply stopped processing information. The geometry of it made no sense. One man could not lift that beam. One man could not secure it. "You're up early?" The rough, gravelly voice echoed from the shadows near the ballroom entrance. I spun around, nearly sloshing boiling coffee over the rim of my mug. Jack sat on a low pile of scrap 2x4s. He looked entirely wrecked. A thick layer of yellow sawdust coated his scruffy jaw, his dark hair, and the shoulders of his faded red flannel shirt. His work boots were caked in drywall dust. He held a dirty, oil-stained rag between his hands, staring at me with dark, exhausted eyes. The manic optimism I usually wore like a shield completely dissolved. I didn't yell. I didn't offer a corporate speak pep talk. I just stared at the miracle above my head, then back at the man on the scrap wood. "How did you do that?" My voice came out flat, stripped of all its usual frantic energy. Jack tossed the dirty rag onto the floor. He rested his elbows on his knees, leaning forward. "Big Mike came back around midnight. We rigged a block and tackle system off the upper king studs, used the steel jacks to walk it up, an inch at a time. You worked all night." "I tracked the delivery truck," Jack said, his tone defensive and quiet. "I knew they dropped it yesterday afternoon. I couldn't just leave it sitting in the middle of the foyer. The load transfer was getting unstable." "Jack." I took a step closer, my boots scuffing against the sawdust-covered floorboards. "You quit. You walked away yesterday." He scrubbed a hand over his face, leaving a streak of clean skin through the dust on his cheek. "I tried to. I went to a porch repair job in town, spent 3 hours staring at a rotten stair stringer and thinking about the structural integrity of this roof." He dropped his hand, meeting my gaze squarely. "I came back the second the sun went down. I walked over to the grand split staircase and sank onto the bottom step. The wood was cold and gritty against my jeans. I set my coffee mug on the step beside me, suddenly lacking the strength to hold it. Jack pushed himself up from the scrap pile. He moved with deliberate, aching economy, his muscles clearly protesting every step. He crossed the foyer and sat down on the opposite end of the bottom stair, leaving a careful 2 feet of space between us. The silence stretched out, filled only by the distant, rhythmic lapping of the lake against the lower dock, and the occasional creak of the newly supported house settling into its bones. "I owe you an apology," Jack said. He stared straight ahead at the open front doors, refusing to look at me. "You just saved my building," I replied softly. "You don't owe me anything." "I owe you an explanation." He rubbed the back of his neck, a gesture so familiar and grounded, it made my chest ache. "Yesterday, when you said you were out of money, when you started talking about moving funds and risking the whole operation just to buy the beam." He took a slow, jagged breath. It panicked me. "I know," I said. "I pushed too hard. I'm chaotic. I try to fix things with duct tape and enthusiasm." "No." Jack turned his head, his dark eyes locking onto mine with a sudden intense focus. "It wasn't your chaos, Molly. It was the fact that you were willing to break yourself in half to keep building this place. It terrified me." I frowned, tucking a stray, chaotic curl behind my ear. "Why would that terrify you?" Jack rested his forearms on his knees, his massive, calloused hands clasped loosely together. "Elena didn't cheat on me," he said abruptly. The mention of his ex-wife sent a cold spike through my ribs. He never talked about her. Big Mike had only offered vague warnings about a bad divorce. "She didn't leave because we fought," Jack continued, his voice dropping into a low, raw register. "She left because she hated the mess. When we got married, we bought this old, run-down craftsman on the edge of town. I promised her I'd fix it up, make it perfect. But I was running my business during the day, so I could only work on our house at night and on weekends." He unclasped his hands, tracing a deep gouge in the wooden stair with his thumb. "We lived in a construction zone for 4 years, Jack said. Drywall dust in the coffee, plastic sheeting over the doorways, exposed wires, cold drafts. She kept asking when it would be done, when we could just have a normal, quiet life. I kept telling her soon. I pushed so hard. I worked myself to the bone, trying to give her the finished product she wanted. I stayed completely still, barely breathing, letting the quiet space hold his confession. I finally finished the master bedroom, Jack said, a bitter edge creeping into his tone. The last room in the house. I nailed in the final piece of baseboard trim on a Tuesday afternoon. I vacuumed up the dust. I painted the walls this soft sage green she picked out. I went downstairs to tell her it was done. The house was finally finished. He looked back toward the open doorway, his jaw clenching. She was packing her bags in the kitchen, he said. She told me she was exhausted. She said she didn't want a life that always needed fixing. She wanted a finished life. She walked out the door an hour later. The house was perfect, and it was completely empty. A heavy ache settled beneath my ribs. The pristine, silent craftsman bungalow Jack lived in now suddenly made terrible sense. It wasn't a sanctuary. It was a monument to a failure he couldn't undo. When you told me the money was gone yesterday, Jack said, turning back to me, all I saw was the mess. I saw the debt, the unstable roof, the endless list of broken things. I looked at you, and I was absolutely certain that the second things got too hard, the second the dust got too thick, you were going to pack your bags and walk away too. Because everyone eventually wants a finished life. Jack, I whispered, I couldn't handle building this with you, building something with you, and then watching you leave when it wasn't perfect. I picked up my coffee mug. The ceramic was lukewarm now. I stared down into the dark liquid, processing the massive defensive wall this man had constructed around his heart. He thought safety meant isolation. He thought love required a pristine, completed environment. You think I want perfect, I said, my voice steady and quiet. You think I'm looking for a finished life? Aren't you? He asked. I set the mug back down with a sharp clack against the wood. I was an event planner in Chicago, Jack. I threw million-dollar parties for people who owned yachts and private islands. My entire job was manufacturing perfection. I shifted on the step, turning my body fully toward him. The Vanderhoven Diamond Jubilee. I'd pushed the words out. My assistant forgot to file a noise variance. The police shut down a million-dollar party in the middle of the champagne toast. Jack watched me, his expression unreadable beneath the layer of sawdust and exhaustion. I took the blame, I said. My mistake, my call. They fired me on the spot and blacklisted me. 3 years of 80-hour weeks, thrown away over a piece of paper I could have checked myself. Molly, Jack said, his voice rough. I'm terrified every single day, I admitted, the truth finally spilling out, messy and unvarnished. I'm terrified I dragged my 4 best friends to this town, convinced them to spend their life savings on a crumbling mansion, and that I'm going to fail them. I'm terrified they're going to look at me the way my boss did and realize I'm a fraud. I reached out, closing the distance between us, and grabbed the front of his flannel shirt. The fabric was coarse and smelled of sweat and pine resin. But I'm not running, I told him fiercely, giving the shirt a slight shake. And neither are they. Jack looked down at my hand gripping his shirt, then up to my face. You want to know how we were going to pay for the beam? I asked. You want to know what happened after you drove away yesterday? He gave a slow, cautious nod. Chloe cashed in the savings bond her mother gave her, I said, listing the sacrifices like battle honors. Sadie sold her mint green stand mixer to Patty at the bakery down the street. I sold Mrs. Higgins the diamond tennis bracelet my old boss gave me. Jack's eyes widened, a flicker of genuine shock breaking through his exhaustion. Molly, you didn't. We did, I said, my grip tightening on his shirt. Because we aren't looking for a finished life, Jack. We don't want a pristine, perfect house handed to us. We bought a ruin because we want to build something real. We are buying into the mess. We are literally pawning our safety nets to stay in the dust with you. I let go of his shirt and let my hand drop to the step between us. I don't need you to give me a perfect building, I said quietly. I need a partner. I need someone who knows how to hold the ceiling up when the load gets too heavy. I need someone who stays. Jack stared at me. The silence returned to the foyer, but it didn't feel cold or empty anymore. It felt charged, heavy with the weight of collapsed boundaries and exposed foundations. He looked up at the massive wooden beam secured above our heads. He looked at the steel jacks, the raw framing, the raw, ugly truth of a house stripped down to its studs. Then he looked back at me. 50-50, Jack said, his voice thick with emotion. I blinked. What? The renovation, he said, the decisions, the stress, the risk. You don't carry it alone anymore. I'm in, 100%. For the house, He paused, his dark eyes dropping to my mouth before lifting back to my eyes. And for you. A breath I didn't know I was holding rushed out of my lungs in a shaky exhale. Manic energy that had been driving me for a month finally dissolved, replaced by a profound, overwhelming sense of security. The sun finally crested the tree line on the far side of Lake Lovelace. Thick, golden light spilled through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the adjacent ballroom, stretching across the scarred hardwood floors and illuminating millions of dust motes dancing in the air. The morning fog burned away, leaving the sky a brilliant, sharp blue. Jack reached out. His large, calloused hands enveloped my cold fingers. He pulled my hands away from my lap, leaning closer. He didn't hesitate this time. He didn't check his watch or rub the back of his neck. He just moved into my space, closing the final 2 feet between us. I met him halfway. My hands went to his shoulders, feeling the solid, unyielding muscle beneath the rough flannel. Jack's hand slid up to frame my face, his thumbs brushing lightly over my cheekbones. His skin was rough, coated in grit, but his touch was incredibly gentle. He kissed me. The kiss was slow, deliberate, and entirely devoid of the sarcastic friction we usually hid behind. There was no banter, no witty deflection. It was just the warm, solid pressure of his mouth against mine, grounding me completely in the present moment. I breathed in the scent of sawdust, sweat, and cheap coffee, burying my face against his neck. The physical relief of finally letting someone else carry the weight washed over me in a sweeping tide. Jack shifted closer, deepening the kiss, his thumbs tracing the line of my jaw. My heart kept time between us, steady and strong. I kissed him back with everything I had, pouring all my chaotic, messy hope into the connection. We stayed like that for a long time, anchored to the bottom step of a ruined staircase, surrounded by construction debris and early morning light. Eventually, Jack pulled back. He rested his forehead against mine, his breath warm against my skin. "I need a shower," he murmured, his voice a low, dry rumble. "And probably a tetanus shot. And a 4-hour nap before Big Mike gets back here with the framing crew." I laughed, the sound bubbling up from a place of pure, unforced joy. I leaned against his chest, wrapping my arms around his waist. "You smell like a lumberjack who lost a fight with a sander." "You're the one hugging him," Jack pointed out, resting his chin on the top of my head. "I'm claiming my 50% equity," I replied. I turned my head, resting my cheek against his flannel shirt, and looked out the open front doors. The lawn was wildly overgrown. The stone wall separating our property from Liam Sterling's nursery was crumbling. The porch railing needed to be entirely rebuilt. The structural crisis was over. The beam was up. The house wasn't going to collapse. But my event planner brain, dormant for the last 10 minutes, suddenly clicked back online with brutal efficiency. We had 2 weeks, 14 days until the Labor Day open house. Mrs. Higgins and her Historical Society cronies were going to march through those front doors with measuring tapes and clipboards. Half the town of Juniper Springs was going to show up just to see the jinxed Everhart Estate finally fail. We needed functioning bathrooms, we needed a safe path through the foyer, we needed the ballroom floor refinished so Chloe could set up the floral displays and Sadie could stage the dessert tables. We had the beam, we had each other. But now we had to prove to the entire town that the vow was actually a viable business, not just a romantic delusion. I pulled back from Jack's chest and patted his shoulder briskly. "Okay, Sullivan," I said, my voice pitching up slightly with renewed, focused energy. "Go home, take your shower, get your nap." Jack raised an eyebrow, a slow, tired smile pulling at the corner of his mouth. "You're kicking me out?" "I am mandating a rest period for my lead contractor," I corrected, standing up and smoothing down the front of my overalls. I picked up my cold coffee mug. "Because starting tomorrow morning, we have a wedding venue to build, and I need you conscious when Mrs. Higgins tries to cite us for unapproved paint swatches." Jack chuckled, a deep, rich sound that echoed in the high ceilings of the foyer. He pushed himself off the stairs, groaning slightly as his joints popped. "Tomorrow morning," Jack agreed. He reached out, tugging gently on one of my messy curls. "No more running, Molly." "No more running," I promised. I watched him walk out the heavy oak doors, his boots crunching on the gravel path as he headed toward his truck. The sunlight hit the white columns of the porch, bright and uncompromising. I turned around and looked up at the new beam one last time. The mess was still everywhere, but for the first time since I bought the Everhart Estate, the foundation felt absolutely solid.
Chapter 20. Open Doors and Open Hearts. Jack. The starched collar of the navy button-down dug into my neck. I hooked a finger under the fabric, tugging it away from my skin, and actively fought the urge to roll my sleeves past my elbows. A contractor in actual slacks was a dangerous thing, entirely out of his element, and the Labor Day heat radiating off Lake Lovelace only made the stiff cotton more oppressive. "Look at you, Sullivan, ready for a board meeting." I turned away from the grand foyer staircase. Big Mike Kowalski stood next to a towering floral arrangement, holding a teacup the size of a thimble. His thick, calloused fingers dwarfed the delicate china, the handle entirely lost inside his grip. He wore a clean flannel shirt tucked into new denim, which constituted high formal wear for my foreman. "If you drop that cup, Sadie will likely use your skull as a mixing bowl," I told him, adjusting my cuffs again. Mike took a loud, slurping sip of whatever herbal concoction floated inside the porcelain. "Sadie loves me. I moved 3 pallets of sugar for her yesterday. Besides, you're deflecting. You look like a respectable member of society. It's unsettling. I keep expecting you to try and sell me whole life insurance." "Molly asked for business casual," I muttered, scanning the crowded room. "And you gave her Wall Street. Love makes a man do ridiculous things." Mike chuckled, setting the tiny teacup onto a passing server's tray with surprising grace. "Floor's holding up nice." I shifted my stance, pressing my weight into the hardwood. The Everhart Estate hummed with the energy of 50 people, occupying the grand foyer and the ballroom. The floorboards, the ones my crew and I spent a grueling 48 hours reinforcing from the crawl space below, took the strain without a single groan or buckle. The fresh coat of alabaster paint on the wainscoting caught the afternoon sunlight, streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The Labor Day open house was officially a spectacle, a loud, vibrant, undeniable proof of concept. My gaze swept the room and locked onto the source of all this beautiful chaos. Molly stood near the ballroom entrance, wrapped in a bright emerald green dress that swished around her knees as she moved. She had pinned her chaotic brown curls back, though one stubborn strand had already staged a rebellion, falling across her cheek. She commanded a circle of potential clients and local gossips with effortless grace. Tony Ricci, the dramatic town caterer, waved a hand in the air emphasizing a point, and Molly laughed, a bright, clear sound that cut through the low murmur of the crowd. She was entirely in her element. The panicked, desperate woman I met in mid-July, the one standing in the middle of a crumbling ruin with a binder full of impossible dreams, had transformed. She had stepped into her true self. She directed the flow of the room, introduced vendors, and smoothed over awkward conversations with the practiced ease of a maestro conducting an orchestra. A heavy, grounding pride anchored my boots to the floor. We built this. The heavy thud of work boots on the foyer tile broke my concentration. Hank Henderson marched through the front double doors, his signature red suspenders snapping against his plaid shirt as he adjusted his posture. He carried a battered aluminum clipboard against his chest. That clipboard held the fate of the Everhart Estate. Hank served as both the town building inspector and the proxy for the bank's final funding release. Without his signature on the structural sign-off, the renovation money froze, and the venue died before it ever hosted a single wedding. I abandoned Big Mike and strode toward the ballroom. Hank's eyes were already fixed on the ceiling, zeroing in on the massive cedar-wrapped span separating the foyer from the main event space, the load-bearing beam. The very thing that nearly broke this entire project 2 weeks ago. I reached Hank at the exact moment Molly materialized at my side. Our shoulders brushed, a silent, automatic alignment. We matched each other's stride, presenting a solid wall. "Afternoon, Hank," I said, extending a hand. Hank shook it, his grip like a bench vise. "Sullivan, Miss Anderson, quite a crowd you got in here. Surprised the floor joists aren't screaming." "We sistered every joist under the main thoroughfare," I replied, keeping my voice level. 16 inches on center. You could park a loaded cement truck in the foyer. "I'll take your word for it, seeing as I already inspected the crawl space yesterday," Hank grumbled, clicking his pen. He tilted his head back, aiming a small flashlight up at the beam. "Let's talk about the overhead." Before Hank could ask his first technical question, a sharp scent of mothballs and stale lavender wafted over us. Mrs. Mildred Higgins stepped out from behind a velvet curtain, her mouth pinched into a tight, disapproving line. She wore a tweed skirt suit entirely inappropriate for the late summer heat, clutching a vintage leather handbag like a weapon. "Henry," Mrs. Higgins snapped, her voice carrying over the polite chatter of the guests, "I certainly hope you aren't planning to approve that monstrosity. It completely ruins the historical sightlines of the grand entrance." Hank sighed, lowering his flashlight. "Mildred, I'm a structural inspector. I don't care about sightlines. I care about the roof collapsing on the mayor's head." "The Historical Society cares," she insisted, stepping between Hank and the beam, pointing a bony, trembling finger upward. Archibald Everhart intended for an unobstructed view from the front door straight through to the lake. Putting a massive hulking piece of lumber across the ceiling is a violation of the preservation guidelines. It's a modern intrusion. I squared my stance, ready to deliver a blunt contractor's reality check, but Molly stepped forward first. She did not shrink. She did not apologize. "Actually, Mrs. Higgins," Molly said, her voice projecting with absolute calm authority, "Archibald Everhart's original 1924 blueprints included a supportive archway in this exact location. He removed it in 1925, against his architect's advice, to achieve that unobstructed view, which is precisely why the second-floor load caused the ceiling to sag 3 inches by 1940. Mrs. Higgins blinked, her hand tightening on her purse straps. "Where did you hear such a thing?" "I spent 3 days in the county archives pulling the original architectural drafts," Molly countered, offering a polite, razor-sharp smile. "We aren't ruining the historical integrity, Mrs. Higgins. We are correcting a 90-year-old mistake." I didn't bother hiding my smirk. I turned to Hank, picking up the baton without missing a beat. The cedar wrap is purely aesthetic, to match the original trim. Inside is a custom-engineered glulam beam, bolted with half-inch steel flitch plates. It rests on 2 newly poured concrete footings in the basement, transferring the load directly into the bedrock. It exceeds current municipal safety codes by 40%. Hank tapped the clipboard against his stomach, looking back and forth between us. We operated like a perfectly synchronized machine. She handled the history and the diplomacy. I handled the math and the steel. No gaps in the armor. Mrs. Higgins sniffed. She snapped open her leather handbag and produced a folded Historical Society inspection form. Her pen moved across it with rapid, efficient marks, checking boxes with crisp, disappointed strokes. Her expression went flat as the last box filled in. Be that as it may, the cedar is entirely the wrong shade of stain. It clashes with the mahogany banister. "I'll be sure to note your aesthetic concerns in the suggestion box, Mildred," Hank muttered. He stepped past her, entirely ignoring her outraged gasp. He walked the length of the beam, shining his light along the seams, checking the heavy iron brackets, bolting it to the reinforced king studs. The ballroom chatter faded into white noise. Molly stood perfectly still beside me. I shifted my hand, letting my knuckles rest lightly against hers. She uncurled her fingers, hooking her pinky around mine. The small, hidden point of contact grounded us both. Hank clicked his flashlight off and tucked it into his shirt pocket. He flipped to the 3rd page on his clipboard, clicked his pen, and dragged the ballpoint across the bottom line. The scuffing sound of ink on paper echoed louder than the party. He ripped the yellow carbon copy off the pad and held it out. Molly took it, her fingers trembling slightly. "Structural reinforcement is approved," Hank announced loud enough for Mrs. Higgins to hear. "Occupancy limit is officially raised to 200. Funds should release by Tuesday." "Thank you, Hank," I said, giving him a curt nod. "Don't thank me, Sullivan. Thank the fact that you over-engineer everything you touch," Hank grunted. He tipped his hat to Molly. "Good luck with the weddings, Miss Anderson. Try to keep Mildred out of the punch bowl." Hank lumbered away toward the dessert table. Mrs. Higgins offered us one final, withering glare before turning on her sensible heels and marching out the front door. Molly stared at the yellow paper in her hand. A slow, brilliant smile broke across her face, illuminating her features. She turned to me, her hazel eyes wide with disbelief and triumph. "We did it," she whispered. Before I could agree, the booming, gravelly voice of Earl Dobbs echoed from the buffet line. "Where's the manager? Someone needs to explain why the Blackberry Bramble parade route is blocking my driveway next week." Molly's eyes widened in horror. "Oh, absolutely not. I am off the clock for exactly 5 minutes." She grabbed my wrist, her grip remarkably strong, and dragged me away from the grand staircase. We wove through a cluster of town council members, skirted past Lacey O'Connor's enthusiastic hand gestures, and hit the swinging doors leading into the kitchen. The heat of the industrial kitchen hit us instantly. Sadie stood at the massive stainless steel prep tables surrounded by towering racks of cooling pastries. She held a piping bag in one hand and a damp towel in the other, a streak of powdered sugar painted across her forehead. "Sadie, hide us," Molly demanded, not stopping her forward momentum. Sadie didn't even look up from the cupcake she was frosting. "Walk-in pantry, bottom shelf behind the 50-pound flour sacks. Don't knock over my vanilla extract." Ollie pulled me past the ovens and shoved open the heavy oak door of the walk-in pantry. We tumbled inside, and I caught the door, pulling it shut until the heavy iron latch clicked into place. The noise of the open house vanished, replaced by the muffled, rhythmic hum of the kitchen refrigerators through the wall. A single cage bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a dim, warm yellow glow over the small space. The air smelled fiercely of cinnamon, raw cane sugar, and the dry, dusty scent of aged wood. Floor-to-ceiling shelves lined the walls, packed tight with Sadie's bakery boxes, bulk bags of baking supplies, and massive metal tins of coffee beans. Molly leaned back against a sturdy shelving unit, her chest heaving as she caught her breath. She held the yellow inspection paper up, waving it like a victorious flag on a battlefield. "He signed it," she laughed, the sound bouncing off the cramped walls. "Jack, he actually signed it. The bank is going to release the money. We aren't going bankrupt." "I told you the math was solid," I said, keeping my voice low in the quiet space. "It wasn't the math I was worried about. It was the Higgins factor." Molly shook her head, leaning her head back against the wood. "Did you see her face when I brought up Archibald's original drafts? I thought her tweed was going to spontaneously combust." "You handled her perfectly." I stepped closer, invading her space gently. The cramped dimensions of the pantry left us little room, our shoes mere inches apart. In the dim light, the vibrant green of her dress stood out against the drab brown of the cardboard boxes. A faint smudge of white flour stained the fabric near her waist, likely picked up during our sprint past Sadie's prep station. She looked up at me, the residual adrenaline of the confrontation slowly fading from her expression, replaced by something softer, something incredibly vulnerable. "I didn't handle it perfectly, Jack," she murmured, lowering the paper. "I panicked 3 times this morning. I dropped a tray of champagne flutes before anyone got here. I forgot to print the vendor lists until Paige yelled at me. You got the signature. You saved the venue. The rest is details." I studied her face, the stray curl resting against her cheek, the way she chewed on her lower lip when she processed a compliment, the fierce, stubborn determination that kept her moving forward even when the foundation crumbled beneath her. The profound certainty hit me then. It wasn't a sudden, shocking revelation. It didn't come with fireworks or a racing pulse. It arrived as a heavy, immovable fact settling deep into my bones, much like the steel-reinforced beam we installed in the ceiling. My ex-wife, Elena, left because she wanted a finished product. She wanted a house without dust, a life without complications. She wanted the pristine picture in the magazine. Molly Anderson was a walking complication. She was loud, chaotic, and prone to taking on burdens that weren't hers to carry. She dragged me into the mess, forced me to care about things I swore off, and made me look at a ruined building and see a future. I didn't want the finished product anymore. I wanted the building process. I wanted the mess, the arguments over paint colors, the late nights balancing budgets, and the quiet moments hiding in pantries. I wanted to wake up every morning and build a life with this exact woman. I wanted to marry her. I reached out, my fingers brushing the soft skin of her jaw. I traced the line of her cheekbone, my thumb gently sweeping the stray curl back behind her ear. The banter faded completely, evaporating into the sugar-scented air. "You did it, Molly," I said, my voice thick. "You built something real." She leaned her face into my palm, her hazel eyes holding my gaze with absolute, unwavering trust. "We did it, Jack. I couldn't hold the weight alone." "You'll never have to," I promised. I leaned down and kissed her. There was no frantic urgency in the movement, no desperate grasping. I took the yellow paper from her hand, tossing it onto a nearby sack of flour, and wrapped both my arms around her waist, pulling her flush against my chest. Her hand slid up my chest, her fingers curling into the stiff fabric of my collar, anchoring herself to me. The kiss was slow, deliberate, and deeply grounding. It was a foundation being poured, a structure locking into place. I poured every ounce of my quiet, steady certainty into the way my mouth moved against hers, communicating the promise I wasn't quite ready to say out loud yet. She answered with equal conviction, her body melting against mine, trusting the support completely. We broke apart slowly, the shift in the air heavy and sweet. I kept my arms around her, resting my forehead against hers. We stood there in the dim yellow light, sharing the same air, listening to the faint muffled sounds of a successful open house filtering through the heavy oak door. The clinking of glasses, the rumble of conversation, the vibrant, messy life waiting for us outside. Molly let out a soft, shaky breath, her thumb brushing against my jawline. "We should probably get back out there," she whispered, reluctant to move. "Earl Dobbs is going to corner Paige if I don't go rescue her." "Let Earl wait," I murmured, pressing one last firm kiss to the corner of her mouth. "But the rest of the town needs to see the boss." I stepped back, dropping one arm but keeping her hand firmly locked in mine. I pushed the heavy pantry door open, the bright fluorescent light of the kitchen spilling over us. Sadie threw us a knowing look over a fresh batch of cupcakes, but kept quiet. Together, hand in hand, we walked out of the quiet retreat and stepped back into the bright, loud, beautiful life we had built.
Epilogue. The inspection report. Molly. The red pen slashed across the thick paper on my clipboard, leaving a satisfying, bright crimson checkmark next to the final floral delivery. I capped the pen, slipped it into the pocket of my navy blazer, and took a deep breath. 1 year ago, the grand foyer of the Everhart Estate smelled of damp rot, abandoned nests, and sheer financial panic. Today, the scent of Sadie's cinnamon-spiced apple cider drifted from the catering kitchen, mingling with the rich beeswax polish on the restored oak staircase. Mid-October sunlight angled through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, catching the crystal drops of the ballroom chandeliers and scattering sharp, brilliant rainbows across the immaculate hardwood floors. We were fully booked for the month, hosting our third wedding of the season, and the house hummed with the steady, controlled energy of a thriving business. Paige's sensible heels clicked against the floorboards as she marched out of the ballroom, holding her own heavily tabbed binder. She stopped beside me, her expression perfectly composed, but her eyes flashing with operational intensity. "We have a cake stand situation," Paige announced, tapping a manicured fingernail against a laminated schedule. "The Montagues brought their own ceramic pedestal, but it has a hairline fracture down the center. If Sadie puts a 3-tier buttercream on that thing, we are looking at a structural collapse before the first toast." The old Molly, the manic, hyper-responsible event planner who once tried to carry the entire weight of a disaster on her own shoulders, would have sprinted to her car, driven into town, and scoured every antique shop in a 10-mile radius. The new Molly knew how to share the load. "Take the brass pedestal from the dining room," I instructed, keeping my voice steady and light. "The one Mrs. Higgins brought over last month, when she finally decided we weren't ruining the town's historic integrity. It's heavy enough to hold a boulder, and the gold accents match the Montague color scheme perfectly." Paige offered a rare, approving smile. "Brilliant. I will make the swap before the bride's mother even realizes the ceramic one is gone." She pivoted and headed for the dining room. Sadie hurried past a moment later, balancing a massive silver tray of miniature pumpkin tarts. A smudge of flour dusted her right cheek, and she offered me a quick, triumphant wink before disappearing through the swinging doors into the ballroom. The heavy oak front doors groaned inward, bringing a rush of crisp autumn wind into the foyer. Jack Sullivan stepped over the threshold. He wore his signature faded blue flannel, the sleeves rolled up to the elbows, exposing the corded muscles of his forearms, and the familiar dusting of dark hair. His work boots left no sawdust on the floor today. He looked clean, relaxed, and impossibly rugged against the elegant backdrop of the venue. He paused on the entryway rug, his dark eyes sweeping the room before landing squarely on me. The proprietary, fiercely proud look he gave me sent a rush of heat straight up my neck. He crossed the foyer in 5 long strides, carrying his battered metal contractor's clipboard. "I need the venue manager," Jack stated, his deep voice cutting through the ambient noise of the caterers setting up. "The venue manager is currently operating on a very strict timeline," I countered, tapping my own clipboard against my side. "The bride arrives in 2 hours, Jack. If you are about to tell me the plumbing in the bridal suite is making that weird humming noise again, I am going to scream. The plumbing is flawless. I installed it myself, he replied, entirely unbothered by my rising pitch. This is a mandatory compliance issue. I need you outside. Outside? I gestured wildly toward the ballroom. I have table settings to approve. I have a caterer who keeps trying to sneak extra tables onto the floor plan. I cannot go outside to look at a loose shingle right now. Jack reached out, his large calloused hand wrapping gently around my wrist. He plucked my clipboard from my grasp. Paige, he called out, not looking away from me. Paige emerged from the dining room, the heavy brass cake stand clutched to her chest. Take this, Jack said, extending my clipboard toward her. Paige took it without hesitation, an infuriatingly knowing smirk playing on her lips. Take your time, Molly. The schedule is completely under control. You are supposed to be on my side, I told her, narrowing my eyes. I am on the side of operational efficiency, Paige replied, turning back toward the ballroom. And right now, you are standing in the way of the caterers. Jack placed his hand on the small of my back, guiding me toward the side doors. The physical contact grounded me instantly, the warmth of his palm seeping through the fabric of my blazer. I let him lead me out of the foyer, down the hallway, and out the heavy side exit. The transition from the warm, bustling interior to the brisk October afternoon hit immediately. A sharp breeze bit through my clothes, carrying the scent of pine needles and the distant, briny tang of Lake Lovelace. Above us, the sky was a brilliant, cloudless blue. We walked across the lawn in silence, our footsteps crunching in rhythm over the fallen brown and gold maple leaves. Jack guided me toward the west elevation of the estate, steering us around Chloe's perfectly manicured rose bushes and the stone pathways Liam had helped install over the summer. We stopped next to the massive, thriving hydrangea bush. The heavy blooms had dried into beautiful shades of muted rust and faded green. I crossed my arms over my chest to ward off the chill. Okay, Sullivan, I said, looking at the pristine exterior wall of the mansion. We are here, at the exact spot where we stood a year ago and screamed at each other over a rotting sill plate. The foundation is perfectly solid now. What is the compliance issue? He did not look at the foundation. He stepped directly in front of me, blocking the wind. He lifted his battered metal clipboard and held it out to me. I frowned, taking the cold metal object from his hands. The city inspector doesn't come until next month. Glenda Fry specifically scheduled it for the Tuesday after the... I stopped talking. The paper clipped to the metal board was not a standard Juniper Springs municipal building code form. It was a custom document, printed on heavy stock paper, complete with the Sullivan Restoration and Construction logo at the top. Beneath the header, neatly typed rows of text were accompanied by empty checkboxes. I stared at the page, my brain struggling to process the words. I read the first line aloud, my voice sounding strangely thin in the open air. Load-bearing capacity of shared coffee orders. Excellent. I blinked, looking up at him. Jack stood perfectly still, his hands tucked into the front pockets of his jeans, his dark eyes locked onto my face. He offered no explanation, waiting in silence. I looked back down at the clipboard, my fingers gripping the metal edges tight enough to turn my knuckles white. Structural integrity of carriage house sleepovers. Tolerable, pending installation of soundproofing. A short, surprised laugh escaped my lips. I moved to the next line. Ability to withstand high-pressure events, including but not limited to runaway brides, missing permits, and Mrs. Higgins. Exceptional. My vision blurred slightly, the black text swimming against the white paper. I forced myself to read the final line, tracing the words with my eyes before I trusted my voice to speak them. Long-term viability of the Sullivan-Anderson partnership requires permanent binding. The witty comeback I'd prepared vanished, the corporate speak, the manic optimism, the event planner armor, all of it stripped away, leaving me standing in the October wind, entirely exposed. Jack pulled his hands from his pockets. He stepped forward, gently taking the clipboard from my rigid fingers and tossing it carelessly onto the grass. The metal clattered against the dry leaves. Before I could process the discarded clipboard, Jack dropped to one knee in the dirt. The damp October soil pressed immediately into the denim of his jeans, ruining them. He didn't care. He looked up at me, his expression stripped of its usual gruff reserve. Elena left because she wanted a finished house, Jack said, his voice a low, steady rumble that anchored me to the ground. She wanted a finished life. For 6 years, I thought that was the goal. I thought if I could just build something perfect, something flawless, I'd be safe. And then you showed up. He reached into the pocket of his flannel shirt and pulled out a small dark velvet box. You showed up with no money, a crumbling mansion, and a plan that made absolutely no sense, Jack continued, a soft, self-deprecating smile touching the corners of his mouth. You made a mess of my perfectly quiet life, Molly. You proved to me that safety isn't a finished house. Safety is the person you build with. He opened the box. A vintage gold band, holding a brilliant oval-cut diamond, caught the autumn sunlight. I don't ever want a finished life, Jack said, his gaze holding mine with an intensity that chased away the cold. I want to keep building and renovating and fixing things with you, every single day for the rest of my life. Will you marry me? A year ago, I would have panicked at the lack of a proper schedule. I would have worried about the dirt on his jeans, or the bride arriving in less than 2 hours, or the sheer, terrifying risk of letting someone else carry my weight. Instead, a profound, undeniable joy flooded through me, overriding every instinct to maintain control. But I was still Molly Anderson, and I was not about to let him be the only one sitting in the dirt. I dropped to my knees right in front of him. The damp earth instantly soaked through the knees of my sensible, expensive trousers, staining the fabric. Jack's eyes widened in surprise, his hands instinctively reaching out to catch my elbows. Molly, what are you doing? He asked, a startled laugh breaking through his serious expression. You're ruining your clothes. I am participating in the inspection, I told him fiercely. I reached into the pocket of my blazer, my fingers curling around the smooth plastic of my red pen. I pulled it out, popped the cap off with my thumb, and twisted my body to grab the metal clipboard off the grass. I held the clipboard up between us, the paper slightly damp from the morning dew. With 3 massive sweeping strokes of the red pen, I wrote a giant, undeniable, approved, diagonally across the entire checklist. I tossed the clipboard and the pen back onto the grass. I don't just accept the proposal, Sullivan, I said, looking him dead in the eye, a massive smile stretching across my face. I approve the entire foundation. Jack laughed, the deep, rich sound echoing across the lawn. He dropped the velvet box into the dirt, taking the ring between his thumb and index finger. His large, calloused hands were completely steady as he took my left hand, sliding the gold band onto my ring finger. It fit perfectly. Before I could admire it, Jack's hands moved to my face, his thumbs brushing my cheeks. He pulled me forward, capturing my mouth in a firm, grounding kiss. The world narrowed to the scent of his flannel, the rough scratch of his stubble, and the solid, unyielding strength of him kneeling in the dirt with me. I wrapped my arms around his neck, pulling him closer, letting the autumn wind swirl around us. When we finally broke apart, we stayed on our knees in the grass, our foreheads resting against each other. I looked past his shoulder at the towering, beautiful structure of the Everhart Estate. The town of Juniper Springs had spent decades calling this house a jinx. They said it ate money and ruined marriages, a monument to a broken engagement and a man obsessed with perfection. But Archibald Everhart had it all wrong. He tried to build a flawless monument to avoid the messy reality of love. Jack and I knew the truth. The mess was the point. The unexpected rot, the collapsed beams, the frantic late-night problem-solving. That was where the real structure was forged. I pressed a quick, final kiss to Jack's jaw, my thumb running over the smooth gold band on my finger. We had a bride arriving in an hour and a half, a cake stand to monitor, and an entire business to run. But for this one perfect, grounded moment, I stayed exactly where I was. The Everhart Estate might have been a jinx for someone else, but for us, it was the perfect foundation. Thank you so much for reading The Fixer-Upper Fiasco. I hope you loved these 2 characters. Keep reading to see what's next.
Second epilogue, The War of the Roses. Chloe. I was bleeding for the 3rd time before 9 in the morning, which meant the Everhart Estate's neglected rose garden was finally starting to respect me. A thick, stubborn cane of Rosa rugosa whipped back, carving a fresh red scratch across my forearm. A gritty smear of damp earth tracked across my nose as I wiped the sweat from my forehead with the back of my canvas glove. I leveled a stern glare at the massive, tangled thicket blocking my path to the western property line. We can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way, I muttered, shifting my scuffed leather boots in the deep layer of decomposing mulch. But you are going to climb the trellis, and you are going to like it. The rosebush offered no reply, save for the distinct earthy scent of wet soil and decaying oak leaves rising from its roots. I tightened my grip on the heavy steel loppers and squeezed the handles together. The satisfying crack of dead wood echoed across the sprawling lawn. 50 years of absolute neglect had turned this edge of the property into a fortified wall of thorns. It was my job to coax the wilderness back into a botanical masterpiece. Yesterday, Molly and Jack had pulled off a structural miracle inside the imposing Victorian mansion behind me, securing the foundation beam and earning the bank inspector's blessing during our Labor Day open house. The bones of the vow were solid. The financial panic that had choked our I Do crew for the past month had finally eased into a manageable, low-grade terror. Now, the pressure rested entirely on my snagged, oversized vintage sweater. By the first week of October, barely 4 weeks away, this haunted forest needed to transform into a luxury wedding venue's crown jewel. We needed the I Do gazebo cleared, the pathways defined, and the heritage roses blooming in a way that screamed aspirational romance rather than tetanus hazard. The town still whispered about Archibald Everhart's curse, insisting the property ate money and ruined marriages. I intended to bury that curse under a mountain of perfectly cultivated peonies and climbing ivy. My phone vibrated in my back pocket. I ignored the intrusion. The contents of the voicemail my parents had left last night already played on a continuous loop in my head. My father, the tax attorney, and my mother, the periodontist, had tag-teamed a highly structured, bullet-pointed lecture asking when I planned to abandon this little gardening hobby and return to Seattle for a sensible career in floral wholesale management. They loved me, but they viewed my life choices with the same baffled concern one might reserve for a squirrel trying to operate a forklift. To them, my intuitive approach to horticulture was a symptom of a chaotic mind. I channeled my frustration into the loppers, severing a suffocating vine of bindweed that had wrapped itself around a delicate tea rose. I wasn't frivolous. I possessed a vision. I understood what these plants needed, even if my methods lacked a spreadsheet. I waded deeper into the brush, fighting through a curtain of overgrown rhododendrons, working my way toward the crumbling stone wall that marked the property line. The stones, slick with morning dew and heavy moss, sat precariously stacked, serving as a physical border between two entirely different universes. On my side lay a riot of untamed potential. Wildflowers battled with invasive vines, and heritage roses climbed ancient oaks in a desperate grasp for sunlight. It pulsed with wild, chaotic life. I peered over the uneven stones. Sterling nurseries stretched out on the other side, resembling a high-tech botanical laboratory rather than a place where things grew out of the earth. Perfectly aligned rows of identical saplings stood at rigid attention. Automated drip irrigation lines traced precise geometric grids across the sterile, weed-free gravel. Not a single leaf dared to fall out of place. The entire operation radiated a chilly, clinical perfection that made my teeth ache. I turned my attention back to my side of the border. A massive, thorny branch of the heritage Rosa Banksiae had draped itself aggressively over the top of the stone wall, cascading down toward the pristine gravel of the Sterling Empire. It was magnificent, a sprawling testament to survival, currently covered in tightly closed buds that would explode into pale yellow blooms by next week. I reached high, intending to gently untangle the heaviest cluster of leaves and guide it back toward my side before it caused an international incident. My boots slipped on a patch of wet moss, sending me pitching forward. I caught myself on the damp stones, my breath hitching as a thorn pierced the thick wool of my sleeve. A sharp, distinctly unamused throat cleared from the opposite side of the barrier. I dropped the branch and spun around. Liam Sterling stood on his side of the boundary, holding a pristine silver tablet like a shield of authority. He was frustratingly handsome, a fact that only intensified my immediate irritation. Who wore a crisp, perfectly ironed button-down shirt to work in a nursery? His dark hair was meticulously styled, defying the damp morning breeze, and his broad shoulders held a posture so rigid it could have doubled as a plumb line. He stared at me, his dark eyes scanning the dirt on my nose and the 3 separate sags in my sweater with the exact expression one might use when discovering a particularly stubborn aphid infestation. "Good morning," I offered, pasting on a bright neighborly smile. He did not return the greeting. Instead, he raised a single commanding finger and pointed at the cascading branch of my heritage rose. "Your Rosa Banksier is encroaching on my property line," Liam stated. His voice was clipped, precise, and entirely devoid of warmth. I blinked, lowering the heavy steel loppers to my side. "It's leaning a little to the left. It is extending exactly 24 inches over the boundary," he corrected, tapping a stylus against his tablet screen. "Furthermore, it is shedding unauthorized organic matter onto my pathways and threatening to disrupt the calibrated soil pH of my hybrid tea rose seedlings located in Quadrant 4. I let out a short, genuine laugh. I waited for his mouth to twitch into a smile, for the punchline to drop. His nostrils flared. The severe line of his shoulders remained uncompromising. He was completely serious. My hackles rose, prickling under the heavy wool of my sweater. "Unauthorized organic matter? You mean leaves? We are standing outside, Mr. Sterling. The wind blows. Leaves fall. It's part of the whole nature experience." "Nature, when left unmanaged, is a liability," he countered. He stepped closer to the wall, his gaze sweeping over my tangled domain with clear disdain. "You have no grid system. Your pruning technique is non-existent. That entire thicket is a vector for disease, and the structural integrity of this retaining wall is compromised by root intrusion. Your approach is entirely reckless." The words struck my chest, a direct hit to the bruised place my parents' voicemail had left behind. Reckless, frivolous, a mess. I gripped the handles of my loppers, my knuckles turning white against the bright red plastic grips. "My approach," I said, my voice dropping its cheerful facade, "is intuitive. That rose is a survivor. It weathered decades of neglect, storms, and whatever miserable winters this town threw at it. It deserves to stretch out. I'm not going to hack it to pieces so it fits into your little plant prison." Liam's eyes narrowed. He stepped up to the wall, bringing us face to face across the mossy divide. "A nursery requires order to function, Ms. Evans. Plants are biological assets. They require controlled variables, precise hydration schedules, and optimal nutrient delivery. They are not pets to be coddled. They are living things." I gestured wildly with a gloved hand toward his side of the property. "You treat them like lines of code on that shiny tablet of yours. You have no soul, and neither does your garden. It's sterile. It's boring. My garden produces a 30% higher yield than any competitor in the Pacific Northwest," he replied, his tone remaining infuriatingly even, though a muscle feathered along his jawline. "And my business complies with all local ordinances, unlike this disaster zone." "We passed our inspections," I shot back, lifting my chin. "You passed a structural inspection for the main house," Liam corrected. "Mrs. Higgins from the Historical Society has already filed 3 preliminary complaints regarding the state of these grounds. If you do not remediate the overgrowth, she will petition the town council to halt your outdoor events." My stomach dropped. Mildred Higgins was the bane of our existence, a woman who wielded her measuring tape and historical bylaws like a broadsword. If she targeted the garden before the October preview, the entire venue launch could stall. I masked my panic with a defiant scowl. "I will handle Mrs. Higgins." Liam raised his left wrist, pulling back a starched cuff to check a sleek minimalist watch with deliberate, agonizing slowness. I did not have time to debate horticultural philosophy or local politics with someone who clearly lacks a basic understanding of property maintenance. He lowered his arm and met my gaze squarely. "You have 48 hours, Liam declared. "Excuse me?" 48 hours to cut back the encroaching vines and secure the loose stones on your side of the retaining wall. If the hazard is not remediated by Wednesday morning, I will have my crew come over and handle it. I scoffed, planting my hands on my hips. You cannot touch my plants. That is trespassing. If they cross the property line and pose a threat to my assets, I have every legal right to prune them back to the boundary. He offered a tight, humorless smile that did not reach his eyes. With chainsaws. I closed the remaining distance, stepping over a thick root and stopping only when the low stone wall pressed against my thighs. I leaned forward, deliberately invading his carefully maintained personal space. The faint scent of cedar and expensive sterile soap drifted across the stones. Liam stiffened. His eyes widened a fraction as I brought my dirt-smudged face mere inches from his perfectly ironed collar. He did not step back, holding his ground with stubborn immobility. Listen to me very carefully, I warned, keeping my voice low and steady. If you or your crew touch one single leaf of my heritage roses, I will march down to Callaway Hardware, buy the most aggressive, fast-growing mint I can find, and I will plant it along every single inch of this property line. Liam's breath hitched, a tiny, almost imperceptible break in his armor. Mint was the nuclear option of the gardening world, an invasive, unstoppable force that would conquer any perfectly aligned row it encountered. I will watch it tunnel under this wall, I continued, savoring the flash of genuine horror in his dark eyes, and absolutely destroy your perfect, sterile little rose. It will be a botanical bloodbath. For a long second, neither of us moved. The morning breeze died down, leaving only the distant, percussive thud of Jack's hammer echoing on the main house. Liam stared me down. The icy, controlled professional facade cracked, melting away to reveal a dark, intense competitive fire burning right beneath the surface. His gaze flicked down to my mouth, lingering there for a fraction of a second too long, before snapping back up to my eyes. The rigid line of his jaw flexed. You will regret that threat, Ms. Evans, he promised softly, his voice dropping an octave. I doubt it, Mr. Sterling. He held my gaze for one beat longer, the tension thickening between us like summer humidity, then stepped back, re-establishing his precious boundary. He turned on his heel and strode away down the pristine gravel path, moving with the sharp, calculated precision of a military general retreating to plan his next offensive. I stood at the wall, my chest heaving beneath the snagged wool of my sweater, my pulse thumping a rapid rhythm against my ribs. I touched the scratch on my forearm, the sting entirely forgotten. I had come to Juniper Springs to build a beautiful garden and prove I could create something real. I had not expected to declare war on the most controlled, infuriatingly handsome man in town. I picked up my heavy steel loppers, a slow grin spreading across my face. I absolutely could not wait for the next battle. The next book in the Juniper Springs series is The Rose Garden Remedy,